they had to play as a group with it. And nothing is working.
Yeah, thinking about going in. Might just be killed here by Banderas. The Excite's going to take him down. He's flashing away, but he doesn't fall.
To ride. She's now channeling it up. No, they don't sense anything. The TPs are coming through. The fight is blown up. They're going for Egon and they're locking him up. But then Voxler disappears off the rim. Nyla being chased down by Nyla. Yes, the shot rim is good, but it's simply too little. It is simply too late. This fall, it will be 5 for the...
Giving really so much space.
Yeah, the Drake is definitely gone, but ready. Could look to go in here and try and punish them on the exit. No Baron available, but they only find Kai with measures engaged. And now the re-engage comes through from the side. 3-man kick from Texa. Another fight is fully erupting, and no one dies on the side of Burn.
But it was huge. Double tippers once more, and it's even bigger. Petrifying gaze from Fire Rain. It is inevitable. Riddle always take over in the mid-game team fights, but wow, he's turning it around on the Olaf flashes. But Fire Rain gets himself a double as the undertows keep on flying. A triple for wow, and Banderas can do absolutely nothing.
Hello everybody and welcome to the NLC. My name is Hitbrain and I am joined by the ever wonderful Aragon. Aragon, we've made it. We are down to just our final 3 teams here at the NLC. How are you doing, mate? You all right? Yeah, it's gone super good. Aragon is muted, but it's fine. He'll be back in. He's back. How you doing? Anyway, yeah. It's been honestly an amazing run so far. We've had, the whole season has been just some teams showing up, some teams not showing up, and then we get here and we were kind of expecting the final 3 to be Ruddy, Nord, and Riddle. I think everybody assumed that they were going to be the final 3 teams playing in this part of the tournament, but actually no. Verdant came up huge, 3-0ing Ruddy in absolutely just incredible form, and we'll talk about that a little bit later once Aragon's mic's fixed, because I think I can hear him, but I'm pretty sure production can't hear him, and you guys at home, I'll find out. Nope, we can't hear him. Okay, I'll just waffle then. I'll waffle while we wait. But we can talk a little bit about our matchup today, which is going to be NORD versus Verdant. This is going to be a really killer gap matchup, actually. And there's a lot of things I'm very excited about to see. Obviously, this top lane is going to be super fun. Wow, whenever he plays, the fans go absolutely crazy. Can I hear you? I can hear you. I don't know if everyone at home can. They can't hear him. That's so weird. Okay, well, I'll carry on waffling while we wait for Aragon to rejoin us here. I think the main point that a lot of us are excited to see is the kind of clash of styles between NORD and Verdant. I think these 2 teams both play very different styles, and Verdant, they beat Ruddy at their own game, because Verdant are a team who do actually play a little bit more for the later game, look to kind of get some scaling, and then take the game over from there. They played versus Ruddy, who out of the final 3 teams, who we all expected to see, out of our top 3 teams from the regular season at the least, Ruddy were the team who always played the game slowest. They're the team who would sit back, get as much gold and kind of resources invested into Denvoxney as possible, and then let him carry the game. So Verdant beating Ruddy at their own game was seriously impressive, and it was even more impressive by the fact that it was a 3-0. I think the major difference, though, is NORD do play way more aggressively, and they go extra hard. So they're a much more snowbally team. So the question is are Verdant going to be able to weather that storm? Aragon, are you back? Do I have you now?
I'm hoping I am.
He's back.
I'm back.
There we
Brilliant.
go.
Okay. I've wanted to say so much whilst you've been talking. I've been hearing it all, and I've wanted to pitch in. No, yeah, I'm super excited. I think you're right on the money, right? There's so much to talk about. Whether it's the previous series, we've had such a hype playoff. There's the playstyle clashes, right? There's just so much. I think,
yeah. Well, while Aragon carries on fixing whatever mic issues he's got going on, poor guy, let's bring out the predictions and see what everyone was voting for, because I've had a little look at them on Twitter, and I'm sure a few of us have, but it is very NORD favored. I think it's the best way to word it. Duckling does believe that Verdant have what it takes to take this first game of the series. Rooted completely faithful that Verdant are going to win this 3-2. And I mean, after the fact they went toe-to-toe with Ruddy, I don't actually blame him. Rooted has been a little bit interesting with his picks. Emphasis on the int. But to be honest, I feel like in this case, I actually do think that is a fair assessment. I think if Verdant are going to do it, I reckon it will be a 5-game series. I think Verdant are really going to, I think it's going to be a really stretched out and fun, explosive series between these teams. But as you can see, myself, Aragon, and Veteran, and Twitter all believe that this is actually going to be a 3-0 to NORD. I think the nature, if I'm going to explain myself to Verdant here, I think the nature of just NORD's playstyle might be a little bit too much to handle for the side of Verdant. I just think they do play very, very powerfully and take over the game nice and early. Please tell me your Mike's picks, Aragon.
I'm going to pray that it is, and I think it is. We have
sounds all right. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, my thoughts on the matchup. I think it's time. He's going. I'm gonna go grab another microphone. Wish me luck.
Okay. Well, we'll have Aragon back in a moment. I'm trying to figure out what else we got. Let's have a little look at our All-Pro team. I believe that was something that we all voted for over on Twitter. As you can see, I can't remember if this is the first one. I'm going to have to get production to tell me in my ear, because we actually have 3 different All-Pro teams in order of first, second, and third, who was voted for in that order. This is our first seed. So these are all the players who we believe are the first and the best in their roles individually. Honestly, not overly surprised by most of these names here. Personally, I think I'd ranked Fire Rain a little higher than Niter in the mid lane. But I feel like every other one is pretty much where I put them. I actually might have put WoW in top and then Nilly in second, actually, when I think about it. But for the most part, I think this is pretty exciting. Let's move on to that second slide and see our second teams. Obviously, Fire Rain is there in that second one. Then you got Akabane, WoW, Woolite, and Kiba taking second of all of our teams who are in the All-Pro on this front. Yeah, I mean, I think Woolite has had a tremendous season. I do think Denvoxy definitely did stand out a little bit more. Kiba, I'll give it to him. He is up there as my All-Pro interviewers. I think he's so much fun to interview whenever we've had a sit down and a chat with him. He's been something special to chat to, so it's been always fun. He's made for some very interesting conversations. And then let's have a look at the third one and see what our third All-Pro team looks like. This one I think is probably a little bit more up in the air for me, if I remember right. I need to check what I voted on. I actually can't remember who I voted for off the top of my head. I'm trying to kind of rack my brains of like other AD carries. I don't think I actually voted for Reptile. I think that one is a little bit different from what I voted for. I can't remember who I went for third. But everyone else there seems pretty in line with what we were kind of expecting from these guys. Until Aragon returns, I can't really run the next bit because it was a section for him to talk about. So we'll have to wait a little bit. But I think as we get closer towards picks and bans, which is coming in the next 8 minutes, and hopefully my co-caster joins me in the next 8 minutes, we can really get a look at what we're expecting, because we are on a new patch. We did play on that previous patch for the last set of games, I believe, as well. But we are in a different patch from what we were in during the playoffs. And there's obviously been some changes here. LeBlanc is probably a major one to talk about. She obviously did get some changes that made her laning phase a lot more pleasant to play with. The reset on the Q, the mana refund on the Q. You kind of don't really worry about running out of mana in that matchup. Apparently, and from what we've been seeing, a lot of people do seem to rate LeBlanc at the moment. She has been getting a fair amount of attention in the picks and bans across the world. I wouldn't say she's OP. I definitely wouldn't say that LeBlanc, takes over the game. But I will say, with a team like NORD, a team you like to snowball, LeBlanc could be a perfect pickup for them. You want to be playing a mid-jungle duo that can accelerate and basically take over their lane and then bleed out into the side lanes and deny Verdant from scaling. So I feel like it might not be the most high prio mid laner in the world, but I do think that in this particular matchup, you have a team who like to play slow and scale versus a team that like to play very aggressive. I feel like it could be something we could see showing up. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about Rakan just being very, very strong at the moment as well. Again, I think that really suits NORD's playstyle. I think Rakan is a champion who really can control the tempo and control the kind of state of the game when we get into that kind of mid-game stage. I mean, even in late game, he can still have a lot of impact in team fights, but especially in that mid game, Rakan's going to be able to really kind of take over the map. So I'm going to be interested to see what picks and bans look like. What's going to kind of be the priority here. Obviously, we did have that that period of the Aphelios with the Bloodthirster as a really a rough thing for everyone to go up against for a while. I mean, I believe that's still currently pretty meta anyway, as it is. So I'm just excited to get onto that picks and bans and see what we got coming up. Obviously, we do still have a little bit more time, and it is just me waffling and buying air while Aragon sorts out his headset. Hopefully, he'll be joining us again. But while we wait for that, and while we quickly sort out this audio, let's just run that hype video again. Let's get a little bit more spice, a little bit more heat before we get into that first game of the day.
They had to play as a group with it. And nothing is working.
Yeah, thinking about going in. Might just be killed here by Banderas. The Excite's going to take him down. He's flashing away, but he doesn't fall.
To Rai. She's now channeling it up. No, they don't sense anything. The TPs are coming through. The fight is blown out. They're going for Egon and they're locking him up. But then Voxler disappears off the riv. Nyla being chased down by Nila. Yes, the jungler is good, but it's simply too little. It is simply too late. This fall, it will be 5 for Verdant.
Giving really so much space.
Yeah, the Drake is definitely gone, but ready. Could look to go in here and try and punish them on the exit. No Baron available, but they only find Kai with measures engaged. And now the re-engage comes through from the side. 3-man kick from Texa. Another fight is fully erupting, and no one dies on the side of Verdant.
But it's huge! Double Timbers once more, and it's even bigger! Petrifying gaze from Fire Rain! It is inevitable. Riddle always take over in the mid-game team fights, but wow, he's turning it around on the Olaf flashes, but Fire Rain gets himself a double as the undertows keep on flying. A triple for WoW, and Banderas can do absolutely nothing.
Hello, I'm back. I heard Aragon in my... There he is.
Brilliant! Is that
Are you there? He's there. I hope you're there. How you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, I assume it's working now. I'd love to hear the producer says so. I'm going back to...
Did we have audio? Was that...
We have
audio. Thank God. Hello. How you doing, mate?
Oh, I'm brilliant. I've had so much I wanted to say this entire time. I apologize to everyone. You know, classic semifinals. Anyway, yeah. So what have you covered? Let me pitch in on some things.
Literally everything, mate. At this point, I've talked about play styles. I've talked briefly about the champ select as well. I think we can get onto that into a moment. But I think what we should do while we've now got you back is we did actually have a couple of clips of Akabane, and you really wanted to highlight and talk about him.
Yeah.
So I've at least saved that little juicy bit for you. So if our production could quickly run that video and our clips of Akabane kind of just popping off, and Aragon, you can kind of talk to us why you wanted to talk about Akabane.
Yeah, so I just think this guy is so brilliant on Lee Sin, right? Every single time I watch him on Lee Sin, I just think he's always playing towards his complete limits, right? He knows his limits so well. Every single game, he's on 1 HP in one skirmish or another, and he just plays on his limits so well. So this looks like luck, right? Every single time he's on 1 HP, but there's so many. This is not really related. This is kind of just a show off a nice clip that I saw. Like, so he kicks out the jungler to prevent the smite and then smites himself. But the rest of the clips now, you're going to see he lives on 1 HP every single time. And this just shows, right? It's not a coincidence, right? This guy just knows his limits so well. So here, living on 1 HP again, baiting in Banderas to leap in. And then I think we're going to get a replay, or we're going to go to the next one. Either way. Yeah, there it is. So he kicks him in, baits, he drops really low, right? And once again, it looks like luck, right? It looks like luck. Banderas leaps on him. He lives on 1 HP, has the shield, and lives on 1 HP. And it's like, how do you do this every single time? And there's just another brilliant example here of a kick. Again, watch the kick onto Fire Rain to kick the Swain ultimate out of the fight, right? Dodges the Viego ultimate. And then again, once again, he will live on 1 HP. So I just think in terms of power picks, this guy's Lee Sin is definitely one of them you want to be looking at, right? So it's going to be, once again, he manages to get out with Flash, you know, 1 auto away. So the point I wanted to illustrate here is just Akabane, Lee Sin, and Lee Sin in general, probably the best jungle on the patch, right? Well,
yeah,
debatable, but definitely we have a lot of good Lee Sin players, right? I'm not even just talking about Akabane. We have Johan, we have Taxa in this series versus Akabane. I definitely think it'll be a contested pick. I'm just really looking forward to it.
No, I totally agree. One of the things I was talking about while you were trying to sort your mic issues out was I was talking about the priority on getting yourself a good mid-jungle duo here. You know, you're a team who like to play aggressive. It's such a powerful and such a strong way, and like a time and tested way to basically run around the map and kind of just get mid going, and then mid just runs around with you, and you just set up your side lanes for success. We're talking about obviously dispatches where the LeBlanc changes came in, and while LeBlanc's in a great state right now, definitely not like the mid laner, but I think for the likes of Fury, who's gonna want to be playing fairly aggressive early, like a Lee Sin LeBlanc combo could be really, really dirty to play into. Not early, there's plenty of other champs that you can kind of pair up with that Lee as well. But I would like to see, an aggressive and a kind of very early focused mid jungle duo coming out from Akabane and Fury in this game. And I guess the real question, something I haven't answered because I haven't really been able to answer, is what do you think Verdant's plan is? Because they're going to be very much aware that they're going to want to play slower and steadier. I mean, if they don't, I'd be very surprised if they can pull out like a style which, isn't as familiar for them as we've seen previously. So I'm curious, what do you think Verdant's game plan is versus NORD here?
Right, so it's difficult, right? Because I do think they're countered in a way. I think they're against a very good early game team. But I think you have a few options. Like, obviously in pick ban, you could take away some of the early game snowballing champions, right? So a really big priority pick I think they should be thinking of is, of course, banning Caitlyn, right? That's like the go-to early game power. You also ban away Draven, potentially, right? This is something that I believe Riddle adapted to towards the later end of the series that they were playing last week. And they just, towards the end of it, they were just banning Draven, Caitlyn, Sejuani, I think. Just banning away the tools that they could use to snowball. And also, I think you also could ban away Gragas, or pick Gragas rather, because it's such a good Stonewall flex. Of course, that's kind of a meta pick right now, but it's just so perfect for them, right? You can flex to every single lane, everyone on your team can play it, and it just does everything you want. You like to play these disengage compositions, which Stonewall lane phase, and you can get through lane and then come online later, and I think that suits them really well. And just some picks to highlight, right? I've got a list of like champions that I'd like to highlight. Is you can tell when you look at their pools, they all fit together, right? The Kevo Ezreal likes to be slow and safe early, peel backwards, this kind of thing. Then Errol's just out here blinding Cassiopeia, likes the disengage as well. I think Rakan is going to be pivotal. We've touched on that. Gnar for Nilly is his go-to blind pick all the time. It's most top laners' go-to blind pick, but it also facilitates this kind of Stonewall style.
Yeah, no, I think that's what Verdant are going to have to do. Is when you like to play these slower paced games and kind of play for that late game, you do need to have a way to kind of weather the storm, especially versus a team who are going to be kind of running around the map and setting up for basically, every objective, wanting to skirmish. The main thing about NORD is they don't really care about that dragon. What they really care about is winning the fight prior to that dragon and then getting it as a reward. That's what they're going to be looking to play for and looking for these little skirmishes. On the other side, Verdant, they're not going to be willing to give up dragons, but they're definitely going to be a team who are going to want to kind of hold off on maybe fighting those first one or two and then looking to kind of come in for that third dragon. But it does look like we are into champion select for our first game of the day. NORD are going to start us off with a Varus ban there. There's going to be that Caitlyn. I wonder if we're just going to see that Draven and Sejuani coming out from Verdant, like you were saying. We did see this versus NORD when it was Riddle versus NORD. So we'll see what the bans are going to look like on that front. But that does leave things like this Rakan open and, other various fairly strong picks in the meta right now, as Nilly is going to have their Gnar taken away.
Yeah, so denying the R1, R2 Varus, as well as the Gnar Stonewall pick for the top side, and the expected Caitlyn Draven bans on the flip side, this is just paralleling. The teams are learning from the other team's previous series, which I really love. It means they've done their scouting, so, you expect to see maybe a Sejuani ban as well. I'm really curious to see what power picks are going to be left open again. I think you have the Lee Sin up. Xayah just got taken away, but that means Rakan is still open, who I think can still work as a standalone. You have Gragas, Annie. Fun fact about Annie, 75% win rate globally right now in the top regions, and is a blind pick and a flex pick. There she goes, right? Probably the best champion in the game. I think it's definitely up for debate. I'm glad she's gone. So picks I'm looking for right now are Gragas. Vi coming out for NORD is a little surprising, but it's just a really good champion, right? I think Vi is also doing extremely well on the patch and is really good at shutting down AD carries very simply.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like maybe picking like a Lee Sin blind there for Akabane might have been a little bit too greedy. We do expect to see the likes of this Gragas getting locked in here for Verdant. I'm curious what the other picks are going to be, because they could look to maybe deny something like a Rakan, because we know that Kasing plays that. We know that it would suit the style. Or is actually going to lock in the Nautilus, something that can kind of, Rakan jumps in. And yeah, Nautilus is quite slow on that hook. You kind of almost have to predict to catch him. but you can at least press R, and he can then take the knock up into the team. And there's tools to work with here, and already a lot of CC forming on the side of Verdant.
Yep.
So we'll have to see what the answer is going to be out from NORD here. Expecting probably their bot lane to get locked in. Just with the amount of AD carry bans, you really don't want to then go into the next phase and have even more AD carries denied. But actually, gonna lock that Rakan in there for Kasing. Not too unexpected on that front. I am just thinking, though, probably going to see Kevo's AD carry also show up fairly soon, unless NORD want to pull out some spice and maybe turn the tables a little bit and feel, you know, Woolite's champion pool is big enough that he can go into the next phase without getting stuff banned away. I don't think that'd be a great shout, and that looks like the game plan for them here, but they are jumping for a lot of things, and WoW's going to get his Olaf, so they are okay to leave Woolite for the next ban phase.
Yeah, so this is paralleling the last series where they would just blind pick Darius and Olaf in the early rotation. The one I'm more surprised about is picking Rakan into NORD. NORD is considered a counter into Rakan, but Rakan just might be so broken that it doesn't even matter. Like, Rakan comes with a bunch of different strengths. Like, come the mid game, the snap engage is the big one. It's just so broken. And the combo of Vi and Rakan as a duo is really important as well, because it's just so much backline dive. So I'd expect NORD to keep going with this style, right? All their picks dive. Right, so they need to pair this off with AD carries that match it, stuff like Kai'Sa, and other picks that also want to dive in. On the other hand, you probably want to go for stuff that like is anti-dive, right? Stuff that works like that. I'm looking at Errol's Cassiopeia. Right, this guy has shown he wants to blind pick it. I don't agree with it being blindable, right? But this guy's proved me wrong every single time I've said that. So I'm just gonna say, you know what? Maybe ban it away. There it is, right? And as well as the Ezreal for Verdant, because they don't like to. We've talked to Tom Kick, right, the coach of Verdant, and they don't draft properly, right? The drafts make sense, right? They do on paper, they make sense. Often they have a theme, but they don't value the meta picks as much. They more prefer to draft comfort as well. And disengage really works with Verdant's comp right now into this, and Ezreal kind of fits like that, you know? And even though it might not be the best pairing or the best meta pick, they might just go for it, especially with the AD carry pool benched.
Well, the AD carry pool hasn't been pinched too hard on this next stage, actually. They've focused a lot more on the mid laner with the likes of the Cassiopeia banned away, the Ahri, the Asol banned off as well. We'll see what this final ban is going to be from NORD, as they are running the clock a little bit before going in for that final lockdown. Are taking away the Veigar here. Trying to think what they're going to actually look to pick up in the mid lane. I mean, I don't want to say it, but I do feel like these are okay bans if you want to be picking a LeBlanc on both sides. Like, this is actually all right. Like, you really don't want to play into the Cass. I don't know. Is this the state where Asol was like really broken still, this patch?
Yeah, right. With his super meteor, he's incredibly broken. I think you're probably gonna want to go for pairings with your Vi, right? Typical pairings with Vi, like I was gonna say Julia, but I wouldn't like that into the Victor. Yeah, Syndra. The problem is Syndra in this meta kind of fell off a tiny bit with the AD carries and the carries in general being way more durable, right? With Seraphs and Overheal, Bloodthirster, and these types of deals. But yeah, typical pairings might be Syndra, and there's the diving champion. I'm pretty sure this will be locked in. They hovered it before, but it just fits so well with dives, and I'm pretty sure as we go on in this meta, if this meta kind of stays the same, we're going to see more and more of these champions, because with Rakan, with Nautilus meta, Kai'Sa just works so well with them.
I'll see what the final pick is going to be here for the mid lane. I think the Syndra is not bad at all. I mean, it basically gives you the ability to chunk or blow somebody up. Obviously, like you said, the mid-jungle pairing is really strong, and that's the main thing here. We're looking for that mid-jungle duo. Now, Lissandra's an interesting one. That is very powerful in the skirmishes. That is locked. That's very powerful in the skirmishes. I don't know if I've ever seen Lissandra Vi mid-jungle duo, but I theorize that it's going to be pretty solid, because just the amount of CC and slows and lockdowns. So I think that's pretty decent. The final lock-in for Kevo is going to be that Aphelios. I'm amazed that we didn't hit on Aphelios earlier. Current state of him with the Bloodthirster build and Overheal. Really nasty. Very hard to play into. A lot of health, basically, like pseudo health from that shield on Kevo there. So it's going to be an interesting game. I kind of want to get your thoughts on this, Aragon. You know, how do you think this draft has worked out for both teams? Do you think they've walked away with what they want, or do you think, you know, one team has walked away with a significant advantage?
I really like NORD's draft. I think it suits their strengths really well, and just in general, I'm a big fan. Right, they're not pulling resources to both sides of the map like they have in the past, which I didn't like. I think that the whole draft is on theme. And sorry, I'm just a big fan of Lissandra, so I'm gonna go off on a tangent. No, like you're completely right. And we saw it in the LEC. They've been picking Lissandra. So the big thing is Lissandra is usually countered by control mages, right? And they don't usually pick Sandra into it because you just get outranged. It's a horrible lane phase. But we've even seen in the LEC that she's being picked into stuff like Azir, you know, count stuff you would normally consider counters, and the lane phase is just horrible. But what we saw them do to bail Lissandra out, get her first recall, you know, to the point where she can get to level 6, and then she's actually okay, is they just put a lot of attention mid, secure her first recall, and then she comes back, and then at level 6, Victor can't really walk up to you very well because he's scared of getting ulted and then chain ulted by Vi and then just dying, right? So in a way, Lissandra's really good for automatic prio post 6 because you're just so afraid. I like NORD's draft a lot better. I'm going to go out and say it. I think there's a very clear win condition for them.
Yeah. What is Verdant's game plan then? Is it literally just Stonewall scale, hope that the Jax in the side lane is going to be fine, you know, hope that they can rely on Kebo on this Aphelios just to take over the map as it gets later and later, or is there maybe a more defined game plan, like this is the time where they come online, this is how they're going to be playing, this is the rotations the jungle is going to be taking, or is it just wait?
It's hard to say, right? I think what was the top lane matchup? It was Jax into Olaf. So you do have a counter matchup there, but take a look at WoW's rune summon setup.
30 seconds
It is very exciting. I really hope we get some action level 1. I think Olaf might come out on top here, but that's a really strong level 1 for Verdant. You don't really want to fight that if you're NORD. But yeah, just take a look at that top lane matchup. It's so volatile. I want to see a bloodbath topside. I want to see Clive roaming topside non-stop, because this is something we've seen a lot. He will just drop lane phase and just leave, and Aphelios would be kind of fine. You know, he's kind of fine with that because he's not under a lot of threat from the Rakan, and I expect to see a lot of roaming towards topside from Kinsing as well. So I definitely think, look at those summoners. It has to be a topside game.
It probably will be. I mean, we saw even in that little, in the hype video at the beginning of the day, you know, WoW popping off on the Olaf, absolutely running through teams. Ghost Ignite. If you've never played into top lane Olaf, I mean, you've obviously not been playing League recently, but when they have Ghost and they just pop that ult, it just feels hopeless. Especially if you're, you know, somebody who can't find a way to kind of hold on for now. But we are going to see, you are pretty much right with the fact that Akabane is starting on the bottom side of the map. It does mean that, you know, he's going to be able to move over towards that top side nice and early. He's going to go for a full clear upwards and then see what the lane state looks like on the other side. Taxa is going to be clearing down, so this does mean that he won't actually be in the area to help versus any ganks that do come in. So either he makes an early visit topside to maybe buy a bit of pressure and alleviate some of the kill potential, or Nilly is just going to have to play this very smart.
No, absolutely. The thing is, Jax is actually considered a counter into Olaf, right? But if he does get enough attention and is just allowed to permatrade, like, it should be okay. It should be absolutely okay. And the thing is, WoW has been picking these champions, Darius and Olaf, no matter what, even into poor matchups, and he's just performing. It just shows such a level of proficiency. And I do question Chample, right, because he is picking them into like suboptimal situations, but still, really, really good stuff. And you can, whenever he has a lead, you can always kind of count on him to carry. Taxa just going to hover topside and then probably path down to bot. It's already started, right? It's already started. We see loads of action towards topside. WoW stacking waves. He's going to crash this. He's going to have priority for grab if he wants to, but it's likely that he just either takes a recall or he just stays topside anyway.
Yeah, it looks like now Taxa moves down. Akabane has this top lane set up for himself. Don't think we're actually going to see a gank yet, though. At least on the top side, just because WoW has this lane heavily shoved in. I mean, Nilly is completely under his tower. And trying to find a trade versus WoW. WoW actually does end up losing out on that trade a little bit here, but the pings are coming in. They're bringing Lissandra up. Oh, Nilly. This might not be it for Nilly. He's going to see them on the ward. Can he hold? That is the real question here. Counter-Strike should be up and available. He's going to throw it down. They throw the teleport in. He gets the free man with a Counter-Strike. Flashes away. The Ignite's ticking. Nilly, he survives. First blood over to Errol. Nilly played that beautifully.
And he just survives. It's the power of the Counter-Strike. Jax is actually a really hard to dive champion, right? He didn't seem that low to me, and the Counter-Strike just blocks so much of WoW and Akabane's damage, because they're all auto-attack based, right? This is a really good Jax game. You can see Akabane's trying to W as well as WoW using his auto-reset from the shield as well. And it's just not enough in the end. And, you know, really good play from Nilly, like you said. Good movement too.
I actually think that level up gave him enough health that the last Ignite tick didn't kill him. I think that level up from First Blood, that is so clutch by Nilly. Able to survive that. A lot burnt, but it looks like Akabane now maybe looking to come back up to that top side. fresh off a reset for Nilly. He's got a wave that he's going to be shoving towards WoW. Looks like the base is going to come out from Akabane, though. He does not want to look to even think about contesting this any further. Yeah, he's just going to finish it up. A little bit of a light trade, actually. Cancelling out for the moment. As in comes Akabane, jumping onto Nilly. Nilly's going a little bit low here, and I think that should just be it. He's down.
Yep, he's down, and you can see Lissandra actually moving down to bot side. I wonder if he's going to look for a play or just to get some vision because the dragon's spawning soon. But yeah, good gank, re-gank onto Nilly. Nice regank onto Nilly to punish the fight lack of flash, right? And lack of TP, so he's going to miss even more CS because he doesn't have that TP to bail himself out and missing that farm. It's going as expected, right? You can expect WoW to move down to bot side now, maybe pay bot lane a visit, but I doubt it. I can imagine that he's probably just going to path back to top side and keep playing through WoW with these summoners.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably the game plan, right? Just get WoW fed. He's got triple longswords on this base as well. Like, these just full combat stats ready to go. Taxa, somewhat predicting this, is going to walk in the area, but a lovely place ward there from that previous gank is actually going to reveal him. So WoW should play this smart, just underneath that tower. There is no ultimate from Taxa, so realistically, WoW shouldn't be getting knocked out from safety. He probably is just going to have to sacrifice a... Just gonna have to sacrifice a few minions here and there, but it looks like Taxa is actually just wasting a lot of time, and that ward doing some real dividends. The question is who's gonna crack first? Is Taxa gonna cancel the recall enough and actually go in, or is WoW just gonna say, I'm gonna hold the lane, I know, but you're still there, and he is feeling comfortable to hold. They've also got Klai coming up as well. Kasing's in the area. Kasing does spot out, get spotted out by Klai there. They know he's in the area. This is about to be a 3v3 topside. Klai's been spotted. They get the knock-up in onto him. He locks down onto Akabane. The flash comes out. And there's the slow onto WoW. WoW gets caught out by the belly bop into the hook to follow us up as well. WoW's shield is on, but he's in danger. He pops out, but it's not going to mean diddly. Swamp Fury making his way forward. Hasn't got level 6, though, as he's looking for the lockdown onto Nilly. Can he find it? Akabane slides in and secures the kill. A 1-for-1 in the top side.
And Errol's in base. This is something we saw before the playoffs where top lane plays would happen and Errol was just walking out of base and they were just so off tempo. You could see, look, Errol's recalling right now. And Fury decides, you know what, I'm going to drop a wave. I'm just going to go topside. I'm not going to crash this wave off of Errol's recall. And that means he gets to clean up. Albeit it's not a great result. You know, they trade 1-for-1, but still, Fury getting the better of Errol in this matchup, getting the priority, dropping waves, playing for his team. And I think this is the win condition. So props to Fury.
Yeah, really nicely played there by Fury. Able to come in and secure that kill. Now he's got level 6 as well. That kill pressure and the kind of skirmish pressure does spike. I do have to give my hats off, though, to Verdant. You know, we said, and this wasn't a criticism, but we did say they are a late-game team. They like to play for a little bit later. They are matching every little skirmish that NORD tried to start without fail. They are always in position, ready to kind of find the fight and follow it up. So honestly, really, really big props over to the likes of Verdant for being able to hold so far versus a team who have proven us time and time again that they are, you know, one of the top teams in the league for playing that very early and aggressive style and being able to do it consistently as well. So really impressive stuff coming out from these guys. As Taxa, he dings level 6 as well. It's going to spot out some wards and probably may just think about going top lane. I mean, that's been the story of the game. WoW has now got a Vamp Scepter, so he has a bit of sustain. And oh no, look who's roaming over. Okay, they're going for Crab. Yeah. Or Rift Herald, I guess.
Neither support roaming up topside. Maybe NORD thinks they can get it without the Kasing, and Verdant just want to give it up. Look, you could see that Taxa's actually cross-mapping instead of contesting this Herald. I mean, it's just how it is, right? You can't. It's so hard to contest Vi Lissandra, because if anyone face checks a bush, they are just insta-killed, right? They get Lissandra ulted into Vi ulted and absolutely won him. Just talking about this Lissandra pick, if you're seeing a bit of resurgence, it's my opinion that like Lissandra, as a champion, she functions best when either she can one-shot targets, which she can't really, right? Like right now, that's just not how she functions. Or she could buy a lot of time with stasis, and I think that's why she's sort of rising up to prominence, as well as being a good pairing with Lee Sin and Vi. But yeah, I hope we see that in later team fights. Lots of plates lost out to this cross map, but props to NORD, they aren't giving up deaths. You know, this cross map is only just it's kind of expected when you're against an Aphelios with chakrams. It's kind of rule of thumb that if you take a Rift Herald, you're probably going to lose at least 2 plates bot side.
I think they actually only got 1 plate down there. It was close to 2 plates. So honestly, a net gain, because remember, Herald is worth 2 plates. So if you can trade 2 plates for a Herald, you should be pretty comfortable. Obviously, there's a world where Herald can be used to crack a little bit more than 2 plates, but its flat value is 2 plates. So really nice to see, some level of response come out. They also get a camp onto Taxa, so a little bit of a denial from Akabane, but he is 2-0. He has got that ultimate up and available as well, so I have to keep our eyes peeled on where he decides to go. Currently, he's on the top side of the map. Surprise, surprise. Also, though, Cly and Taxa are on the top side themselves. There's Nilly going to pop himself the helicopter. It's a bunch of damage, and they just flash forward. The cast comes out. The follow-up is there. Wow! He can't get in range. He throws the axe down. He didn't want to hold the... He wants to hold the Ragnarok, and at the end of the day, he loses his jungler for that. The slow was too much.
And you could just see... is he dead?
Wow!
No?
That was just questionable at best.
Was it a kind of a bait for Kasing because he knew that his support was running up? But still, this is what we're seeing, right? It's defined by the support role. I did say that Cly and Kasing have shown they like to roam topside in these volatile matchups, because look at the champions and the summoners. But you could see that Cly is already here, whereas Kasing, look at the minimap, he's only just running up now. It's too late. And you can see WoW actually uses all his summoners, and he manages to get popped in the end. So a little bit of a question of choice towards the end where he does die, but still, really good stuff from Verdant. And this is the proactive Verdant we wanted to see, managing to do these counter ganks to stonewall and buy time.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel, honestly, WoW kind of played that really poorly. He didn't pop the Ragnarok when Cly's slow field was down from the Glacial Augment, which basically just denied him from helping get the kill and secure the kill onto Nilly. And then after that, he then just walks up with Ragnarok on, without Ragnarok on, takes a bunch of CC, pops Ragnarok too late, and it just goes down. Like it was a little bit of a mistake on his front, to be honest. Does actually look like Taxa's in the area. They've actually caught out onto Kasing. He gets the charm, he gets the knock up. Woolite slides in, Taxa flashes out. Woolite tries to flash afterwards, but get the lockdown through there as Akabane jumps onto Kevo. Kevo flashes away, a lot burnt already. Cly's knocked up, Cly's in danger, but he's able to survive. Hooking over the wall, Fury throws down and secures the kill with the ultimate. Beautifully played there by NORD to find a return.
And Fury is saving every single play. Every single time things just don't go the way of NORD, Fury is there at the last second to just bail them out. And now they're going to get plates off of this. So the thing is, all their summoners and everything, the flash, all the gap closers, they didn't manage to chain it onto Taxa. And I think Nilly's...
It looks like Nilly's just ready for this matchup. He is just ready for this matchup. WoW is getting slammed. That's 4 plates in the bot side, though. Obviously, with all of the resistances building up, they're not going to be able to stick around and secure anything else. But Nilly starting to take over the top side. Let's see this play once again, though, as Woolite ults in, they flash out, and then he has to chase up with the flash and unable to secure himself the kill. But like you're saying, Fury, honestly, the savior right now for NORD. Every time they make a play, if it goes bad, Fury is able to normally save the day somewhat.
Exactly, and unfortunately they didn't manage to chain their ults, right? That's the name of the game for NORD. If they manage to chain Vi and Lissandra ulti, then they win the fight to make a pick, right? It's everything. If they manage to dive and do that. Unfortunately, didn't go that way, and Taxa managed to body slam out before Akabane could actually get the ultimate off. Akabane back to clearing his camps. Dragon just taken for the side of Verdant. It's going really well, right? It's not like NORD are on a timer with this composition. I think their composition still works later on. However, it's just not going as well as we thought. I think everyone pegged NORD to win, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I 3-0. 3-0 as well.
Yeah, me too.
I am very impressed with this version of Verdant. And, they found it exactly. They kind of found their groove when it mattered, right? Like, they needed to have it in playoffs. And playoffs so far have been really, really impressive from Verdant. They have thoroughly impressed us, and I tell you this now: if they win this, I will vote for them in finals. That is a Jake promise. As WoW, unfortunately, is probably going to be losing his base. His tower is just going to try and jump onto Taxa. He's got the ult on. He's got the damage, and oh my word! WoW comes in with a solo 1 versus 2 kill. Sure, nearly finishes him up, but bloody hell, WoW. He is playing with our hearts.
0-3-2. I mean, he manages to bail himself out, but they really put him in a pinch there, threatening the tower. I don't think anything will come of this.
Oh, I don't think you're right
soon.
there, mate. They get everything down. Fury has to stop himself up with the ultimate to try and get out. He's burning. He's down. In comes Woolite, though. He's going to get the damage on the Kevo. That's going to be one for Kasing. They chase forward for Clyde. Akabane gets the next one. And there is an answer out, but now Woolite finds himself in a dangerous position, able to get away to safety. But these fights are being so messy, so sloppy between both of these teams.
Really close, isn't it? Always trading 2 for 1 or 1 for 1 over and over again. You could see it reflected in the scoreline, and this engage caught me off guard, right? You see that the really nice chains you see from Nautilus, Cly on this Nautilus. I'm telling you, ban this guy's Nautilus. He is performing on it so well every single game of the entire season, right? From week 1, I was saying, Cly on Nautilus, man, like, legitimately, he's going around the map, making plays. He's so proactive, and only sometimes am I a bit cautious, where he's, you know, getting picked, getting vision, and this type of deal. But it looks like he's kind of shored that up, and he's just popping off. Compare this to when he plays something like an Annie, right? And he kind of whiffs engages sometimes. It happened in the Ruddick series. I just think he's playing so well, and, you know, shout out to him. I think he could definitely, you know, make a candidate for the MVP of this game.
No, genuinely, I think that's a fine assessment. I don't know why I'm working on it like I wasn't listening. That was so weird. Yeah, no, honestly, I'm been thoroughly impressed by a whole bunch of players in this game. Really, really solid stuff coming in from these guys. Fury needs to be careful. I think one of the things we need to talk about with Verdant is this isn't just like them stonewalling across the map. They're stonewalling as a team. And they're not even stonewalling, actually. That's so disingenuous in what they're playing. They're actually just playing as aggressive and matching the playstyle of NORD. Like, NORD want to fight early, and Verdant seemed ready to fight early. It felt like they knew this Olaf was coming. They had the Jax prepared for Nilly, and they've just been able to run around it. This Gragas pick has been absolutely perfect for them, and you kind of hit on how strong Gragas is as a pick right now because he's flexible in every lane and every role right now. So it's good to see that, you know, Verdant, it felt like they had done their homework and they were very practiced and prepared for this matchup versus NORD. And I know we're only one game in out of this best of 5. Don't get me wrong, but I expected game 1 to be quite a one-sided affair from NORD and then to see Verdant adapt and grow. And that has not been the case at all.
No, absolutely. I think they're absolutely popping off. And credit to the top side, too. Look at Nilly. He's generating so much pressure as well. He's 5-2. And he, of course, WoW blind pick. But then you just got to question, what these WoW picks? He's picked the same 2 champions over the past 6 games. Is he going to adapt? Because you just talked about adaptation for Verdant. I want to see adaptation from NORD now. WoW was showing us stuff like Scion, you know, flexing different champions, but he's just not showing anymore. So I'm not sure what happened over the course. And I'm not sure what happened to Verdant. Where's this Verdant been this entire season? All of a sudden they've hit playoffs and they're just insane, right? I have no idea what's happened, but I'm really liking it.
I mean, it's better to have like an okay season, make it to playoffs, than then have a great form in playoffs than the other way around. So, you know, Verdant, if it was going to go this way, it's definitely happened in the best way possible for them. Hook comes out from Clyde. He immediately is launched onto, and he's burning down, but he's able to survive with a sliver of HP. Okay, we've been complimenting Clyde, but that was a little bit of a mistake coming in from him.
He gets one. Everyone has an in sometimes. But yeah, I think his Dragon now might go over to NORD, at least the control of the river. What ults were burned? It doesn't look like any significant ults were burned for the side of NORD. You still have all your snap engaged. The only one that might make a difference is if they turn, but it does look like this Dragon is going over uncontested because all the ultimates burned by Verdant. Yeah, really interesting hook by Clyde. I think, did he hit the wall there?
Yes, he hit the wall.
He got pulled a little bit too far, further than he wanted, and he gets punished for it. Forced to recall and give over the objective.
Yeah, he's all right, though. Woolite did burn ultimate, but, you know, that's, like you said, not a major one. It looks like Dragon in a freebie over to NORD. Verdant were able to secure that first one, so as the Infernal Soul spawns up, it is a bit of a ways away for either team to be able to pick up, so kind of something to kind of keep your eye on and see who remains in control, if it's going to be back and forth on the Drakes, or if it's going to be one team gaining kind of superiority on that point of the map. Does look like there's a bit of a gathering here on the bottom start in the mid lane, sorry. See potentially some action breaking out, but Akabane unable to fully charge that Q up and chase in. Kevo, he feels relatively safe at this point. He's got himself the Bloodthirster, so he has that extra shield to work with, and He's got 1,500 health, so he's probably closing in on like the 2k mark right now, just off the shield bow. I can't actually see exactly. I couldn't quickly do the maths on that, but he's got a fair amount of HP for himself at this point in time. Charge comes out onto that mid lane tower, just getting a chunk off, and what that means now is if NORD do find themselves a pick or a fight, they could translate that into a mid lane tower, and once that tower falls, you really open the map up for yourselves.
No, absolutely. So this is a really awkward situation that NORD have themselves in, right? Whenever you're playing as a split pusher, look at that, 2 items for WoW, right? It's 2 to 1. You're kind of playing a game of defending your tier 2 towers whilst trying to group and make plays in that limited window where you push out a wave, and then you have a small amount of time before Nilly pushes back and threatens your tier 2 tower again. And that's what WoW's trying to do. They managed to do it a little bit there with the Rift Herald in mid lane, which forced Nilly to back off and hover the turret. But finding proactive plays when you're constantly having to defend, it might mean that WoW just has to sit top lane and just do nothing, or Fury has to sit top lane and do nothing, but that sucks, because then you can't make use of the combo of the Lissandra plus Vi, right? So I expect to see WoW just hold side lane from now on, or try to make plays whilst, and there's my alarm, and try to make plays whilst Nilly is still pushing in the side. So you can see there's still time. There's pings going down bot side. Nilly is pinging the waves he wants to play, and he's going to crash this wave and then try to threaten bot turret. And you see WoW, he decides, we can't find an engaged mid lane, just going to go bot and defend tier 2, because these tier 2 turrets are worth a lot of gold.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, NORD, it's interesting to see them play from behind, especially in this way. So it's interesting to kind of like track exactly what their game plan is, what they're going to do. And the thing is every time NORD try to commit somewhere, Verdant rotate their whole team other than Nilly over to that point of the map, and there's just so much raw power on that front. And if they do rotate Nilly, then it's even scarier. But if they don't rotate Nilly, Nilly can honestly transition that and translate that into a tower, because the main thing is WoW doesn't have teleport while Nilly does. So with the double teleports on Verdant, it's very easy for them to play the side lanes and then use that teleport to get to wherever they need to at the drop of a hat. On the other side, wow, he's just gonna have to walk over to be able to match any plays, any global plays, I guess is the best way to word it.
Yeah. And you can see that WoW's trying to deny these camps from being counter jungled by Nilly. Essentially what we're seeing is just Nilly walking in, taking camps and pushing in bot side and slowly choking out NORD, right? This is a very standard split push gameplay. And now he's rotating, I believe he should rotate to the opposite side of Dragon, which is probably spawning soon. I can't remember the time, 1 minute 31. So they're probably gonna play it's the TP user top side. Doesn't look like they're going to put Nilly, which indicates to me that he might actually equip up for this dragon, right? And we might just see a standard 5v5, but his item position isn't the best for that. Bork is typically much better in the side lane. Still fine though, like he's unbelievably fed, so he could probably just build full AP. I say that as actually a viable Jax build. You know what I mean? I can completely troll items and still do fine, because he's just so fed. But side lane's being pushed in, standard 1-3-1 being played. I can imagine he's going to move up after this wave and group up and try and find a play. I think they might answer this split push with a Baron, you know?
They might actually look for it. I mean, they've got Kai'Sa with 2 items. It does go down very quickly. There's going to have to be a teleport come out from Nilly, or he's just going to play full side lane. At NORD, they don't feel comfortable doing so. And this is probably them just forfeiting tier 2 tower. I mean, that's a Divine Thunder Bork build on the Jax. He is going to absolutely shred through that tower. NORD actually turn their attention back towards this Baron Nilly. Waiting back, actually, maybe for the wave, maybe for the teleport. Cast comes out from Taxa, does spot them out for the moment. 4k health onto Baron. Fury's going to step forward to try and lock Taxa in place. He jumps in, he misses it, but the Baron's still secured for his team. He has to ult himself, and now the fight is on. Nearly jumps over the wall. Fury stopwatches out. Can he flash the wall in time? He locks them all down, and NORD are running through the fight. It's a quadra kill going over. He can't find the penta. It's denied. Shutdown comes in, Errol goes down, but a triple kill will be his prize. NORD somehow survive with 1 player on the map.
What happened here? They felt obligated to start this to force the TP. You could see that Nilly was uncomfortable to keep pushing, because they were like, we're going to lose this Baron, right? So they started because this is the only option. WoW couldn't recall in time to actually defend this bot lane tier 2, so they just start it and they flip it. And this is the only play they had by now. I don't know what happened. Taxa, the King of Steals, he didn't manage to do it. He tried to E-flash in. Unfortunately, Akabane managed to find that steal. And I think this is where NORD start to bite off a bit more than they can chew. They think maybe the Lissandra passive resets will just secure them the fight if they get the resets. Woolite flashes in, and Errol, kind of the MVP of Verdant here, just managed to keep everything alive, make it a 5-for-4. And in the end, only 1 person has Baron.
I mean, I guess 4 kills onto your Kai'Sa is worth it.
Yeah, it's a little bit good.
I mean, That was 2 items when they started that. Like, literally two flat items, no components. And now, Woolite has got the Phantom Dancer finished up, so they're now 3 items in. Fury's coming in on a flank, actually. They're looking to lock down onto Nilly. Woolite now 5 kills in. All of a sudden, this Kai'Sa has just been accelerated. And I say accelerated, I mean aggressive. Tags are chunked.
Wow, how are they going to use this Baron? I think the only way you do it is like put WoW in mid lane with everyone, and then that way you at least have mid lane tower. I think, oh, this tower is so low. The second they get this, they crack this open, they unlock so many possibilities. The ability to move in and find more paths into the jungle, and then are able to play offside easier, right? But like you said, Woolite is so fed. This game was honestly, you could have considered it over, but they managed to make the only play that would work. And they rushed the Baron and they got it, and now they can actually play the game.
It was a risky play. It was an incredibly risky play, but it has paid off for NORD. That, you know, low chance opportunity has paid dividends. Woolite's going to get himself caught out with the ultimate. They throw down the Moonlight Vigil as well. Kasing is popped by the Flamer, as it looks like now Verdant trying to desperately disengage away. Taxa has that cask in a second. They throw the hook down, but it is going to be blocked up by WoW. Fury jumps over the wall as well. And I think NORD are going to have to look to just disengage away from this. Woolite is full HP, so he can defend the tower if he needs. They've also got a Jack Show on to their tank, but Clyde's going to get himself caught out immediately as they come in with a huge flank over the wall. Fury doing some work, but he's cooked by the laser beam. No more overextensions coming out from NORD here, although Woolite does almost have that ult up and available, but Nilly's coming in. It's going to be tier 1 for tier 1 traded.
The solo laners for Verdant are doing so much work to keep them in the game, right? Like, Nilly fell off in usefulness a little bit ever since that Baron, but Errol, 6-1 now, just had the death cap. I think he just one-shot Fury just there. So, really good stuff. He's managing to keep them in the game, even though they managed to find, NORD managed to find this counter-engage over the Wraith's pit. You can imagine now they're probably going to go back to a 1-3-1 and then prepare for next Drake, because that is sole point for Verdant. But still, I don't know how you answer these side lanes anymore. What happens when Nilly just gets too strong? Who answers him? I don't think anyone can. Maybe Fury can wave clear under the tower, but it's going to get really rough eventually. And Errol in these team fights means that if you take team fights, you're probably going to win anyway. I want to see how he pilots this. You're probably going to have to look for Lissandra and Vi engage onto Errol here. Otherwise, you lose. So I want to see Errol pick up a stopwatch too.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably a pretty big pickup here for Errol. We'll keep our eyes on their inventory. Woolite has just gone back to base and got themselves the Vamp Scepter and a stopwatch. Very smart buy there. Just have that little bit of survivability in the build there for Woolite. He's also now building towards what I assume is going to be a Bloodthirster for themselves. So they have that little bit more safety shielding to work with on that front. See Kevo, he's tanky. He's a tanky boy right now with this build. But only 2 items to the 3 and a bit now onto Woolite. So he is starting to slip behind. He's 2 levels down as well to his counterpart as WoW. He's going to get a little bit of a chunk on from Errol there. Oh, they're not looking for that dive. No.
Looks okay. I think they're just going to back off and decide that they're not going to be able... This tower's really low in the mid lane, right? It is really low. So the only problem is if you walk up, it's just insta-wave clear. That's the power of having a Victor on your team. And you just play wave clear whilst your Jack split pushes. Right? WoW trying to set up some vision, but ultimately this probably won't arrive. Like, you know, nothing will really come of it. There's just too much wave clear for the side of Verdant to the point where, remember what we said, stone wall and play for late. It's just what they're doing again, right? Despite having that mini hiccup on the Baron, not really mini, quite a big hiccup actually, they're still holding on.
Absolutely. I think the main thing is it's weird that this is now when they're stonewalling, because for a while, Verdant, you know, they were just answering the early game of NORD. And they were challenging them. They were fighting them every opportunity effectively available to them. But now it's kind of got to a point where they're going, okay, some of these fights are starting to get a little bit scary. NORD are kind of flexing their team fighting capabilities. Remember, NORD are one of our top teams for the entire season. They've just been on top of the tables, all split long. So you expect them to be very capable when it comes down to these fights. And I think Verdant are now realizing, okay, we probably should just wait, catch our AD carry up to Woolite, make sure that Kevo is actually able to, you know, output as much and survive as long as Woolite is before they get themselves out. But we can see that the dragon spawning up in 20 seconds time. WoW's got some pressure up on that top side of the map, shoved a fairly large wave in. There's another wave that's crashing just behind it, so it feels like Verdant have to send somebody up to go deal with that. They obviously have that teleport to work with, but NORD, they are just quicker on the map, and they're going to move over to this dragon. And honestly, with the state of Woolite, this dragon is just going to be uncontestable. It'll be gone in a moment. And Verdant, they can't answer out with a Baron. It's a little bit too slow on the play for that. So there's dragon number 2 over to NORD, and it's 2 apiece, but Verdant, they're doing it. They're going to try what NORD just did to them. They're going to look for the counterplay. Teleport's coming in on Fury. He's going into that top side of the jungle. They know this is happening, but I think they might be a little bit too slow, a little bit too late. Kasing's getting slowed down. There's the Baron secure already. The fight has to go perfectly here. In jumps everyone else. Woolite jumps over into the Baron pit, and now they're on the wrong side of the wall. Woolite flashes over. Look at the cask. Look at the damage. It's huge. As Akabane can't do anything. Wow's now going to get run down, chased out, and all of a sudden, Verdant, they seize their opportunity. They seize their moment. And they deny NORD everything.
And I don't think they expected how fast the Baron would go down to the red and white guns. It just went down instantly, and they desperately tried to engage, but you could see because of how desperate they were to try and finally engage to stop the Baron, like, it was just so disconnected because Kasing flew in about 10 seconds before anyone else was even able to hit. And then I don't even know what happened to Woolite. You said he got hit by a cask and died. I did not even see that because it must have been so damn fast.
Well, also, massive misplay by Woolite. You'll watch his ult. He ults into the pit where there's only one person and then has to flash over the wall to try and join the rest of the fight. Look, he jumps in onto Nilly here. Nilly just hops over a ward hop. And now, look, he flashes this wall to get over. And now the cask can hit him. Bam. Done.
Oh. And it's just, you could see the time that Fury is buying is not that useful because no one can hit in that time, right? Like, Lissandra ulting yourself into a stopwatch is great. Like, it's absolutely fantastic. It's like 4 seconds of stasis. But if no one's hitting, you're just going to die after. And that's because it was just too late. It was too late. Everyone was too disconnected because they were hitting bot lane turret. And they got cross-mapped on with that dragon and the bot lane turret siege.
Yeah, NORD definitely starting to scratch their heads on what they can do in this game. As this is starting to get a little bit spicy, a little bit harder for them. I wouldn't say they're out. They definitely still have a very fed Kai'Sa. Yeah. Team fights are going to be incredibly hard to navigate. But then, you know, the main thing is they are just using their disengage tools so flawlessly. Absolutely fantastic choice on where the cask lands. Who gets ulted as well? They actually haven't really been ulting Woolite. They've actually been putting focus on either ulting Akabane or WoW early to force the ultimate out, or even just onto Kasing. Just really, really smart decision-making from Clay on who's going to be his target. And all of the outer towers are now down. The Baron's still got a little bit of time left. Not too much, so it looks like it's just going to be a back and spend game here for the side of Verdant. And yeah, now the Bloodthirst is finished up onto Woolite. But the item difference is almost caught up by Kevo at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the key role, right, to take a look at. You have a lot of single target damage on the side of NORD. Absolute ton of it. And dive. So whether or not they could pull off, like, allowing Woolite to free hit a target they managed to pick off single target-wise is key. If they don't manage to do this, if their engage is disconnected in a similar way to Ruddy did in the last series, then they're just not going to win, right? This is the only way they win, is they ult the same targets and they focus the same targets one at a time. Create those Lissandra resets, because that's how their champions work.
Absolutely. Well, for now, I feel like this game's probably going to take a little bit of a breather until we see the next dragon spawn up in 1 minute 20. Nilly's now finished up a stopwatch, so no stopwatch on Errol here. He's actually feeling fairly cold. I'll say that, and then he literally buys a stopwatch. Okay, so there's 4 statuses right now on Verdant.
Oh,
that is really rough. Versus 2 and a GA on NORD. So
yeah,
if a fight goes bad, it might just be because they can't hit anything.
No, absolutely. And the problem is, it just counters NORD's comp so hard. We said this like at the start of the game. The single target is just countered by stopwatch. It's like Vi, Lissandra, and Rakan. They flash on someone, but they've stopwatched, right? And that's their entire kit done. Okay? So the fact that they bought 4, and they have 4 champions who can viably buy these items is just so insane to me. Still think it's winnable. It just looks a little rough. Always looking at those double pickaxes in an Olaf's inventory. I know it builds into Death Stands, but still, that build path is hilarious. Anyway, Dragon up in 1 minute. Dragon.
Oh, they're taking the fight.
I think it's
There's
going,
the
yeah.
Stopwatch on Kev already. The cask has come out. They're going to put the damage onto him. He's going to survive for now. As the GA comes in. Lockdown onto Nilly. Nilly stopwatches himself. These stopwatches are just paying dividends as finally Nilly goes down. The cask goes forward. They're going to get locked in by the gravity field, but they lock everybody else in. And that's the fight NORD needed. That is the opportunity to take this game over. And there it is. Woolite secures the ace for his team. And that might just be game. Death timers are long. They've got a lot of structures to break through, though. Let's see if they can do it.
I think they're going for it. I think you have 40 seconds. I definitely think it's possible. At the very least, you take double Nexus towers, because Sing might not want to attack this tower for very long. But what happened at the end there? WoW was alive for so long. I don't know if you saw. I assumed because the camera panned away that he died, but he just kept going, and they just couldn't burn through him. Both top laners trying to 1v3 the backlines, and WoW comes on top.
And they do this. I think Kevo's up in 9 seconds. This is going to be so risky. You might be right. Just double Nexus towers. Do they overextend? Woolite's got the attack speed. They're going to try for it. This might just be game one for NORD. Kevo has to be a hero here, but he's caught by the knockup, and Woolite's going to do it. He stopwatches the ego play. There it is. Game number 1 to NORD.
What an absolute banger. I don't think he meant to do that. I think he meant to stopwatch after the auto. I definitely think there was a bit of an oops in at the end there. But really, wow, what happened? This was such a back and forth from minute 1. You thought that Verdant were winning, and then you thought NORD were winning after the Baron play. And then it kept happening over and over again. What a banger. I hope we get like 5 games of this.
I am cooked. That was such a stressful ending there by NORD, but that was an absolute banger of a game. Verdant genuinely delivering in that game, but NORD still, they just seem to be a team who, if a small opportunity appears for them, they will leap at it and they will grab it. Just absolutely amazing stuff coming in from NORD. And I mean, we'll have a look at the highlights from this game, because it's like you said, there was a moment where this game just looked so over for NORD.
Yeah, and it was building up the entire time from these counter ganks. I think the biggest one to me was this Cly, the one where Cly was first on the map. Not quite this one, I think it was the one after this, but still, Cly on the map constantly. Fury trying to bail out plays constantly. He definitely deserves MVP, by the way. If he didn't do this the entire time, the early game for NORD would have been disastrous. But this was the play where Akabane gets a nice flash Q, and Cly is there. Whereas you can see Kasing, the support diff is real, right? Kasing is still on the way, and WoW can't do anything because the play just doesn't go well because of numbers diff. So yeah, Cly, if Verdant won this, I think Cly would have been MVP as well. So yeah. I think those are our MVP choices, right? Would you agree, Fury and Cly maybe?
I'm gonna give it to Fury just because they did win. But
I meant if Verdant won.
Yeah, so I think MVP definitely over to Fury.
No, absolutely.
For this game number 1. Just phenomenal stuff. I think Clyde's definitely an honorable mention. I'll be surprised if Clyde doesn't get an MVP at the end of this game, but I think also, I guess an honorable mention goes out to Woolite as well. Like, some of the big fights were down to him just like hard tidying up. He really did play well, and this was the first Baron that went good for NORD. Like, they played this super well, and yes, they did only save Baron onto 1, but I think the quadra kill onto Woolite was infinitely more valuable, because what they got off with that gold was an entire item, and then he was just so strong for the rest of the game off the back of that. And yes, maybe they could have got the same amount of gold if they kept their team alive and used the Baron to kind of control the map, but I just think the quick injection of cash into Woolite was super valuable for them. But these... honestly, Verdant were playing these fights so well as well. Like, this, you can't give that Gragas over. I actually think Taxa did so much work. So I think future games, I feel like Gragas has to be a ban here. Now, quick update for you as well. Verdant chose red side going into game number 2. So I'm curious what you think that's going to mean, because obviously they just played red, but it feels like they're comfortable to be on this side. And I think that makes sense. They counterpick top really well. They just played this game phenomenally. Yeah, so loser chooses side. What's funny about the series between NORD and Riddle is that NORD got blue side 5 games in a row. So they kept choosing blue side and Riddle kept choosing red side whenever the loser could pick. So that's super interesting to me. I think we might actually get the same thing again. If Verdant keep choosing red because they value, for example, counter pick on Nilly or someone else, right? I think that actually could be viable. No, I totally agree. I think red side's probably going to be... Not decent to like blue. I don't know. It's hard to say. I guess we'll find out. Anyway, we are going to throw to a quick break. When we're back with that second game of the series. I need to rest my voice after that game 1 because we could be going all the way to 5. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our second game of this series, and it is delivering. Verdant have just need to found their stride as we got into playoffs, and they are looking very, very good. Sure, they lost that last game, but I have to say they've been showing up, really, really showing up in these games so far. Aragon, what's game 2 gonna look like? Come on, give me some predictions.
Oh, come on, man. That's so difficult. But I think they're performing so well, right? It's crazy. I think even if it's a 3-0 for the side of NORD, you can't say that Verdant didn't perform. Because these games, they look like it could go either way at any point. You know, at the end of the last game, we had the highlights of the game. I was so surprised they were all from one game. It felt like multiple different games because each fight was just so stompy. No, how's game 2 gonna look? Man, that's a hard question. I think we'll see some adaptations. I think Gragas has to go. In the pre-show, I mentioned how I just think Gragas is perfect for Verdant. It's a really good champion in general, obviously. But it's also just insane for Verdant because of the way they like to play, which is stonewalling and disengage style compositions. Right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely think that's gonna be the case.
I mean, it's weird though, because like we expected them to stonewall early, but actually what ended up happening was they played that game really aggressive early, and then they stonewalled in the kind of mid game, but it's / early late, I guess. But they were matching every play that NORD wanted to make early. I think that Gragas has to be banned. It was so powerful, and we sang praises to Clay. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Errol just kind of one-shotting people with the Victor, but I genuinely think Taxa was had such an outstanding performance in that game, and just bought so much space and room, and he dictated who was in the fight and who wasn't, because he put the cask in the middle, send half the team out, half the team in, just murder the front line, and then they just run onto the back line, or even deliver the back line in some cases. Taxa played that game really well on the Gragas. So I would like to see them drop the Gragas, ban the Gragas on the side of NORD. The side selection is exactly the same as well. So Verdant are on the red, NORD are on the blue side going into this next game. So we'll see whether or not that actually affects, and how that affects what this is going to look like going into this next picks and bans.
Yeah, no, and I think you touched on it briefly. I just want to highlight Clay. Honestly, please take away his Nautilus. From the start of the season, I said his Nautilus is insane. It's by far his best champion, and it's really unfortunate we didn't get to see Clay on more engaged champions earlier on, because I think he's really good at roaming, right? He's really good at it. From the start, it was my favorite iteration. Yes, Stonewall picks normally, but you could Stonewall through counter ganks, so that's why he's exactly what he did, through roams and stuff like this. But I do think we might get, in some ways, a salty run back, not in terms of identical drafts, but in terms of playstyle. I think WoW is going to say something like, guys, I survived, we won, it's okay. And on the other side, Verdant might be like, guys, it was so close. If we just do the same thing, but not with those hiccups, we might win again. So in some ways, I think we'll definitely see a heavy topside game again.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to get to pick the bands. Come on, press the button, let's go. I want to see what they're picking up. I feel like we'll probably still see the Caitlyn, we'll probably still see the Draven. The third ban wasn't Sejuani, it was something else, wasn't it? I can't remember what their third ban was from.
Annie,
of course.
Which is expected.
Yes, so you kind of expect that. It feels like this Olaf may need to be adapted now. I think Nilly's proven that he's capable of playing through this lane. And yes, that does kind of come down to just a really good read from Taxa, hanging around that top side. And, it was nearly 1v3 outplaying. Oh, no, he had Clay and everyone. Yeah. Okay, regardless. They read that play well, and they shut down the early snowball of the Olaf by making sure that WoW got behind. And then the follow-up one, and then the follow-up play after that, play after play after play, just went super wrong for NORD in the top side. And, when you're trying to play through that lane, and then that lane kind of runs it a little bit, and, maybe not deliberately running it, obviously, but, more in the sense that the game was not going the way they wanted it to go, because it was just being shut down every time. They were read like a book on that game. So I was curious to see if there's going to be any changes. But so far, the Varus is going to get banned away again, as we did see in the previous game. Let's see what Verdant are going to look to take away.
Yeah, standard Varus 1-2 ban. They perma-banned it for so many games in a row now. It's not surprising. It kind of gives you uncounterable lane phase, because you can almost always guarantee support counter pick 2. And it's just a really strong pick, right? And I wonder if they'll drop the Draven ban, right? Because I really just want to see Woolite on Draven. I think NORD play so well through it, but they might just keep the same bans, because I do think that's the best way NORD play, is from mid into bot. But it looks like I said, salty run back, we might get identical bans. So far is the same thing. You'd expect power picks like Annie to be banned still. Annie, once again, probably the best champion on the patch, at least in pro. It's obviously debatable. But no, there it is. It might be the Draven, Draven ban given up. I'm not sure what they'd replace that with. What popped off last game? Maybe they don't want to see the Vi again because of the dive compositions that they can craft with it. I think that could be
actually
be a
think,
chance.
you know, we were singing the praises of lots of Verdant players and a few of the NORD players there, but I do think Akabane's kind of constant target selection onto Kevo did make Kevo's life really hard. Like, that last fight was defined by the fact that Kevo burnt stopwatch before the fight even started because Akabane jumped on him immediately, burnt the stopwatch, then Akabane kind of just bought time with his GA, and then the actual fight ensued, and Kevo didn't have stopwatch or flash, and he was dead. So Olaf is going to be the ban there from Verdant. So this does leave the Jax open for WoW if they want to take that. But
and Draven.
Maybe. Oh, and Draven. Maybe there's something planned here by Nilly. Obviously, the Gragas can be played into this Jax as well, so they could look just to play that as a kind of top lane matchup in that front. We'll see what they go for. But so far, other than the Draven ban, we are sticking to what we had in the previous game.
It might be Draven Rakan, right? So the thing is, an adaptation they made in another series was that they picked Draven and then the Rakan, and then they're completely fine with leaving the Draven on the island, because eventually the way this iteration of Draven is, you don't necessarily need to stomp lane, right? Because eventually you're going to cash out anyway, right? And you're just going to get a gold injection of a bajillion gold. So that because of the execute on the ultimate, but maybe they don't go for that. I think they really should. I think Rakan is just such an incredible champion and works so well with Vi, and that's exactly what they're going to go for. You'd imagine that on the other hand, now Verdant are going to match with AD carries. What do you pick into this? Do you just pick Ezreal, or like do you pick another role and let AD carry get pinched? Not many AD carries are banned, so you could go for that. It looks like Cassiopeia's been locked in though. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that is correct. I actually like that pick as well. You know, it stops a team that want to jump forward and run at you. The Miasma completely shuts that down, denies that entirely. So I actually think that's a really, really good ban here. Pick up here for Errol. We saw him have success on it as well versus Ruddy. So it's been a kind of go-to pick for them on that front. Now we're seeing the bans have got probably more mid-focus. The Akali getting taken away. I'm curious what the mid lane is going to be here from Fury. He could go for the likes of the Victor himself this time. Or, you know, I'm trying to think who else. You got like Syndra, obviously with the Vice, super good like duo on that front.
Yeah, so the Syndra ban's a very good shout. I think there are, like, you typically with Vi, you want to pick single target follow-up on ultimates, right? So typical like pairings are stuff like Talia, Ahri, Syndra, like you said, stuff like this. I think Talia could be a shout here. There's a lot of gap closers on the side of Verdant. Not sure how that lane phase goes exactly. You're the mid lane, maybe you could fill me in, but that is a very good pairing in isolation. It's all good. I
don't play Talia. I'll be real with you. For like a year and a half, I perma-banned Cassiopeia. I literally hated laning into Cass. So I'm really bad with Cass matchups because I just didn't see them for a long time. And I totally forgot like what whole lot of matchups that like, look, I'm a LeBlanc player. For a while, Miasma was the bane of my existence. Anyway, final ban going to be the Cassante here from the side of NORD. Darius was banned on the other side. Now seeing what the blind pick is going to be here, assuming it's going to be that AD carry.
There it is.
Like you're saying, Kevo looked really good on that Ezreal. It's a comfortable go-to. It's a little bit safer as well because you've got the Arcane Shift. So just going to be the lock-in there for them. Now over to NORD. What are they going to look to try and pick up here into this Cassiopeia and blind into the top lane? They could honestly just go for a traditional tank here and play something that can kind of play frontline. Now that they lock that Veigar in, I actually really would like to see, you know, a tank and not a fighter getting locked in here. A lot of zone control, though. Sion would be amazing. Sion, Ornn, anything that can kind of like comfortably play out that front line, but also start fights for the team.
Yeah, so the thing is with Sion, typically when you pick a tank like Sion, you're looking at how much DPS they have. They do have a Cassiopeia, so it's a little bit scary, but Ezreal can't really kill tanks that well. I don't think they're going to go for Gangplank. It doesn't make much sense. And
they do.
Let me eat my words. Like, the ultimate doesn't get as much value. I guess you could drop it onto the Cassiopeia, but you can't really get too much value versus the Ezreal. It is a blind pick, though, so maybe he just feels comfortable picking Gangplank here, just in case it's a Gragas top lane as well, and he doesn't feel like Nilly can counterpick. I'd imagine we'll see something like a Gnar come out, but Gangplank does counter that. Maybe if they want to play through topside, Nilly will play something like a Camille, even though in isolation it's not that great. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. They value having a frontline, even more frontline with the DPS champions in Cassiopeia, front to back, standard gameplay, and they're going to lock in Sion for Nilly.
I mean, it's interesting actually, because obviously, if you've been playing League recently, you've seen what this Sion is like. Like Heartsteel Sion just has infinite health and is disgusting to play into. You know, Draven is typically quite a bursty champion. I know he technically has uptime as long as he keeps his axes going, but with the amount of CC and displacement, once he drops those axes, his DPS completely falls off a cliff. So I feel like it's going to be really hard for Will.i to actually burst through Nilly. GP, I guess, is going to be their answer in that front. Veigar is there, but, you know, you're not really going to be wanting to, like, throw a full combo onto Nilly as Veigar. You'd rather be using that on Errol or Kevo or people like that. But I think the main thing that NORD have got with this team is zone control. Like, a phenomenal amount of zone control. You think about Barons and Dragons and areas like that, you just put the cage down, an entire part of the river's basically shut down. Yeah. You've got if you somehow get past that, then you've got to get through the Rakan CC, you've got to get through the Vi. You know, there's lots of ways in which they can stop teams coming at them. And when you're playing that disengaged team for Verdant, that's actually a bit of a pain because you want them to be coming at you. But on the other side, NORD are also kind of just full on denying people from coming at them as well. So it's a bit of an interesting draft where both teams have capabilities to disengage and buy space in fights. Yeah. So the question is, who's going to start these fights?
I do think NORD will probably start the fights because they do have Snap Engage again, right? They do have that Vi Rakan combo, and then they can also plop a Gangplank out underneath it. So I definitely think that's a really nasty combo, and it'll just one-shot anyone. They really do like these Vi combos. I wonder if in Game 3 we'll see a Vi ban come out, because I really do think Vi's broken, right? You have all these pairings. Even Vi plus Veigar isn't that bad. You drop a cage. I will say about Veigar, just a change if people didn't realize. Veigar's been rising up in priority because of the range buffs to his Q and I believe his W. And it made his hard matchups a lot more playable and his easy matchups a lot better because he can farm from range and laning phase now, and it's generally not as painful. And we're seeing it rise a lot more, and it does offer a good setup. We're seeing Veigar Lee. You know, I haven't seen Veigar Vi personally myself, but still, it makes a lot of sense, and I'm glad to see it. But like you said, a lot of zone control coming out. I'm excited to see these team fights because I think that's where we're going to see the most action.
I think you are correct on that front. For now, teams are just going to be playing it a little bit chill. Yeah. Cheeky little invade there from Verdant, or scouting mission more than an invade, I guess. To spot out what's going on, but not going to be able to find too much. And we'll see now what the game plan is going to be. Are we going to see any early action this time, or is this maybe going to be a little bit more of a relaxed start? Because that was quite a bloodthirsty start to the last game. A very bloodthirsty start.
So I think this will be a bit slower. This one will be a bit slower. You don't have tools to directly shut down a bot lane, right? Despite having a strong lane phase. What we're looking at with Draven here is a case of him just farming up, getting 1 million stacks, and then cashing out eventually, getting like 1,000 gold for free in the mid game. And that's the strength of Draven right now. Fun fact, Draven Bounty actually doesn't scale with KDA. Sorry, bounties in general don't scale with KDA. Sorry, I will start again. They don't scale with gold you have. Okay, they scale with how many kills you have and kills you have, right? So if you have a lot of gold from Draven Bounty, you don't actually get a bounty, right? You don't get a proper bounty in itself, and that makes Draven really OP. I remember Den Voxney talking about that. That was the most scuffed way to explain it, but I hope I got my message across.
You know what? I actually have no idea what you're talking about.
We'll move on. We'll absolutely move on. It came out like word salad. It's completely fine. But top lane will be a little bit volatile. This is actually a Sion favorite matchup early, especially since the buffs. He has a lot of damage now on his kit, and it was actually a decent matchup in the past too. And I personally, whilst I think WoW's Gangplank is good, it's not as good as his other champions. He did get a quadra kill, so maybe I'll eat my words in the past games.
Maybe. Well, I mean, we'll have to see. I feel like, it was an interesting pickup to go blind when the Sion was open. I actually would have preferred him on the Sion and, you know, playing that kind of matchup. I believe the Gnar was banned as well, so, you know, he couldn't have picked that into it. So, like you said, with the GP now not being quite as comfortable in this matchup as maybe used to be, Nilly you get infinite health on Sion. Obviously, you get it from your W, but then you get, like, Heart Seal, which gives even more health, and I mean, look, he just is blocking entire barrels already with that shield, and that's a level 1 shield. So it's already, you know, it's going to be a match where, like, wow, he's not there to really do anything versus Nilly. He's there just to farm Q, stack that coal, and get his items ASAP. Get that Essence Reaver, get that Navari, and then, you know, hopefully hit one of those kind of key barrels onto Errol or onto Kevo.
Yeah, and we could see that WoW's actually getting punished a little bit. Doesn't matter in the end. He should be able to get to a point where he can recall with Sheen. He is by now, so maybe he'll have to recall earlier. So honestly, really good from Nilly. I think he can still afford it because he's probably running Futures Market, and from those CS numbers, it does look like it. Taxa is actually looking for potentially a dive. I don't think this is possible. So looks like it's just going to be vision down, and we're going to go back to our farming. It is going to be a slow game. There really aren't that many avenues of engage. I think Cly on this Nautilus might make a roam up later, or maybe they can look something bot lane, but realistically, I doubt it.
Yeah, I think you're right on that front. Ooh, Errol. Oh, God, I hate Cass. You haven't had my Cass rant, but I absolutely loathe Cass. It's same with, like, Vladimir to me. Like, they're two champions who drive me nuts because they do way too much damage for champs that are meant to scale.
Yeah, no, I completely understand.
And the worst thing, I'm broken now already. But the worst thing is Vlad, where like, oh, he also has sustain. When he gets the Empower Transfusion, it's like, oh, you just lose trades versus this champion, and you probably should just win versus early. It's kind of the point.
Yeah,
drives me mad. Anyway, I'm gonna move on before I shatter my mental talking about two champions I dislike. I love Draven. I genuinely love Draven.
Yeah.
I don't like playing into Draven or playing with Dravens, but I do love watching Draven. I think this champion is so fun to watch. I mean, the power this champion has, the kind of constant shove you always are going to have, as they actually flash in onto Woolite. They're looking for the fight already. The Ignite Zone, he's got the adrenaline burning as he's trying to get out. Has got the belly bop onto two, though. Woolite flashes away. The slow's so big. The exhaust goes down. He hasn't got the stand aside yet. Woolite's still alive. He dodges the Q. That was gorgeous by Woolite. A beautiful backstep on Kevo's Q. And they played that really, really well.
And it looked so close, right? Taxa almost got that E flash in. It was so surprising that they didn't even flash it preemptively. It was really, really good setup from Taxa. On top of that, Cly managing to flash forward and get that engage. We said that this could be the lane where action could happen, and it has, right? So no flash now for Woolite and Kasing. Going forward, with the Hex Splash on the Nautilus, it could be another gank around 2.
Fury does the old back turn to the Cassiopeia. Not today. Dodging away on that petrifying gaze, but at the end of the day, is still down level, so probably just wanted to scratch that farm and see. Can we quickly pop over to Veigar, actually? I'm curious where we're at on the old stack front. 44, so 88 AP right now. Not bad.
No. Not bad.
I'm always bad with Nasus and Veigar. Like, what is a good number at what point in the game? That's always something I really struggle with.
Yeah, I think it depends on matchup, right? Did you like something I found out earlier? By the way, did you know that his W scales, like the cooldown scales with how many stacks he has? This might be super noob. I had no idea. Like what?
That's such a noob mechanic there, man.
I had no idea. I had no idea.
So my first champion in the game was Shyvana, and it took me a year to know that her W gave her movement speed. Like, back when I first started playing, I just didn't read the ability. I just saw like twirly fire on my feet. That's cool. I didn't realize it gave movement speed as well.
I feel like there are so many of these things where you just don't realize, you know, like in so many champions that just maybe are lesser played. Because Shyvana and Veigar, for the most part, they're not usually meta, right? So I think we can let ourselves, you know, off a little bit. But disengage.
Woolite hasn't got flash. Oh,
where did Nilly come from?
He's dodging everything, but he's got too many people on him. First blood picked up, and down they go. As much as they went down there, Woolite is just dodging so much.
Whilst talking about Veigar and Shyvana, we didn't notice that Nilly had somehow ended bot lane. Did he walk down? I'd love to see a replay of that because somehow I just missed that.
They got Errol. They got Errol as well. He does have that Petrine Gaze coming up in a second, but it's not going to happen. Akabane secures the kill. So ultimately, they trade out, and they're going to be okay with that one.
Managing to find something off the back of it. Look at that wave down bot side. They might not manage to catch it, fortunately enough, but after a really good play from Nilly, he must be really sad right now because he sacrificed a few CS to get that, and he walks bot lane, and even still, they still die, using the power of that pick with the Veigar cage and the Vi ultimate just being so broken. It just secures kills every single time at level 6, and Akabane managing to make it work again.
Yeah, really nice there from Akabane, and Fury obviously with that primordial burst securing the kill onto Taxa. Oh no, Taxa's been seen on the Herald. So immediately he's going to have to think about disengaging that. But actually, Herald is in the area. They don't have the cannon barrage because that was used in the previous fight. And it actually just looks like for the side of NORD, they've invested quite a lot. So they don't see the point in potentially just giving this up and dying for the Herald. So they're just going to walk away and let the side of Verdant pick this one up for free. The Taxa should just be able to get a freebie. The question is where are they going to use that? And is there going to be any kind of return play?
Yeah. Interestingly, Taxa was actually level 5 at that dragon, so it didn't matter that they were down ultimates, ultimately, because, they were down ultimates, but Taxa was level 5, so maybe they could have contested that. They ultimately said, no, we don't want to, and they're going to look for a cross map onto bot side. Woolite managing to zone off this wave. You're quite sad of your Kever here, but maybe you'll just be able to snipe some minions off with Q. Still, not too much happening here. Just NORD, Fury, and Akabane moving as a duo. This is what I wanted to see. I think NORD are at their best when they're moving is a mid jungle down to bot side and playing through that Draven. I think they've got the dream comp, to be honest. The Cage coming down guarantees some stacks. If he lands an ability, doesn't look like it's managing to land, even with those range buffs. And we're going to go back to farming.
Yeah, I was able to get a W, but I don't believe W gives stacks, actually. It's been a while since I played Vega.
I think it's any ability.
Is it any ability?
Including Cage.
Hey, man, look, you didn't know that W got increased, cooldown increased
I
by
bet I'm completely wrong, by the way.
I thought it was just Q, but you could be right.
Yeah.
I thought it was just, I don't know.
Every ability.
It's been such a long time since I've played Vega. I mean, we used to have Vega show up as a support for a while, at least in the UK scene. So it's not like I should be versed in it, but, you know, sometimes my brain doesn't work. What can I say? Anyway, Akabane is looking for something down in the bot lane, but Taxa's already been in the area and put a Ghost Ward down. So it's going to be a little bit hard to make a play there. That did deny Taxa from heralding on the bot side. And I think right now, it's on Akabane to now read Taxa and see where he goes to stop any like plays into heralds coming out and losing like a serious chunk of plates. So as you can see, it feels like Akabane is just always like a step behind Taxa and is just ready to show up if Taxus decides to start something. They're both pretty much always mirrored on their points of the map. And luckily for Akabane, all of the camps are pretty much gone, so it's going to be easy for him to kind of read and make this play. As it does look like Taxa may actually look to try and come up into the mid lane and maybe place a Herald. Clyde's roaming down as well. There's a flash, there's a cast, there's the flash out from Fury. He dodges everything.
Well, managing to survive the entire squad, holding that wave to last hit easily, but the Rift Herald is coming down. I've got to wonder if there was a time limit on that Herald. I didn't quite catch to see how much longer there was, but they feel like they need to use it right now, cracking that mid lane turret. I can understand that. Unfortunately, it doesn't do that much damage since the nerfs to the first Herald. Regardless, Herald down, dragging up soon. Let's see how they prepare Vision. Rakan moving in, Kasing on this Rakan moving in to secure Vision right now. Rakan extremely safe as a Vision placer. If he face checks someone and gets scared, he can instantly W out or E out, right? It's extremely easy, so you can expect him to go get some deep Vision right now off of the recalls of Verdant as well.
Absolutely. Well, this game's definitely taken a slower pace.
Definitely, yeah.
Compared to the previous game. Mostly because both teams aren't just running it into top side and just looking to fight endlessly.
I do miss it, though. I do miss it.
I miss it in a way, yeah. My voice is happy, but, you know, it gets to be saved at least for now. But I do expect at some point this game to blow wide open. 10 seconds until Dragon. Honestly, that could be a big moment as well. It's going to take a fully charged Q there, but wow, look at the damage he's doing. I don't think he wants to use Cannon Barrage, actually throwing it down in the mid lane instead as they trade out 1-for-1. Support, though, getting a kill onto Fury, really, really big, because Fury's just used Teleport as well, so he will not be able to TP into any future action that does break out, as Woolite has to be a little bit careful here. Is going to get spotted out by that ward.
Ultimately, managing to find a pick on the mid lane with that Vi ultimate, really, really significant. It's just so easy to do, right? When you have Rakan, when you have Vi, you both go on the same target, the target instantly dies with any kind of follow-up. But it looks like Verdant might be contesting this. Taxa
no smite.
Almost has ulti.
He's got no smite. They get the stand aside onto Taxa. He flashes. Woolite flashes the barrel, getting the kills as well. But now he's in danger. He has to fight somehow 1 versus 3. Kasing says, nope, I'm out of there. And pieces out over the wall.
And Verdant managed to secure it. Fury just wasn't anywhere close. I'm not sure if he died before this fight, but still, 3v4, Woolite with a nice flash, but ultimately then he's stuck in the pit and he just cannot get out. And Verdant securing the first dragon despite NORD being the ones to start it up.
Yeah, when Fury did get killed mid lane, they traded Clyde for Fury. And Clyde, obviously, with the spellbook, had teleport on cooldown, couldn't get back into the lane. And ultimately, is going to have to move away. He's got himself the Leandri's Torment here. So obviously looking for that burn, that health percent burn. I think that will help when you're playing versus the likes of Nilly. But also, crucially, that passive cooldown reduction means he can just spam Q and cages, more importantly, later on in the game. Because those cages for zone control are going to be super, super big. As WoW experienced every GP player's pain there.
The barrel contest. Super skill expressive. I think this is just going to be a turret play, right? Or is he too scared to go get it? I think he might be too scared with this almost 2 item spike. Wow, that Heartsteel proc, man.
Heartsteel
Sion does
is-
too much damage, you know? I'm part of the Church of Sion. I think he's unbelievable right now, but that was
Heartsteel
a
is
lot
not
of damage.
okay. It's not
Yeah.
an okay item, man. It's just not alright.
Ow.
Not a fan. Anyway, see if any action is going to be looking to break out. We've got the Herald spawning fairly soon, so maybe the teams are going to look to put some attention towards there. Nilly was moving into the river just in case a fight did break out. He saw the Vi, and he was a bit scared that maybe Kevo gets jumped onto, so he was just in position to ult in if something did break out. Ultimately, nothing does happen. Both teams are just going to step away and just contest this vision. Meanwhile, Errol just on split push duty as the group of people for NORD in the mid lane kind of basically just gave Errol a free shove and a bit of a CS denial to Fury.
Yeah, and they're moving in for this second Herald. Second Herald is generally really valuable, especially for cracking mid when you can't walk up and hit it, which I think Verdant are having a bit like a hard time doing, especially with all the wave clear with barrels, you know, Vigar cage, they can't necessarily walk in because they're scared of getting picked. So this Herald really helped them crack open mid, because mid lane turret is incredibly important if you want to continue to make plays in the enemy jungle. This tower, I think it's just going to go. Now, with that barrel contest, Nilly could probably just walk up and hit it. So it looks like First Blood turret is going to go over to the side of Verdant. Nilly taking it solo, getting the better of WoW in this laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a brick wall, Sion. It's such a brick wall champion. It's very hard to get through. And, you know, I think until that last Whisper's picked up by WoW, he's really going to struggle. But you kind of have to go Navari. It's kind of the law to go Navari second. Obviously, just to keep your barrel stacks up after. Are we on the nerf where the barrels are all 18 seconds?
Yes, I believe we're on 13.5.
So we are on that nerf. So Navari is hyper important now, because it used to be 18 and it goes to like 12. I'm about to hold that because the fight's breaking out. The cage goes down. Kevo's flashed onto. Kasing's going to try and keep the pressure up. The cask is huge. Kasing dodging away, and Akabane will lose his life. The true shot barrage from Kevo saves the day as mid falls as well. NORD fumbling the fight.
And this is exactly why I want Ezreal banned. It's so good at avoiding engages like this, which is exactly what NORD need, right? Akabane going in on this Vi needs to be followed up instantly by Kasing, but Kasing goes on another target because he can't quite reach Kevo just because of the distance that the Arcane Shift and Flash can cover. Unfortunate, if they're not all on the same target, they don't layer that cage, the Rakan knockup, and the Vi ultimate, they just can't kill anyone, and then they automatically lose the fight. It's exactly the same as last game.
I also think that was, you know, because of how much distance was covered, Fury couldn't get the cage down to pin Kevo in place. Like, if that cage went down, Kevo dies because he would have got caught in the cage. He'd already used Shift and Flash, at which point Fury just presses R and he's popped. But because of that, just that distance, like you said, that distance covered made it so hard for them to follow up. And that's almost like the curse, the blessing and the curse of the Vi. She'll always follow, but I mean, she'll always follow. So in that case, goes a little bit too far away from the team and nothing they could do.
Well, we've all seen Vi's who ult someone and that someone flashes into their turret and Vi just goes under in the turret, you know, and it just goes all terribly. It's pretty much that in a nutshell, but you could see, because of the level of engage for both sides, teams are just kind of playing ARAM because they're too afraid their team will get engaged on, right? They just need someone to shadow permanently. Dragon going up, Akabane looks like he doesn't want to contest. Instead, what NORD have decided they're going to do, because they can't find that pick before Dragon, or don't think they can fight necessarily, they're going to cross map onto top side. Maybe play for that tier 2 turret and the red buff, play for top lane camps, you know, make sure they get something here.
It's going to be a little hard, though, because Nilly's moving over into the area. As actually, it looks like maybe NORD are feeling comfortable to step up. They got teleport on WoW and Nilly, and Dragon's spawned up, and it looks like the resets are coming in. NORD, they don't feel comfortable contesting. So Dragon number 2 for the side of Verdant will get picked up by them. And they're one step closer towards this Ocean Soul. But this game is remarkably different to game number 1, which was just a bit of a kind of fanfare music, absolutely just kind of carnage. This second game, definitely a lot more macro focused. And I think that's part due just to the teams, but also I think partly because NORD probably expected this to be a pretty easy win. I think looking at this, they probably went, okay, well, Verdant, you know, they beat Ruddy for whatever reason, Ruddy through, but they had the expectation that they were probably going to win this. And you could see that game 1, they felt so comfortable. Blind picking the Olaf, and, you know, they felt like they had a plan of how they were just going to 3-0 this day. But Verdant challenged them. So I think, you know, NORD are now playing a little bit more cautiously. because they weren't expecting Verdant to show up in the manner they have.
No, absolutely. I also think it's the nature of the compositions too. It's just so hard. Look at the level of disengage on the carries of Verdant, right? How do you actually engage onto them? Because they have so much peel innately in their kits, right? With the miasma and the arcane shift, as well as the champions around them having loads of disengage, which makes it incredibly hard to actually engage. On top of that, Ezreal actually outranges everyone on NORD's team. So I think it's a bit of a tall task to try and find picks on him, and I imagine we're not going to see that bounty taken for a long time until like one of the later dragons.
Yeah, but I think you're probably going to be right on that front. It does feel like this is just going to be a farm and stack game, but a couple of things to kind of note means Woolite will be getting a whole bunch of stacks on that Adorations, which means that could be a big cash payout at some point. If it comes too late, it might not really matter, but there is a point where, you know, he wins a team fight, he gets a kill, especially if he kills Kevo. The amount of gold he's going to get is going to be brutal. So we'll have to keep our eyes on him on that front. On the other side, you got GP, who's just passively gets more gold because of his Q. Fury stacking up as well. I would like to, again, have a quick check-in on where he's at. He's currently got 376 AP, 212 stacks on the Veigar, so pretty healthy at this point. As Clay is flashing out. The cannon barrage comes down. Akabane was completely scattered on the play there. That was a lot of ults invested. They just invested 4 ultimates for a support who flashed out and lived.
Right, so I thought I was getting deja vu, because typically when we see Clay try to get vision in topside river, he's often just inting, right? Like, he'll often just die, but he's so tanky and they're so far ahead that just doesn't happen. Akabane still tries to force the engage. I don't think they can contest this, you know? They have nothing to contest with. They could drop a Gangplank ulti on top of this, except it's not even on cooldown.
They used it.
This is a free Baron.
Can a hero play come in? Fury needs to land a brilliant cage. It's going to block nothing as Kasing is popped. Fury's still alive. He gets a primordial burst out, but trades out with his own life. Baron's been stopped, but at what cost? WoW is now in danger. The flash from Taxa. Woolite can't even get the cash out. Can he find it? Yes! Here comes the gold. The True Shot Barrage chunks through Woolite's health bar. And there is everybody down. The kill away from Akabane.
Kevo?
He lost all of his team. Kevo just about survives it. I don't think they can contest Baron anymore, but oh my word. Demolish on Nilly is smashing towers.
And it all starts with them trying to make a pick onto Clay, right? That one pick in the start, burning all their ultimates, trying to pick off the support. Because if you do get a kill there, that's Baron secured. Right, a pick near Baron equals Baron, right? But unfortunately, it doesn't work out. Maybe they find a pick on the Fury and turn it into a Baron, though. I just don't think they have the damage. And now that Errol's here, it's definitely going to have to be a disengage. But still, that entire fight was just so sad because, unfortunately, Nilly managed to find a really nice flank onto Nord's backline. Rakan, Kasing just couldn't move, and he just falls. So I really hope we get a replay here to see that.
Yeah, it's just so much CC layered. Like, luckily for Fury, he killed Clay, I guess. That's, like, the one thing. But, like...
yeah.
Investing all that for a chunk onto Clay, probably not the greatest feeling in the world, but we will see the play again. Oh, no, we won't, because it looks like we might be setting up for another bit of action. Cast comes in, Hook goes down, they throw everything in, and that is going to be one dead Cassiopeia. The cask is here, in comes Sion. Woolite needs to step away, he's got the Infinity Edge now, so the damage is there. And look at the health bar on Nilly, it's evaporated, shut down to Woolite, and a massive injection of cash gifted over. They will take out the zombie just in case he finishes anybody up. The cage comes in onto Kevo. He's not going to get himself caught out. And Baron is going to get started here. Oh, wow. That burst was huge. Taxa wants to get over the wall. So Fury's going to have to put the cage down before he can get into the pit. Or this could just be it. This could just be a steal from Taxa. Has he got enough fuel in the tank? Taxa gets himself caught out, but he's not going down. He jumps into the cask, and they're going to look to finish him up. But the Baron is actually getting kills for the side of Verdant already, as Kevo has finished up the support. Wow's looking for the barrels. He's going to miss it, as Clyde's going to look to try and finish him up. Wow, finds one, dodges the Q, dodges the W. He's going to get shifted again, goes for the barrels. He misses, but Errol's clipped and caught. Baron secured.
Nilly?
NORD are in danger. Woolite, what have you done? You have forsaken yourself, as he does not have the damage. There's the kill onto Errol. Kevo's going to heal up. Woolite, he's just tickling Nilly's health bar as he is done. Shut down for Nilly.
Does Kasing have Baron? Have they just done the exact same thing as game 1 where they have no Barons after taking it? I think they bit off more than they chew, you know? I'd love to see, again, a replay of this because it just
Kasing's
feels
got
like
it.
the fighting never ends. He's got the Baron. Okay, so I think what we want to see now is just running it down mid lane, using that Baron, cracking open that tier 1 tower to make sure they crack open this turret. Maybe they can even contest this, but I don't think they can. Woolite's just not alive. But how did that even start? I think there was a mid-game pick with Vi and just the snap engage.
They killed Errol.
Yeah, it's just a one-shot through the Archangel shield and the Roa tankiness because of the power of that snap mid-lane engage. And it's just so strong. Fury?
He's got himself the death cap. He has flash. He needs to throw it down. He doesn't realize he flashes into the cage. Oh, Fury just pops. The health bar attacks her. Clyde's coming in on the flank. They've got the cannon barrage. They've got the damage of the Clyde. They're going to finish him up as the whirling death rips through. Nilly's health bar is going a little bit too low here. And now that Fury has that death cap, his AP is through the roof. And he is starting to be a real problem.
And it's just so heartbreaking for Verdant. 2 games in a row now, they've had a lead, and then suddenly they just randomly lost. It feels like a combination of getting picked and just being out-team fought mechanically. What do you do when that's the problem? You can maybe look backwards and say we could have gotten more fed here, but it's just so unfortunate and disheartening for Verdant.
So,
wow.
Fury is just shy of 700 AP.
Don't say that.
683. He's about to go back to base. Let's see what he buys. Okay, he bought a ruby crystal, so don't worry. He doesn't.
You hype me up, man.
He doesn't go any higher. Just buys the ruby crystal. It's obviously building towards his Seraphs now to keep him a little bit safer, give him that AP, well, that mana shield, give him a bit of survivability. But for now, that is a scary Veigar. Errol though, on the cast, honestly, if he finds a Q onto Woolite, Woolite's in serious danger. He's going to get just mega slowed down, and he won't be able to move. And I mean, Woolite now 3 items. He's got himself the Immortal Reminder. He's got the Lord Doms. He's got the Infinity Edge and the Kraken Slayer. There's a lot of burst now coming out from NORD, and I think that's quite scary. Is Cask is used just to disengage for now. It looks like NORD are just going to look to try and step back after taking tier 2. Nilly not really going to be able to find an angle on the Scion there, but Clyde is in either
no man's land.
An insane pick here, or he is about to get himself taken out as he gets to the ult off on to 1 for the moment. Fury, I think you might be dead, my friend, as he is picked up.
What a flank from Cly on this Nautilus. Honestly, he just comes up with the most creative stuff every game. I absolutely love it. I really want them to take away this Nautilus. He's so good on it. But yeah, that long con flank, it finds them pick, and maybe it'll even skill them the tier 2 tower. This could be what they need to get back in the game.
Yeah, it looks like it probably will result in a tier 2 tower. I don't think it's going to be result in anything else. There is still a GP who can basically one-shot this tower, this wave of minions, although it's holding those barrels. There goes the wave. They are going to keep the pressure up. They jump in. They get everything onto Akabane. He launches in. Kasing finds the knockup. The cannon barrage is doing work here. It's doing numbers. Woolite gets the damage off, and it's secured by their GP. Wow. Putting in some work with that collector. 4 items on GP. The TP's coming in, and here comes Fury. Kevo shifts over the wall. If he can spot him with a cage, he's in danger. The exhaust comes down. Kevo shifts over. He saves the day. The Primordial Burst doesn't finish him up. He has to stopwatch. Akabane will finish Kevo. He gets the kill, finds the shutdown. Nearly falls as well, as Woolite is in danger. They missed the knockup. Is Woolite going to be able to live? No! Nelly takes him down. This game is just the circus.
It's absolutely bonkers. I love it. What even happened? I think so. There was a huge mini game, a mind game there, where Nilly saw that Akabane on this Vi was charging up the Q and was about to dash in, and Nilly interrupted that Vi Q with his ultimate. I'm thinking they found a pick onto Akabane, but then Akabane had stopwatch to bail himself even more out of that, and the whole fight just turns after that. It just turns into a complete wipe for Verdant. We can see here. So watch Nilly cancel Akabane's Q. Right here. I believe he's going to start charging it up. Nilly's going to ultimate. And then this whole fight, you'd think Akabane was caught, but then it just turns into a one-shot. Woolite flashes forward into a Cassiopeia R. It doesn't matter. He's under tower, taking too much damage, like you said, from that cannon barrage. And eventually the flank. It's quite funny that he's still exhaust after this entire fight. Kevo still had exhaust and exhausted Fury, so he died 1v1. But manages to set up the kill for Akabane, and in the end, it's NORD favored.
honestly, hats off to Kevo. Because obviously when you've got that not Quicksilver Sash, when you got the Quick Blades, the Navari, every auto attack refunds your other non-ultimate abilities. The main thing there was also your Q resets your E, so he was able to shift out of the cage, and we'll see if he can do it again. Already a Rampage, wow, is putting some serious work in, securing himself the double kill. The cage comes in on to the zombie form, Nilly. Oh! Ow!
Was that a mind game? He stood still like he wasn't going to move, and then all of a sudden bonked Woolite on the head. I love that. But yeah, even Sion dying to this Fury damage. I'd love to see the death recap of what damage Sion took, but it's got to be just like 1,000 damage from, like 5,000 damage for Vigar, 100%. But you can see like that barrel damage as well. It's no joke. Nilly, right here, I think he just gets popped. Yeah, there we go. The downfall as well. Really, really nuts stuff. And once again, the fight going towards NORD, you got to wonder, is this going to turn into a dragon? Like it was almost sold for Verdant.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that will be a dragon secured here. And actually, NORD, they're looking towards the Baron. The cage goes down and makes a very, very narrow place for Verdant to walk through, but Tax is still alive. Barrels don't quite hit, and now I think NORD have to be careful with the cage on cooldown. Errol gets the Miasma off, teleports coming in, 2k HP onto that Baron. Are they going to risk it? Are they going to do it? Tax is stolen! In comes the backup! Errol locks everyone down, the cask is huge, and this fight is done. It's over. There is no opportunity, but Woolite's still alive. He can't do too much more. A quadra kill over to Kevo, and an absolutely flawless fight by Verdant.
And the Kevo Ezreal comes in clutch again, just like it did in the Ruddy series. This guy cannot be stopped. He's playing his heart out. Every single fight, he's just winning. I think they can end here. The death timers are long enough. 25 seconds, maybe NORD can spawn in time, but I think it's done.
I think it's done. I think this actually might be a Verdant win here, tying the series up and basically turning it into a best-of-3. Verdant, with a phenomenal team fight, are going to get up into the base here, crack down these towers. Tower number 1's back, as in comes NORD, but they will not spawn in time. Verdant have done it. They have equalized out the scores as they take game number 2. That was mad. That was madness, that game.
These games.
I don't know. I don't know why NORD thought they could do Baron, to be honest. Like, Taxa was there. This is a coin flip, but NORD have been taking way too much in their games, and they took it in their previous game as well. And they won it last time, but I do not agree with how almost disrespectful they are. Taxa is known as the smite stealer, but they just let it happen time and time again. Honestly, Woolite, he had a pretty good game. I just think, honestly, the ban attention coming in from from NORD hasn't been there. Like you said, Clyde's been way too good on the Nautilus. I think this Gragas is just doing so much early for the side of Verdant. Nilly had a good game, don't get me wrong, but I actually do think WoW was fine and actually held that all right. I just really think it comes down to the CC and the displacement that Clyde and Taxa have been able to do in the last 2 games, which has made these games so hard for NORD to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And we said before the series, right, in the drafts, Verdant is a team who values comfort over, like, making comfort work in team comps over just strictly playing meta. That's why we're seeing, like, the blind Cassiopeias, right? And the team comps with Ezreal in it with Cassiopeia. So I think definitely you target blind comfort bans, right? You absolutely do. I really like Ruddy's adaptation in the previous bans in the previous series, where they started banning Ezreal and Cassiopeia second rotation, because that's just what they will pick. You know it 100%. If your answers don't work, then you should just ban it.
No, absolutely. Oh man, it's a hard one for NORD here, but an amazing game from Verdant. I do just think a lot of this really comes down to NORD not respecting Verdant's kind of major strengths and capabilities. Honestly, Verdant have played so well. And like you kind of said at the beginning, they're a team who, you know, it's not like they disrespect the meta, but they favor their own playstyle and their own champions over the meta ones to make sure that they're as in a comfortable position as possible. And, you know, I feel like they've been sticking to the guns and playing what they feel comfortable on. And it feels like NORD kind of almost weren't prepared for non-meta picks. Yeah. You know, it's Cassiopeia, not something you do see really outside of Errol at the moment getting played. You know, obviously Gragas and Nautilus are you know, perfectly normal meta picks. But, you know, it feels like, yeah, I think NORD are too focused on like things like this Varus being a potential problem. I can't remember who else they're banning. Varus and doesn't matter. Whoever they're banning. I just feel like Gragas and NORD need banning next game. I think that is where the attention needs to go from the side of NORD coming into game number 3, because they're going to be frustrated with themselves. But how honestly, how strong Verdant are showing up against them. Like Verdant are just really performing in this series.
And I absolutely love how also when you're watching that series of highlights, you have no idea who's going to win until the last fight, the last clip, because every single one, someone else is winning. Right? It actually genuinely looks like when we watch these games, like the highlights themselves are from all different games, right? It really does, because it's never an indication of who's winning at the time. I really hope we see that coming forward. But yeah, like you said, adaptations, I'd imagine something like Gragas getting banned. This flex pick is just so powerful. Yeah. This just in, NORD chose blue. The exact same thing. 5 games of blue incoming.
I actually feel like it could be the case. I feel like NORD genuinely are more prepared for blue than they are red. It seems like they expect everyone else to want to go red, so it felt like they just hard prepared for blue side. Will it pay off in the long run? I don't know. I can't say, to be honest. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep my eyes peeled across these next few games and kind of see, what the adaptation is on NORD, because I feel like it's actually on NORD to adapt. I feel like while Verdant lost that first game, I think their core game plan worked well enough, but it honestly feels like even in the win, NORD looked like they were struggling. Yeah, it looks like Verdant are having an easier time, even though the score is dead like 1-1, it's dead tied. I feel like both these games felt way more Verdant favored than they felt NORD favored, and NORD have only really been able to take little wins and little opportunities, and in game 1, that did result in a win, but it just feels like Verdant just seem to have so much more control right now over this game, and I'm excited to see what that's going to look like. Anyway, I do believe it's time for us to throw to a break before we get into game number 3, so we'll throw over to that, and we'll be back with that game shortly, so don't go anywhere. See you in a moment. everybody, and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our third game of the series as we are tied up 1 apiece between both of these teams. And we were talking in the break about what kind of happened that game, and the honest answer was not a lot early from NORD. And, you know, our main comment about NORD is they are a fantastic early game team and kind of skirmishing team, but it feels like they picked the Veigar, they go a bit of scaling. They did have pressure bot lane, but like Taxa just undid that with a single gank. I don't know. What do they need to change? Because I feel like it's on NORD more than Verdant to kind of change things right now.
So I think it's just they need more setup. They need more. So the best identity of NORD that we've had, in my opinion, is the ability to play either just through bot, which you can't really do with a Rakan Draven, or mid into bot with like an Annie or anything with kind of CC that can move. You know, with Fury on Lissandra, you know, how she could just push and move and the exact same thing. The problem is when they go with these scaling mid picks, I feel like they just have nowhere to play through. They have nowhere to get any pressure, and it just felt like they had no lanes to play through, and that's just what Verdant want. You know, you're giving Verdant the scaling win condition. I need NORD to draft more tools to force again. I really don't like it when they draft things like Veigar. I know Veigar has the stun, but it's still quite a slow champion. I can't really move. They had when they drafted Aesol, when they drafted Veigar, I just wasn't a big fan. So back to Lissandra, back to stuff like this again.
LeBlanc, give me the LeBlanc. Give me the LeBlanc. I know I'm asking for something that's not going to happen, but I would like to see Akabane on Lee Sin. I mean, we did a video to highlight his Lee Sin plays. I feel like ban of Gragas, pick Lee Sin, and ban the Nautilus. For the love of God, ban that Nautilus. I think Annie, Naut, and Gragas are probably a pretty good start ban. Yes, that leaves obviously the Varus
Draven
open. They do decide to go for that. I actually feel like Verdant don't feel that unconfident into the Draven unless they see the Naut ban. I think the Naut's quite a good answer to the Draven, at least kind of later. But it feels like, honestly, for bot lane, I think the Caitlyn is a scarier pick for them just because it's a lot harder to contest and kind of get in range of. But NORD, honestly, sticking to their guns, keeping the Null bans going. You know, they are happy to let this Gragas through. Maybe Akabane picks.
There it is.
He finally did it. Oh, I'm so happy.
It's just too much, isn't it? It's too much disengage. It's just too much everything that Verdant love. So I'm so glad. What did they drop for that? They were banning Xayah before. So now I'd expect one team to get Xayah Rakan here. What's his name? Sorry. Kevo Xayah is insane. He's been playing it ever since like halfway through the split. He caught onto Xayah way earlier. Does look like NORD. They know that's going to happen. They're going to take it away. So great adaptation from NORD. You love to see it.
Also, this is amazing with the kind of the ability to dodge away. But Verdant now, Clyde, as much as he's been on the Nautilus, I actually think this was really big brain. I feel like NORD knew that they had to first pick Xayah, and that would trigger Clyde to pick up the Rakan, denying them the Nautilus as well. So it's almost a ban in its own right. But Taxa, now that the Gragas is gone, he's not the only person who can play Lee Sin here, and he is going to pick up that Lee Sin. We'll see what the answer's going to be out here. I kind of actually expect the Nautilus Vi to come in as the response from NORD. I am already much happier with this draft from NORD. Yeah. We'll see what the answer is going to be now on the side of Verdant. Do you feel like Kevo plays Ezreal? Like they've just started hovering it, but like, yeah, I was thinking, you know, what other options do they have? Obviously, with the Varus banned away, I don't really see them picking up too much else. So yeah, I think this is probably just going to be the ban here. Sorry, the pickup here for them. They're going to look to give Kevo that Ezreal lock-in for himself. And now over to that second ban phase. I'm curious what this is now going to look like. We saw the Jaxes, we saw the Olafs. What else did we see in the last ban? We had a lot of top lane bans, basically. I think there was a Volibear ban, weirdly, or something in there.
So typically in second ban phase, when everyone's like matching picks, you typically ban blinds or you target ban. And you can also ban synergies as well, right? Like, so for example, Vi synergies, like stuff like Talia, stuff like, which they're just not playing, right? But Lissandra, this is typically your options. Does look like they're going to go for the option of target banning. Coming in from both teams. We said that, yeah, just ban Cassiopeia. He's willing to blind pick it. It works well into these engaged compositions that you're drafting as NORD. And they're probably just going to go for another target ban onto WoW. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Darius ban come here, because he's just picking it regardless of matchup as well. We are seeing comfort versus comfort.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really nice stuff. So we're waiting for the next ban to come in. Olaf obviously being hovered. There goes the Aesol. I think just Aesol's very strong at the moment, so it kind of makes sense why they banned that one away. Final ban coming in from NORD. I'm trying to think what was played in the first game. What was their mid in the first game? It was Victor, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like they don't ban the Victor. Yeah, they're going to actually ban the Veigar themselves. So we did see Errol like blind pick the Victor at this point in game number 1. If they want to blind pick there, I feel like they've got more attention on giving Nilly counter pick than they do kind of counter-picking that mid lane. I feel like Fury is playing quite passively, to be honest, in the laning phase at the moment. So I feel like they're quite happy just to get themselves a comfortable mid here. And yeah, that Victor probably kind of seals the deal in that sense.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Fury counterpick himself, because typically when you're a player in these series, I know because I've been in the same spot, and you win your first game, then lose a second, you often say, guys, let's just go back to what worked. And what worked last time was Fury counterpicking himself with Lissandra into Victor, but having that push potential and roam potential, working well with that Vi and the Nautilus single target damage. They might go for the Akali into the Victor, who could survive lane phase and actually be a menace in the side lane, scaling up. I don't know how I feel about it. I think it's okay. I think it's okay because they have tools to play through this game compared to last with like Jack's top and the Nautilus. So it's not as bad. I think they can afford to go some scaling here in the mid lane.
I totally agree. And actually, there's a lot of tools I really like here from NORD. I do worry though, but if you find yourself fighting in like a tight corridor or a jungle, you've got to run through Victor, you got to run through Lee Sin, you got to run through Rakan, and now you got to run through Kennen. There is a lot of tools and a lot of things they've got to run through. This is a lot harder, and I actually really like what Verdant have put together here. I really do.
So really beautiful. I want to harp on about Kennen now, because I do love my top lane, and Kennen is a champion that we've seen rise in priority across like the entire world. On the 13.5 patches, in the regions on 13.5, he's been even being blind picked first rotation, right? Like he's absolutely a menace, especially into the current today's current blinds of stuff like Jax. That's why I don't like Jax on 13.5 as a blind, because stuff like Jay, stuff like Kennen is really good into it. Kennen got buffed so that his Q damage is way stronger. On top of that, they improved his wave clear, which was a weakness he had. Ever since they nerfed Protobelt's wave clear, he just really struggled to even clear waves, which feels horrible, right? So they buffed that, and they buffed the Q. He's way more of a lane bully, and he works really well. I'm so happy to see NLC top laners pick this up.
Alrighty, well, let's see what this is going to look like in the game. Do you expect early action? I think that's the main thing here, because thank God, that last game was a little bit hard. Not a lot happened early. There was like one gank from the bot side from Taxa. It didn't really result in too much. And then that was kind of all she wrote on it. I am excited to see what this game is going to look like. And I do hope we do get some of that kind of early action, some early carnage. Because honestly, this series has been a little bit of a circus. It's been a very, very back and forth and a very, very fun to watch game. I mean, I call it a circus, but genuinely, they're my favorite kinds of games to watch, where it's so back and forth. Like you're sitting on the edge of your seat the whole time. I mean, that first game where we're like activating Zhonya's on the final auto attack on the Nexus, my blood pressure shot through the goddamn roof, man. It was so hard to watch. But here we go. We are on to the Rift for our third game of this series. Both teams are one apiece. It is all to play for. The winner here takes match point in the series.
And potentially, if they win the next game, a spot at EUM, right? It's going to be really insane. So level 1, probably not going to see any action. The level 1, the difference in strength level 1 is just too insane. And we're probably just going to see a standard 5-point, branch out to cover the entrances. But I imagine, I did say there's going to probably be action, but, maybe that comes at level 6. I think if there's some kind of play that happens in the bot side, Ezreal and Rakan are super slippery, so they can probably always get away, which makes ganks a bit hard. But at level 6, 100%, I can already see Kasing and Akabane just running mid and pressing R's on Victor, right? And then Victor just can't do anything and he dies. So that's definitely an avenue that, at the very least, we'll see some action then.
Alrighty, well, no real action or shenanigans breaking out. We are seeing Fury does move over and just place a ward down, spotting out what's going to be going on those Raptors, so they can basically track where Taxa is. See exactly his game plan. I believe there was a ping that just went down, so they are aware that ward was there by Fury, but early, Victor's probably just going to be bullying this lane, as you expect in a Victor versus Akali at level 1 lane.
And as for the other solo lane, Jax versus Kennen, we get a little pan up towards that. This is horribly Kennen favored. Especially something that people don't talk about is that Jax runs D-Shield into Kennen. Jax has no form of sustain in his kit at all, right? Which means poke is his innate counter. On top of that, D-Shield recently got nerfed, his only way of like sustaining through lane phases, and you could already see it's kind of adding up already, and he's dependent on counter-striking. Later on, as he gets more points and abilities, what he's probably going to do is just Q in, get a grass proc, and walk out. Attempt to get walk out. don't think anything will happen here. Rakan Ezreal really doesn't do anything. Right, Rakan's very dependent on having all his spells, and even then, he kind of needs Xayah to be unlocked. Like, Ezreal just doesn't really do anything. So I think most of the action we'll get is some lane bullying in top and mid. You have lane bullies in top, counterpick, which will probably perma-push into the Jax, as well as a mid laner who will perma-push into the Akali. So top side priority is the name of the game for Verdant.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the big thing, though, for Verdant is Akabane is actually pushing down. So while their jungle is going up towards the top side and towards Nilly, WoW is going to be in a position now where he is sitting with no jungle backup, and this lane is pretty much just stuck in the middle of the lane. So it's not even going to be able to really sit underneath the tower for him. And
yeah,
WoW's doing an alright job of picking up this farm, but he is trading his health bar to do it and trading his kind of sustain resources to do that. He's already burnt through all his potions. He is obviously onto his biscuit, so he's gonna be okay. We do have a quick pause. I mean,
yeah, and I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine that he's probably going to be able to sustain until he can get like a longsword refillable purchase.
Yeah.
And then he's going to have to TP back, and then he's going to be stuck again and need help because he doesn't have TP to bail himself out. It's typically the way, right? He hasn't been perm pushed in. He's not going to be harassed under tower just yet for last hitting an existing ranged top lane as well. But no, still, it looks okay for him. Already burning through a potion's pretty rough. But like I said, we'll have to see how that lane pans out. He probably will have to TP back to lane soon.
Yeah, you would expect so. But, for now, he's holding on. He's still got that biscuit, which, is more about the mana, but it still does give, some sustain, some health to work with. I will quickly wait to find out exactly what the issue is. Hopefully it won't be too long and we can get back into that game. But to be honest, with this one, we did kind of expect at least oh, no, back to us again.
Not quite. Double pause?
Did expect at least a brief moment where this game was probably going to be a little bit slower, at least from NORD. It's very much on Verdant if any early action is going to break out to come out.
Yeah, no, for sure. You can see WoW's actually out of mana here, so any attempt to actually survive a dive would be a little bit more difficult, but he is really healthy, and Kennen dives aren't the best, right? Taxa can't do enough damage to dive through the Counter-Strike. We learned that in game 1 when there was a Jax in the game, and the dive did not work, right? It's just way too tanky. Jax is impossible to dive. It's really difficult unless you burn him down way lower. So it does look like Akabane was actually shadowing to potentially maybe alleviate some pressure for WoW. He does need a reset, so this is actually going to be very relevant.
Akabane used his Q to get over that wall. It should be coming up relatively soon. Can he chase in and maybe get a chunk onto Nilly? I think that's it. It's just a small chunk, a single E, and he can help WoW maybe shove this wave in.
Yeah, and get a reset potentially. He does need it. Maybe then he won't have to burn TP, but he probably will anyway, to be honest. He wants to get back to lane as soon as possible, not get as far behind. Still, it's not going to crash. You can see the waves are only just meeting the tower. WoW is kind of stuck. I'm going to be honest, it does not look fun. Look at the HP bars in the solo lanes right now on the left side of your screen. Ooh. They are very low. It is kind of brutal. They are in some of the hardest matchups in the game, like just straight up.
Oh no, WoW's solo
WoW's dead.
He's dead. There's no way he survives this. He ward hops out. Nilly has
Akabane?
flash. WoW has flash. They've got Akabane, and somehow WoW gets out of there. But the wave is not in a great state for him, so he is going to suffer for that.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was saying, right? I wanted to say in the pre-show before I had all the mic issues, I wanted to say that the problem Ruddy had, one of the problems Ruddy had into Verdant, was the fact that they just the fact that they just weren't punishing blind picks, right? They weren't punishing all the blind picks like this. Jax, I think Rifty kept counter picking with Cassante over and over and over again, which is fine, right? It's just not the best possible pick. Whereas you have someone like Nilly picking Kennen into Jax. It's so brutal. I cannot begin to express how brutal it is. And you can already see that happening, right? Both top laners TP back now. You can even see that Jax has had to itemize HP and magic resist. So there's just no kill threat anymore. And he's just trying desperately to survive.
Yeah, well, has been able to... Oh, no, he did burn teleport. Okay, I thought he was going to walk up. He just obviously didn't feel comfortable. So he TP'd back up and Nilly just hard wins the trade. And that's his pot burn, unless he just wants to reset. But he's going to lose so much if he resets here.
I think he has to stay. He has to stay. He has potions. I think he'll cancel this for sure. He's going to realize he misses too much. Yeah. And he's probably just going to farm under wave. And Nilly can, if he wants to here, call up Taxa. Call up Taxa, potentially dive. Honestly, this is definitely a dive opportunity. You can see Taxa is on the way right now. They're pinging the waves topside on that mini-map. Taxa might arrive too late, but he's not level 6. Okay, so if Taxa was level 6 here, this would be completely free. I didn't quite catch that he was level 5. They could just kick him into the wall. It does look like it's still going to be hell for WoW, and he's probably going to have to take a reset eventually anyway, as he's being pushed under tower and constantly poked. Brutal.
He's losing so much. They really need to bring up some people to help him.
Yeah.
Wow, really struggling in this matchup, and he's just gonna have to take the L. I'm amazed he didn't just do like the longsword and the corrupting potion. He went null magic and ruby crystal. Obviously, he wanted just to get some magic resist in there, but I feel like if he'd gone that refillable longsword, he could have eventually got the vamp scepter, which gave him a little bit of sustain. But for now, it's just gonna call it. Did Kasing pick up that wave? I think Kasing picked up those 3 minions of his E there.
I didn't quite catch that. I wonder if he's doing the stand Emax on Nautilus. We've been seeing some like an evolution of melee support. Something that people are still figuring out is all the changes to melee supports. There were some crazy people on the Korean server as well playing, and pros as well, playing jungle Nautilus and stuff like that. It's absolutely wild. But just to touch on this bot lane matchup, because we did pan over there, the reason why Rakan is so insane, I never got to explain this before, was because they buffed his level scaling, his raw actual level scaling with his Q. To be just almost like double the healing now, right? Because it scales with level, not just rank. So by the time you've maxed your W and a few points at E, like your level 9, 10, 11, you've essentially got a maxed Q heal compared to before, which makes him terrifying, right? Absolutely horrifying come mid-game and makes his matchups way easier. That's why he's so strong right now.
A lot of sustain. A serious amount of sustain. But this has been a phenomenally quiet early game.
Yeah.
You know, we talked
just
a lot and we
CS-diff,
focused
right?
a lot on this top side and how rough it's been, but honestly, not too much really happening as Herald's going to get started up. And honestly, Verdant, just off the power of their solo lanes, are able to constantly cash in on all of these objectives, and it looks like here they're not willing to even think about contesting there. Errol jumps in, he's gonna get himself in danger. They chase up after him, perfect execution under 2-man knockup though. It's gonna come at a cost as Nilly's looking to lock down onto the Vive. They're able to get away, but no, they finally do go down. There's the lockdown from Nilly onto everybody. Wow, can't finish this one up. Woolite has to go for the ult to try and find the finish up, try and find the last couple of kills. Clyde, few more auto attacks away from Defers. There he goes, and now Kevo's sliding in to get more kills. He's gonna be able to find himself a return though onto Kasing, the flash out of safety, and NORD win the fight.
I'm just sitting here giggling to myself because it's such a clown fiesta. Every single fight this series has been so silly. How does it turn into a full-blown 5v5 every single time? I love it. But at the end there, you can see Woolite manages to clean up using that ghost, which we didn't actually manage to see. He's taking it because he can get through lane phase just freely. And finally, we get to see the replay. It did look pretty bad for Errol at the start. He managed to flash over and get followed up. I thought after this that Akabane might live because he managed to get over the wall and then also Q over and then hit the blast cone to potentially cover 2k range. Fortunately, the fight is just still going and everyone is taking part. WoW managed to flash forward, and Woolite also manages to flash forward too. I thought he would maybe flash forward and get the feathers through or something crazy like this, because that's just how the game has been going. In the end, though, NORD managed to come out on top.
Yeah, that was such a tight fight by both of them.
It's so amazing.
Double kill onto
Woolite?
Fury, but we are back into the action already. Taxus found himself knocked up, he's low HP, and he's finished up. Clyde will fall as well. The kill is secured by Kasing. Oh, wow, this is getting quite explosive already.
What is going on? Unfortunately for Verdant, the skirmishing is just not going well. I wonder what happened to start that fight off, because we see at the start of the fight, Woolite's almost dead. So Woolite must have face checked or something, like to potentially get caught, and they thought that they could manage to like run that through. Take a look at top lane though. All the meanwhile, it's just the most brutal thing, and I love it. The fights might be more important, but just seeing this CS difference is so entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, not entertaining for WoW. I mean, to be fair to WoW, look at the wave he's about to get, and it looks like he's going to be uncontested on that. So the CS difference, a little bit misleading. It's still big, and even after this, if he perfectly gets all of this, it's still going to be a pretty monumental lead. As but they're going to turn their attention towards this Dragon number 2, and it doesn't look like it's going to be any contest from NORD.
I think they're probably going to go do Herald, right? I think that's probably the likelihood. It's just a cross map onto this Herald. I didn't even notice in that last fight, that massive fight, no one actually took Herald. So it was just a bloodbath for zero reason. In the end now, though, they're going to get Herald. I imagine they're going to look to place this Herald. I I don't know if you tried to funnel gold into WoW. Probably not. That's probably not going to win you the game. I would imagine funneling it onto either Fury or Woolite will be better. But you have a decent amount of time before you can do that. You know, plates do fall off in maybe 2.5 minutes, so maybe not actually. Probably going to use Herald mid lane, as cracking open a tier 1 tower with a Victor on the enemy team is pretty rough with just your autos. So using Herald to help crack that open is probably pretty good too.
Yeah, I feel like opening mid would be really big as well.
I agree.
Right? Like, it's a Carly. She wants to be able to move around the map, and as long as her tower stands, and well, the longer the Victor tower stands, the Victor has to catch waves quite far up, and he's quite comfortable to do so. If that isn't the case, then you know he has to play a lot further back, because if that tower's gone, Errol, every time he stands where he is now, he'd be under serious kill threat, at least burning a summoner threat. So
Yeah.
it looks like actually the attention may go towards bot side, as they did rotate a couple of people about, but they are kind of just getting a read on where to go. Woolite does have that ultimate, and he may have to use it just to dodge away from Clyde. Overextending. He knew his team wasn't with him, but just overreaching in an area where he didn't really have vision on where the enemy support was.
Ooh.
They do frustratingly throw their ult out onto Errol there, as Kasing misses the hook.
And this is crucial, right? So much burned whilst you have Herald is not a good look, because it's going to be really hard to get a Herald charge actually off. Because if you place Herald and you try to funnel forward, you don't have any ultis if the enemy team try to stop you, right? So now they might have to wait until they have ultimates again to place Herald, but that'll be after turret plates fall, so you'll get much less value out of the Rift Herald. And you can see Akabane isn't sure what to do. He's been milling about, walking back and forth up and down the river, and he just hasn't looked into anything. They don't have ultimates here, so I'd be surprised if they managed to find a kill.
You just ate your words.
I did.
Have you
I
ever
have to
heard
say
of it?
I did.
Have you ever... Oh, don't worry, mate. It's your first ever caster curse. Well done. Well done. Finally, you're one of us.
Wow. And look at the KDAs on the side of NORD, right? They're actually pretty strong. The gold distribution is really good. They've got it on their gold on the right people, onto Woolite, onto Fury, and now they're going to like eat plates for him as well.
Oh,
that
Akabane! He's flashed into the tower. Takes a single shot, and then the minion eats aggro afterwards. But wow. That's Herald. That's it. They can't get placed off that Herald now. That honestly,
Really nice.
Tax's flash there was so worth it.
That's a montage kick right there. Like kicking over the wall whilst also kick flashing, I could never do that. But yeah, that's really crucially, Taxa finding these little skirmishes stalls the Herald placement. And that's what they were looking for the entire time. Guys, let's just keep fighting them, trying to find something to stall. Even if we don't commit to an actual fight, waste their time so that the Herald gets very little value. And now it has. Now they only use it probably for some turret damage mid lane. I can imagine that's the use.
Oh my god, look at top.
Don't.
That item deficit is painful.
Don't do it.
Wow, with the Warhammer, the Ruby Crystal, and the Merc Treads into a Proto Belt on Nilly. That's an 800 gold lead at 14 minutes over to Nilly. And keep in mind, that's an 800 gold lead where both of them have died and none of them have had a kill.
Yeah. This is why, like, on my personal tier list of champions, I like to keep it updated patch to patch. I really think Jack's Blind fell off a lot, right? Because you have so many champions who are good into him now as a counter, on top of him being nerfed a while back. But like Pantheon got buffed, and I know that's a bit of a hot take, but NORD actually did ban Pantheon last series, like at least in one game. I think Pantheon is pretty good top lane now, especially as a counter pick and a flex. But it looks like Herald's going to be placed now. Just going to be some damage, right? There's no way they actually do anything other than do some damage because the wave clear is too good, but this damage is still valuable because typically they're not going to be able to even hit it. Their range is too short, right? They're not going to be able to walk up with Zarya and actually auto. There's no way they do this to WoW. Please. He's suffered enough. Okay.
That would be, honestly, the most top
I think
they're doing it.
They're doing it. No!
Fury doesn't have teleport. There is no help coming. Wow. I feel
Good night, son.
Unbelievably sorry for you. You can try and stun one, but you're donezo. It's over. Taxa finds the kill. Is there going to be a cross map is the real question for us right now.
No.
It looks like Woolite might be able to get a tower on the bot side, actually. So it might be a-okay. I don't know who's getting first tower blood here. It's going to be close. That's a Gale Force, though, so there's a lot of attack speed on Woolite.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so close. He's got it. Woolite's got it.
Woolite got it. Woolite got it. Oh, Nilly didn't manage it. Nilly voluntarily lets the tower kill that cannon instead because he knew he wasn't going to get it and instead takes a second. God, sorry. It's like one of those dives where you realize you've been four-manned and lost, and the enemy team managed to cross-man effectively, and you type in all chat saying "send more top," right? That's actually one of those situations. I love it so much. Anyway,
No,
Dragon spawning.
I can hear your top laner main pain in your voice there.
I'm creasing at these kills and the pain that WoW is going through right now. I really am. You're completely correct.
It's fine. I know your pain. Actually, I don't. I don't play top lane. It's without a doubt my least played lane.
Brutal lane.
Not my jam. But what is going to be the jam for NORD is they're going to get themselves their Mountain Drake secured for themselves. Their first Drake of the game as well, so they'll be happy. Oh, wow.
Not again.
Oh, wow, you sweet summer child. They're literally three-manning him again.
Kick. Oh,
he flashed.
Insta go for the kick.
Oh, WoW is going to need a nice cool glass of water after this game. He is going to be a shattered man. I mean, the problem is they do keep trying to put WoW behind, and it's now cost them 2 turrets both times, Akabane. So they've been able to finish up 2 towers off the back of that, and cracking mid and bot open is pretty big now. So, honestly, as much as WoW, probably through gritted teeth, is saying worth at the end of the day.
Yes. Oh, this has me giggling. I'm sorry. It's so funny to me. I absolutely love this. This is the worst part of top lane by far. But anyway, looking forward, I think Tax is on this. You can see the energy being reduced on his hotbar on the right. They are definitely doing this Herald, and it looks like NORD is going to try and get here. Herald is still healthy. They might be able to make it in time, but it doesn't look like it. It does look like it's just going to go down, and a free Herald, free 300 gold, and eventual tower damage going over to the side of Verdant. Taking a look at all the spikes on the side. Honestly, you know, WoW is kind of caught up. It might just be unspent gold on the side of Nilly, but he is 1-to-1 at the moment in terms of items. I think Nilly probably has a lot of gold to spend, but at the very least, hitting Divine as Jax, you do feel some comfort there.
Yeah, he definitely feels a little bit better right now, at least for the moment. As I think the real question now for NORD is are they going to be able to respond to a Herald play? Are they going to be able to defend that tower? I can't see exactly how much health that mid lane tower's got, but if it's slightly low enough, there is an opportunity where that could just be pushed and taken down. So he needs to be a little bit careful on that front. As we're like just going to get himself his vision score up a little bit there and take out some wards.
And just looking at how the teams can make picks or maybe win the game, I think you definitely have options to make side lane plays on both teams, right? Verdant have shown they make plays onto Jax. I don't think there's a play here. NORD are too close, and they'll definitely see this and back off. Taxer has no W. He might not be able to get out here. It's on cooldown. I think this might be really bad for Verdant.
They're bringing everybody, and Nilly's going to immediately get jumped on. He throws down the Slicing Maelstrom to lock Akabane in place. Akabane's dangerously low. He gets kicked back and followed up. The 2-man stun, though, as now Tax is going to find himself in danger. Here comes Walleye with the Ghost on. Can he tidy this up? Can he save the day? Has to throw down the Featherstorm. There's going to be one for Fury. They trade out 1 for 2. So much used there by NORD.
And Taxa manages to find the dream kick. I love Taxa's Lee Sin every single time. It's so good. Finds the dream kick to insec Akabane back into his team and turn it into a 1 for 2. I thought it was going to be bad for the side of Verdant because it looked like they'd overcommitted with numbers disadvantage. But then the TP comes through. Always keep track of that TP. And they managed to turn it around.
I'll have a look again at the fight. Yeah, just beautiful kick. Beautiful kick. And it just felt like they weren't ready for it. Because honestly, if this was 5 seconds later and Woolite was here, this fight would have been so NORD favored. Yeah. So NORD favored.
Yeah. Simple QRQ. Woolite comes in as a hero, trying to come in with the ghost to run people down, getting those ghost resets, but it doesn't look like it's enough. And now we're probably going to go back to a lull state where there are no ultimates, and you could try to pick people off on the side, right? Like as the ultimates come up, because you have a lot of pick with that Vial, with that Nordle, and you also have a lot of pick with the Lee Sin kick. Don't think anyone's going to overstep and maybe get caught, right, at this stage of the game. It does look like everyone's going to play the safer route. Like, you could see Errol down bot side, not overextending. Now he's going to extend and potentially push because he sees everyone, right? He sees all the potential people who can catch him at side lane. But we're just going to play this game of ping-pong with the waves.
Wow. Oh,
They shift down to bot, though.
No, not again.
No, he's full HP.
He's going to back off. He knows there's too many people about. The thing is it does honestly feel like, I feel Verdant are actually kind of over-investing into, like, denying WoW at this point. Because, like, top lane, Fury's just getting a free tower. Like, he's going to be able to shove this tower in.
I agree with you.
Get himself some gold. I actually feel like, yeah, putting the Jax behind was a great play. But I feel like he's now behind. So just kind of let it like, let it chill. Because Wild, regardless, is going to be able to just sit and catch waves now at this point. So all you're doing is kind of just giving global gold, first of all, to the Jacks, but also just to the rest of the team. And like the rest of the team are getting basically free gold. There's a death cap now on that Akali. Like Fury's 3-0 with death cap proto belt. He's sitting quite comfortably, to be honest.
Yep. Yeah, and 2 minutes time, Errol's going to have this Rod of Ages stacked up completely, get that free level. His dragon spawning, though, it's not going to be quite in time for that, but this poke, that's significant, right? That's really significant for a composition that can only go in, right? With this Vi ultimate, with this Jax, and with this Nautilus, they have to go in and find a pick with this dive composition. It really is a case of dive versus peel.
I mean, because Sing is
now
just...
that they're chunked,
it's hard. Oh, no! Oh, kick onto Woolite. Okay, that's the kick burn. That might be an okay opportunity for them here. Akabane, can he redeem himself from the previous game? He's used that Q to get over the wall. You can see on the flank there's actually an Akali. They're bringing everybody to lock down onto Fury. He just jumps over the wall. He's nice and safe. Now they're going to have to back out, though. The health bars are very, very low. Is there a world in which this can be stolen? Is there a world in which this can be saved? Look at the damage from Woolite. He answers out quite nicely here, and Wow jumps in, gets himself a two-man stun. Kasing throws the ultimate down, catches out, attacks her immediately with a hook, but the health bars from the poke is already there. They're so low. NORD are just about peeling out from this one. Nilly may look to try and get over the wall, but Fury will pay with his life as Nilly chases onto the final two members who are just too low. Kasing, maybe he can save the day, but I don't know if he can. The feathers come through. There's no opportunity to save. Woolite's going to have to pop that ghost if he gets run onto. Dragon has been stopped, but it came at such a heavy price.
and it's just Kevo putting the team on his back every single time. You can see he's chunking out everyone before the team fight starts. And crucially, NORD cannot find the engagers before Kevo pokes them out because of these insane ultimates and just poke in general. Really, really, really good stuff from Kevo. Honestly, he's carrying really hard in this Ezreal, and you got to wonder, is this going to draw bans next game? He's doing so well.
I do really feel like NORD are just failing to adapt to the strength and the power in the games. Yes, the Nocturne was a major problem for them. Yes, the Gragas was an even bigger problem for them, and they kind of dealt with it in this game, but they then had to kind of give up the Rakan, something that was really, really strong for them. Yeah. So it's the cost versus reward is probably one of the biggest things to talk about with this series, because honestly, a lot of the plays NORD make, they sometimes just don't seem to have any reward but a high cost.
No, absolutely. Now, we're going to just see some wave clear in the mid lane. Woolite is still incredibly strong, and I do feel like it's just a battle of AD carry versus AD carry this series, right? Both games, you can see the Kai'Sa pop off, you know. You can see everyone pop off in the bot lane. Ezreal going 7-0 last game, getting quadra kills and now triple kills. Definitely is a game of, and it's expected, right? Kevo is so good. Like last split, he got to the playoffs as well on the side of Riddle, right?
Yeah.
And this split, you know, it feels like he's always so consistent, and he knows how to play. He knows what he wants and what he wants to play every single time, and he sticks to it. Like this Ezreal pick, I cannot stress enough how good he was last series as well.
No, you're completely right. He is a very, very consistent AD carry within the league, and always
Absolutely.
has been.
That's the word I was looking for.
That's probably the best word for him. Yeah, he's very consistent. But like when I say consistent, I don't just like consistently okay, like consistently good. You know, he might not be one of those AD carries who everyone touts as the best AD carry, but his consistency is a scary thing to be dealing with. As Kevo just shifting away. Honestly, Navari equipped blades on Ezreal is so unbalanced. The more you think about it, because like his E gets refunded for every auto attack he lands, but also his Q already does that. His Q already reduces the cooldown of his E, so then that stacks with Navari. So his Q is like shaving. I don't actually know what the math is, but it's probably like 2 seconds per Q.
Yeah, it's really funny because I was about to describe like how broken Navori is on Zarya too, and I just realized maybe Navori is pretty good. You know, maybe
they're nerfing it.
Yeah, they're nerfing it. Okay, great. But lots of posturing going on here around Baron. Dropping that vision. They might start Baron again because Fury is down bot lane split pushing. I think this is their answer to it, because remember last up game 1 where Lissandra was split pushing bot lane, they managed to get a Baron off of this. Sorry, I saw some icons like flashing forward in the minimap. I think someone flashed forward and it was very close.
Having a quick check.
Yeah, you can see Kasing's Hex Flash. Yeah. So I saw Nautilus go forward and I thought you might have landed a hook, and I held my breath a little.
Does look now, though. honestly, for the side of NORD, it feels like they are not willing to really fight yet. I feel like they want something. They want either an item breakpoint, a level breakpoint. Maybe it's that level 16 on Fury to get 3 points in the perfect execution. Maybe it's they just want to get the Zhonya's fully finished up. I mean, he has a stopwatch, so he should be relatively safe. But it does feel like they're waiting for either an opportunity or a breakpoint before they even think about starting anything. As wow, he's getting himself a little bit of harassment thrown down by Nilly, but he misses the cannon for it. That's so sad.
But there's definitely going to be some hard decisions to make in the next few minutes, especially with Dragon coming up in 1 minute 30. Do you contest this soul, right? Because it's soul for Verdant. It's incredibly important. You've got to move down, start getting vision. Or do you maybe do something crazy like Death Push topside as they try to get Baron vision because you're worried that they might be doing Dragon, right? Or they might do Baron whilst you get your Dragon, your second Dragon. Does look like they might even Gambit taking the Baron whilst Verdant get a Dragon Soul, which I wouldn't like. I think Dragon Soul is just way too valuable.
Okay, I'm curious what you think. Do you think Mountain Soul's that valuable?
Yes.
Really?
Yes,
interesting.
Especially versus a composition that relies on burst, like this composition, right? Like with Akali, with Vi.
That's fair. Because typically, I always feel like Mountain's like one of the souls that it's actually okay to give up. But I feel like you might be all right in this game. I just feel like the shield's not that much normally.
It doesn't feel... I don't know. Yeah, the ones that I don't notice are the Cloud. The one I don't notice is Cloud. I just never notice Cloud. Like as much as people try to hype it up, like Jamada tries to hype it, I just never notice it.
Unfortunately, I've always been a Cloud fan.
Okay.
I think Cloud's very valuable. First of all, because the map, but also just because like the base movement speed without the full effects, like just being able to get around the map, means that the rotations suddenly become almost impossible to contest because the enemy team basically have TP just by walking around. They're so fast. I think you are right though in this game. I think Mountain, just because of how burst focused NORD are, is actually going to be super impactful. So I think it's actually a very good call. But there's a flank coming in. Fury.
Yeah, he's swept it. They don't know he's there. So if a fight comes out here, the engage might be coming out from WoW. Kevin managed to get away, but that Arcane Shifter's on cooldown. They don't know he's there, do they?
He's going to have to go for the ult. Jumps onto Kevin. Kevin immediately stopwatches. They get the charm off of the Fury. As soon as that bursts, he's going to get jumped onto. Clyde's in danger. Nearly comes in. There's the Featherstorm, rooting everyone in place. The True Shot Rush doesn't hit. Woolite's untouched at the moment. He's going to try and finish up onto one. There's the double kill. Flash forward. Triple kill. Clyde's next. Quadra kill. Here we go. Woolite's going for it. Kevo's locked in place. Pentakill!
And they managed to find the dream fight. How do they keep getting away with this? Every single game they're behind. They're struggling, and then they managed to find the dream fights and outplay. Beautiful gameplay from Woolite. Manages to secure the pentakill in the third game of the series.
Woolite, he just played that by inches. Beautiful. Look at him dodging so much key stuff, and crucially, Fury saving everything by forcing Kevin to stopwatch early. Absolutely beautiful.
Managing, you can see Woolite right here, managing to pull back through 2 champions. And I think the big point that we're not mentioning is that Taxa didn't do anything. Look, he still has ultimate, he still has flash. He couldn't find the flank. And I think a big part of this is because, like you said, Fury, they had no idea he was in that one bush. He managed to try and find the dream flank sitting in that bush, and it just wasn't swept. So this is on Verdant a little bit, not keeping tabs of the, like, keeping an anti-flank, like keeping a count of where Fury might be and checking every single bush behind them. But still, massive props to Fury. Finding that game-winning flank was huge, and it delays Soul for Verdant.
Yeah, it really, really big. Second Dragon now over to NORD. More resistances for them as well. But crucially, now
Fury?
Woolite is almost full build. As Nilly, he just about dodged away. That was so close by Fury.
The Protobelt dodge. Very, very close, like you said. Still... just going to be pushed in bot. There's no real action that could happen. Even if they got picked, I guess actually if he got picked, that would be a free Baron, right? So that'd be pretty nuts. But still, Nilly actually kind of struggling to convert his lead from lane phase. Has dropped up in CS, which is kind of expected. Nilly wants to group more.
I mean, so here's the weird thing, right? Like, Nilly definitely had a laning phase lead, but like it wasn't anything astronomical. It was like 800 gold, which is big early, but like he wasn't overly strong, right? Like, he's still Kennen, and Kennen's amazing at just like, he's like Malphite, right? Like, once you have R, you just press R. That's his whole thing. Yeah. He's like, even without like one shot in the team, it still is a very functional role. It's a still very team focused fight style ult. As level 16 now on to Woolite. He's looking to try and see if he can save the day with Akabane. Akabane's going to get chased up onto. They're looking for Kasing. They kick him away. Woolite able to jump out as Akabane jumps back in. There's the Gale Force forward, locking everyone in place. Akabane finally cooked by the laser beam. But this fight is donezo. It is over. Woolite flashes in with a Feather Storm. Nilly now zipping and rubbing away as he cannot make a grand escape here from WoW. WoW finally going to get some revenge for that laning phase, even with a level lead.
And that's what it's all about. Finding revenge 31 minutes into the game as top laner v top laner, and you finally outscaled and are winning the game. And they're just pinging. They were pinging to end the game. And once again, it's another Clown Fiesta game where the fight isn't actually around the objective. Well, it is, but like, they just fight. A 5v5 breaks out. And finally, NORD going to like even out the scoreline. Or actually make it 2-1.
No, NORD are going to put themselves onto match point off the back of that one. 31 minutes on the clock. And again, it just looked like such a close game. Those last kind of 6-7 minutes of the game felt very NORD favored, but honestly, that could have been anyone's game for a very long time. NORD are being challenged by Verdant in this game. Verdant are playing so well in this series, but honestly, we haven't really sung Woolite's praises enough, I don't think.
Yeah.
Like, I think about that first game, the second game where he was playing the Draven. Like, his movement, his ability to, like, dodge Ezreal Qs and, like, just how he was dodging so much coming at him. And in that fight was one, but he got the pentakill. It was, yeah, Fury played it amazingly to get the lockdown onto Kevo and burn his stopwatch and all of that. Like,
yeah.
But you'll see it again. Well, like, yeah, the only thing that actually affected him was Nilly's ult. And it's very hard to dodge a Kennen ult, right? Because it's such a wide and massive ability. But he just dodged everything else crucially. I mean, you're seeing it here on your screen. Like, every fight, if Woolite's in it, he's just impossible to pin down. And honestly, I feel like this Xayah might have been the secret sauce that they were banning, but actually might have just been the key to NORD's victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, you know, the adaptation to suddenly first pick Xayah, like, stop banning it, ban something else, ban the Gragas because you can't deal with it, and then finding these. Look, always watch Woolite. He's always, like, in the back doing DPS, he's always surviving and carrying his team. And I think, for sure, there was a lot of tweets, right, where we released the All-Pro team, and Woolite wasn't in the first All-Pro team. You can see here, by the way, I want to comment, he did actually dodge the Kennen ult, kinda. Like, he ulted it, like, he had the reaction to speed to. And people were saying he got robbed for the All-Pro team, which, you know, I'm kind of seeing it right now. Like, Denvoxy's great, don't get me wrong, but definitely he's a contender, you know. This pentakill was something else.
Such a good pentakill. I mean, he finished a team fight with a pentakill and full HP. Yes, he has Bloodthirst if he had sustained, but he just didn't get hit. Like, so clutch. And again, look, this fight, no one's touching him. He's untouchable. He just, honestly, his positioning in fights is something else. He's playing unbelievably well.
11:06 in.
We're not on break. I thought we were going. I was like, hold on, that was weird. But no, he's hopefully we'll try and find his KDA, I guess, during the break. Anyway, our producer is obviously very eager to get to break, so I'm going to throw a break, and we're back with game number 4 of this series. We'll see you in a moment. everybody, and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our 4th game of this series, and it has been delivering thus far. So let's talk a little bit about the way that the day's been going. So far, it feels like Verdant have honestly had such good control on these games, but NORD have just been very good at reading opportunities and taking them and kind of punishing. I feel like that last game was very much defined by Woolite just playing the fights honestly perfectly and just really, really solid positioning from him. But I mean, I really feel like Verdant seem to be getting more opportunities and playing really well, but NORD are just very good at reading their opportunities and like the small windows they have and just running with it.
Yeah, and I also think that whilst you're right on the money, I also think that NORD are just outplaying them in team fights, right? NORD's team fighting is absolutely insane, don't you agree? I think they're just on point, finding the flanks, focusing the same target. Sometimes the engagers don't go the way they want, and then they lose a fight. But that's why it's such a back and forth. In the end, they manage to find the team fights that win and then come out on top.
I would dare to say NORD are definitely the better team fighting team of the two teams playing right now. But I feel the problem they're having is Verdant are just playing a lot of other parts of the game just infinitely better. And that means these team fights are either close or they're behind when they're taking the fights. I mean, honestly, I don't think we've mentioned gold lead other than like individual gold leads, like the actual global gold lead at all this series, because it's almost felt entirely redundant because it's been so tight the whole time. It's really weird, but I normally you gotta check in on that. Like it's I'm kind of breaking the fourth rule here, but we typically as casters check in at like kind of the 10 and 15 and 20 minute mark and kind of give you guys a breakdown of what's going on in the gold. But this game has been moving at such a weird pace, and it's always been so close, but it's almost kind of just been something we've glossed over because it's almost pointless. It's that tight the whole time. But it does feel, honestly, even with the gold leads being in the way, going the way they go, I think it's interesting that like Verdant still feel like a lot of the time they've had the lead, or they've at least had the kind of pressure and the control. So I feel like in this game 4, I want to see Verdant try and translate that pressure and that lead over and actually turn it, and do something with it, because a lot of the time it feels like, they're not able to really do much other than maybe take a tower or cross map. It always feels like they're doing something as well as NORD doing something. Just for a quick update, the side selection has stayed exactly the same. So NORD are blue, Verdant are red. We kind of expected that, to be honest. If this goes to 5, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing the same thing as well.
That would be 10 games of blue side in a row for NORD. How funny is that? I love that so much.
So here's the thing, right? I feel if Riddle play NORD, if NORD win this, Riddle should probably just practice blue side and try and deny a red side. Just put them on red side and see. Maybe they just can't function on red side.
Yeah,
maybe Woolite plays locked camera, and that's why. Because I don't know if you've ever played bot lane with locked camera, or when you're playing red side, you can't see anything. It's awful. You literally can't see beyond like your bush if you're at your tower.
It's weird though, right? Because you'd expect red side to be good for NORD because WoW counterpicks, for R5 counterpicks, but it's just not the case. They want blue side every single time, and clearly it just works for them, right? Because it looks like they might take the series.
No, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say he takes the series. I think you have to keep in mind that NORD do have match point right now, so they are one win away. But as we move into picks and bans, what is the pick and bans going to look like? I need to see, obviously, the Gragas get banned. Don't let NORD can't just let that Gragas through again. I wonder if it's going to be the same play, and maybe Verdant are forced to adapt now to ban that Xayah, because that Xayah looked way too good on Woolite. So maybe they have to ban that and maybe change something up.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we might see the same bans from NORD though, because it did work, I think you take away that Xayah. I think Xayah, Rakan, they're just so pivotal. I think it's unbelievably how broken Xayah is in the current state, and Rakan, like even separated, they're both so good. So maybe you deny one of them. I think you stick with the Gragas ban, like 3rd ban.
Yeah.
And after that, what do you prioritize? Do they ban Xayah, or do they ban Draven, or do they adapt and still ban the Olaf? I'm so confused by this Olaf ban, because game 1, they had an answer to Olaf and they actually won, right? They managed to pick Jax into Olaf, and it worked. They had a significant lead, and nothing. It was completely fine. I guess they were really influenced by the final team fight where WoW was 0-5, and he still managed to make it work. But Verdant sticking to their guns, taking the Ezreal first pick and the Rakan.
That I was about to say, they first pick that and don't go for their jungler. So there's a chance where NORD actually just take the Lee Sin themselves here. They decide to go for the Vi and the NORD again. Are we getting a mirror game? Are we getting the same game? Oh, Cassiopeia.
I think we might. Okay, so junglers could get banned out here, right? Lee Sin could get banned out here. Who else could get banned out here? Who else is top tier?
Sejuani.
Sejuani, of course, but you have no like melees in the mid lane, right? So the thing is with Sedge, is that you need to be proficient on stuff like Sylas, Renekton, Jax to synergize with Sedge. It does look like they're going to be banning out other early game champions. Jarvan is a really good jungler that works into Xayah because Jarvan's like one of the only junglers that can engage and actually get out afterwards, right? So you kind of play around the fact that she has a lot of disengage. And also, I think like overloading hard engage onto Xayah is actually one of the ways to beat her, right? If you force her ulti and then engage afterwards again, like it's actually not that bad. But again, after this, what do you ban? I think it just might be Lee Sin, right? I think you ban away Lee Sin. Oh, it doesn't look like they're inviting the attacks of Lee Sin, even though honestly he's performed quite well.
I think they feel like the Lee Sin is obviously a problem early, but as they get later into the game, it doesn't have as much as impact as something like a Sejuani. A Sejuani impact late game is really, really big because they're very tanky, they can lock targets down. It does obviously mean that, yeah, this probably might be a Lee Sin game out from Taxa, but they are quite comfortable to blind pick the Jax top lane here for Nilly. And we'll see what the answer is going to be out from WoW. We haven't seen WoW play a tank or like just someone who can kind of play that frontline role for the team. He has been very much on fighter duty for the entire series so far. Right now, hovering a couple of different options. Looking at the Ahri pickup here for Fury to go into the Cassiopeia. Obviously, with the Kali ban out, they feel like this is probably going to be their best pickup. And now we're going to see what that top lane role looks like. What is the answer here for WoW?
So what do you have cooking as a counter matchup into Jax when you're
Kennen.
WoW, right?
Kennen.
I don't think WoW plays Kennen, right? That's the thing. So what do you pick? Do you pick your GP? GP is a good matchup into Jax, or do you go Cassante to Stonewall? I actually don't really like the idea of Cassante into Jax. I think it gives Nilly a nice split push win condition because he wins after Divine. However, Cassante is good at Stonewalling pre-first item, so it's not that bad. I think GP could have been a good shout because of the exact same thing where you ult on top of Vi and Nautilus ulti. But again, it's not that great into Ezreal. So I think you're just limited. Outside of that, you don't really have any options. Cassante's still fine to play Disruptor, and it looks like we're going to get the attacks at least in. I'm super happy about that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much expected on that front. I do agree. I feel like, honestly, I don't really want that guy, but it feels like WoW's kind of like ego picking quite a lot here. Like a lot of his top lane picks are like, he just doesn't want to... He wants to play the bruiser, he wants to play the carry, and yes, he had some amazing counter strikes in the last game, and he was starting fights for the team, but I feel like you could have just played Sion here and just like, you know, it's obviously not going to be a winning matchup, but like it's still Sion, and late game he's just going to be such a powerhouse. But you know, he decided he wanted to go for this Cassante. We'll see how he can pilot this because this is a new fresh pick for him coming into this game. And I'm curious, you know, what do you think this game's going to look like? There's not really too much being changed. A couple of champions have changed over to the other side, but you know, what are you making of this draft?
I think it's definitely a level 6 draft. Right, it's definitely a level 6 draft where options come online for both sides at level 6 really heavily. So you have your Rakan Lee Sin on one side for a lot of displacement with the kick and the setup with Rakan. Lee Sin Rakan in general, mid-game is a really insane spike, right, that you can utilize to make picks and the single target. But on the other hand, you have Nautilus Vi again, who can instantly walk mid and just press R, and it's just such a broken combination, you know? If they aren't getting Nautilus Vi, they're getting Vi, Rakan, and it's the exact same thing. So clearly, NORD, I think have they picked Vi every single game, 4 games in a row?
Yes, 4 games. It's also like early rotation Vi. I mean, for the first 2 games, they blind picked it as first pick, and then they've been kind of just picking it second rotation every game.
A fun fact, globally, in top regions, again, LEC, Korea, and China, well, the ones that are on 13.4 and 13.5, I don't think LEC is 13.4, but anyway, Vi has a 70% win rate. As a blind early spot, right? And usually you pick Vi into stuff like Zeri, so the win rate's a bit inflated, but it's also blind picked like this a lot, and you kind of see why it's so strong. I think Vi's just an incredibly well-rounded champion and just makes engages so easily. When we're talking about, you know, ease of execution, I really like it.
Well, for now, Kasing is going to get spotted out on that ward. Just wants his 5 gold. Things that out, but yeah, we don't expect to see much. Like you said, it is very much level 6 comps across the board here. So the expectation is both of our teams are probably just going to play this one a little bit more, more relaxed for these early stages of the game.
I think we could see some setup in the mid lane pre-6, like if a Nautilus hook comes, or just a charm into a VIQ. You know, I might pop a flash, but realistically, is there much setup compared to the disengage of the other side? Not really. Once again, we're seeing Verdant with this disengage composition that wants to scale up, and we're seeing the same thing every single game. I will say a key difference is Errol's on Cassiopeia. He managed to secure Cassiopeia, and he's just so good at it, right? It's definitely probably, I think you could argue, his best champion. And last game it was banned away, which was the win for NORD, so maybe this is what they need.
Well, we will see, but for now, just both junglers starting up on the top side of the map, which means it will be clearing downwards. So maybe a little bit of a scrap could break out in due of that. As WoW is going to make his way up to the top side. Man, honestly, this champion is so weird looking to me. Like Casante is no leg day at all. He looks like a Pixar character.
You can't call that out. Come on, man. You never call out a homie like that. Like, it's...
No, he looks like a Pixar character, man. Like, he's all just like big on top. He's like, you know, he looks like Mr.
He is
Incredible.
massive, though, isn't he?
He does
yeah,
look like
Mr. Incredible is a good
like,
one.
No
yeah,
legs,
no, that's actually
all
good.
upper body.
That's so mean. But no, yeah, clearing down to bot side. Actually, Taxa opting to skip some camps, whereas a full clear coming in from Akabane. Something that happened a lot in the Ruddy series was Taxa would simply just full clear down to bot side and then get a kill. And it was just the most bizarre thing, because it's like the most obvious gank, right? He would just full clear down to bot side, end up bot lane, and get a kill or a flash every single time. So, don't know if that was on Ruddy. I think it kind of is when you're dying to full clear ganks. But still, maybe he just finds something bot lane here. I doubt it. The champions don't really allow for that. Ezra really doesn't do anything. Rakan really doesn't do anything. So, I think what will happen is just end up going back topside again, or maybe look mid. Even then, probably not.
Yeah, probably just going to be a bit of a chill start. I'm going to assume on this one
for action.
I mean, I want it, but the one thing we can say is these teams will deliver it. At some point, this game, you know, the clown car's going to pull up. You're going to hear the little horn, and then action starts. Like that's how this series has been the whole time. But I think we are a little bit of a ways away from that. Ooh. I think, like you said, it is about that level 6. Wow. Losing a trade there for Nilly, but Nilly is a little bit low on the old mana front. As Taxa doing a little bit of scouting. It's been spotted by a ward. As Akabane just going to go for a reset. Not going to hang around.
Akabane not comfortable to get this crab. I think he should have just recalled and gone to the other crab. He's probably going to get a double crab now because he delayed his recall there, but maybe they're going to try and find something. I don't think this will ever work. It looks like Taxa's going to get the upper hand here where he managed to get 2 crabs, but it's kind of expected since Nilly does have the push topside. WoW is getting so chunked.
He has honestly been getting slammed all 4 games. WoW has not had a good series.
Yeah, unfortunate, because I think these are like our top 2 top laners in the league in terms of like our all-pro votings, and at the very least WoW was the rookie of the split, but Nilly showing his veterancy and why he's rated as the best top laner in the league. Both sides of every matchup, he's just coming out on top.
Yeah, he really is. I don't know, I feel like WoW's downfall this entire series is, like I said, he's kind of only really wanted to play like his style and not really like, you know, team champs. He just wants to bruiser and fighter, and that's kind of it. They are bringing Kasing up. Yeah, Nilly out of mana.
The ward is down, but they might flash over. Nilly might feel comfortable here.
They're going to chase up. No. Nilly's very comfortable.
Yeah. Doesn't look like there's going to be anything. They keep having to come topside. Even though WoW got the counter pick, they keep having to come topside to maybe bail him out. You know, it happened last game versus the Kennen, and now he's going to get bailed out and have to TP back top lane again. So Kasing not finding something for this roam, going to fall behind a little bit in XP, but in that river top side, there might be some action there too.
Well, there's a lot of people in the mid lane, but I don't really foresee
there's just nothing
any action here. I feel like Fury definitely doesn't want to fight till 6. He really wants that spirit rush to kind of give him a tool to work with, and nice little, honestly, perfect little dodge there.
Ooh. Nice little bit of spacing.
Very nice.
Side steps. But yeah,
it's just frustrating about Ahri. The Foxfire, it's so hard. It's actually like you have to get the auto attack in to proc electrocute with Foxfire.
Okay.
So like you saw he just landed all 3 charges of the Foxfire, but it doesn't actually proc electrocute. You need the auto attack.
Oh, that's tragic. I guess that makes sense. It doesn't work on the same instance of the same spell, right? That makes a lot of sense.
So you kind of need to weave an auto attack in to get electrocute. So it's actually really awkward to like Foxfire trade as Ahri. You have to either land the Q or land that auto attack. You still do get a lot of burst when you hit like the charm and the full combo, but
you know, one of the most cursed techs, since we have quite a slow game right now, one of the most cursed techs is there was a master tier Ahri main who made Ahri top lane and he maxed W, and would just walk up to you level 1, W auto you to death, and it hurts so much. No one's ever prepared for it. Little tangent.
There's I believe the highest ranked Ahri in the world for a while was a Korean player who played Ahri AD carry, played full AD Ahri bot lane. Like that was the highest ranked Ahri in the world. At one
I remember that being a thing, like in season 3 as well.
Oh, it was later than that. I think it was like season. I want to say season 7. I think was when it was. It was quite a while ago. It was really interesting. I tried it. Yeah, it's not as good as it sounds. Well, no, sorry. He was obviously very good at it. It's not one of those things you can just play and go, oh yeah, this is broken. It was very skill dependent.
Yeah. It does look like Akabane, they're going to manage to secure Dragon for the side of NORD because they just pushed in the mid lane, the bot lane. And Errol is on a reset, right? They're deciding, you know what, we're going to clear up the top side camps. And maybe we could test for this Rift Herald that's coming up in a minute's time. It's 7 minutes in, so maybe we're going to see a shift up towards topside from the supports as they get level 6, maybe on that mid wave. You know, it's the tech a lot of people do. But still, maybe a Rift Herald code test. Hopefully, a big Bloodbath team fight again, because we've been really spoiled for fights this series.
Yeah, we really have. WoW is permanently down farm, like significantly down farm, actually. Look at this lead in the top side. He has got a big wave, so he will pull that back somewhat, but that is still a pretty significant lead at this point.
No, absolutely. And he had counterpick, right? Like, it's not like last game where he was heavily counterpicked. This time he had a choice of champion, and he volunteered to go Cassante, maybe because he thought his team needed another frontline, or maybe just because he wanted to stonewall the lane rather than take a skill matchup. Like, you know, Gangplank has been nerfed, right? Pretty substantially, so maybe the matchup just doesn't work as well into Jax anymore, but it still is pretty decent, you know? So, I honestly think this is just a lack of answers into Jax.
Oh, no.
Akabane? No!
That was just so unlucky. That is so unlucky. They waited for so long for that as well.
Yeah. And you can see, this is just Cly being on the map faster than Kasing, and it keeps happening. Have you noticed? Like, in the earlier games, Cly was topside before Kasing, and Kasing was walking up. Kasing was just walking out of base here, and maybe this is on Akabane for not waiting for Kasing to face check as well. But now Kasing just has to walk back down bot and hopefully find something onto Kevo, but it's very unlikely, because it's an Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately not going to happen.
Yeah.
Did see, I believe Fury got a plate in the mid lane. Though, at least they kind of answer out something, but it's not a lot. It's not amazing.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
Did almost get 2 plates. If he got the 2 plates, then it was worth. And it looks like they're just rotating everybody bot side.
Yeah, the desperation for a cross map, but it's just too late, right? This is the kind of cross map you do where, you know, it happens after the enemy take an objective too far forward, and then the enemy can just rotate down and cover. Like, it's just way, way, way too late. A dive can never happen here. Kasing is still level 4, right? And whilst Fury's level 8, and maybe a Charmer into a Vial could do something, it's too difficult, right? It's way too difficult behind enemy lines.
Well, they got 2 towers at a point where there's 2 additional plates that could get taken fairly quickly, so that would somewhat alleviate the Rift Herald pressure. The problem is Herald's not just that 2 plates worth of gold. It can result in more depending on how you use it and, you know, where you use it. So it's a real problem for the side of NORD. They need to be careful on how they now play, because if they go down in a lane, suddenly that could be like 4 plates, 5 plates, and a tower gone. So they need to be very, very careful. But for now, it does look like they are playing fairly respectfully. They are only really stepping up when they feel confident that Taxa's not on their side of the map. Right now, NORD, quite happy just to be holding this wave here in the mid side, in the bot side. Just chilling out. But it does look like Taxa's actually appeared in mid. So he may just be jumping in onto Fury. I think Fury's ulted. I can't see.
Can't tell, but what Taxa was doing there was he was like following behind one of the pillars in mid lane on the side and tried to find, it looked like he took a Q in to maybe find an insect, but it just didn't work out. Unfortunately, like, Cassiopeia just doesn't have any setup. It's kind of the fate of Taxa at this point to just not do anything early game, because his laners don't really play that much that's proactive, right? At most, you get Nidalee playing proactive champions. At the rest of the lanes, you just have farm fest. So unfortunately, Taxa is just like, he's forced to play bridge to scaling with these early proactivity champions and just cover counter ganks. Such is the fate.
WoW may be feeling a bit comfortable here. Gets the knockback onto Nidalee, just trading out. But I think he was, for a moment there, chilling, as Fury did get another plate in that mid side. So that's, after that Herald, I'm just keeping track, was about 3 plates. But,
yeah,
you know, it's somewhat alleviating that pressure, right? It's like a little bit. As the gold is, I'm going to say it finally for the first time this series, the gold is very close. It's pretty much tied dead even as WoW gets flashed onto by Nilly. There's the ultimate pop as he's looking to get out. He's going to try and get the knock back, but he's got everything thrown onto him, but he can't move. He flashes back, but it's not going to be enough. It's too late.
So I think he was out there if he managed to ult Taxa, because when you ulti as Cassante, you are immune to CC, but I'd have to see a replay of that, because he might just been out of range, right? And Lee Sin kick has a decent amount of range, so I'd have to see that. I think he could have been out there if he ulted Lee Sin backward into tower. I really want to, yeah. And unfortunately, it starts out a little late. I would have loved to see before that. I think we might get a replay of that. But the thing is, Clyde was on his way again, and you could just see how proactive he is. He's okay with dropping these plates down bot side to get his laners ahead. And Nilly, he's already on that Divine Sunder. It's pretty rough. And now, because of that, because of the tempo they've gained on these resets, they're managing to find the turret plate.
Yeah, they're actually throwing everything down. They're going to use the Spirit Rush. They missed the charm. Errol throws out the ultimate, only hanging on to 2 for the moment. They got the Spirit Rush. Here comes Kleido. Can he save the day? The Q out, the dodge back. One more Spirit Rush from Fury. A double kill for Nilly. And for the first time, Kasing was there at the play before, but it does not result in a win. Such a good petrifying gaze from Errol.
Yeah, and they managed to stall it long enough for Nilly to come back down from bot side. And like you said, the charm misses, which is really unfortunate. They get one pick, but ultimately then they're at a numbers disadvantage because Jax, Nilly on this Jax managed to find a window where he pushes in WoW and then moves down. So really good stuff from Nilly using his tempo and his window to roam.
I think this is the big thing. Is like, okay, so Clyde wasn't first of the punch that time, but Nilly was the first of the punch.
Yeah, exactly.
They always have a numbers advantage. It's so hard for NORD to be playing when it just feels like they are, at the moment, more focused on injecting as much gold into their players as they can through plates than these plays. But then at the same time, still kind of want to take the plays. So it's like they're trying to have their cake and eat it at the same time.
Yeah, and I think I'm really happy because this was an issue I saw with Verdant a while back, like before last series, where I felt like their biggest issue was they kept trying to make plays with their playmakers before the rest of the team was ready. Like, I kept making points of how Clyde would engage, or bot lane would make a play, or top lane would make a play, and Errol was coming out of base, so there just was no help, right? And there's always a numbers advantage. But that just feels like it's completely fixed, and now you're going to see it again.
Well, it's gone in for the ultimate try and keep himself alive, but there it is. Kevo securing an easy kill onto Kasing. It's always a numbers advantage. 4 bot side versus 2. Meanwhile, Akabane, he's a step behind. He's only just got to mid lane. And yeah, there'll be a plate that goes over to Fury here, but like, they're always just a step behind their opponents in this series.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like with this series, what you've got to be asking yourself is, where will NORD come back? You know, it feels like they've always been able to come back through some kind of wacky fight, even if they're behind, right? Because of their insane team fighting. So they're definitely not out of here yet. The game's definitely not over, and I'm sure with their composition, their ability to find picks, they'll find something.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's been the key thing. I think there's a silent amount of gold that's been picked up by Woolite. If we could quickly tab over and see his gold, he's probably got a significant amount more than his counterpart. Yeah, because he's getting plates, and they're solo plates. So he's effectively had, I think that was just after kill. So he's probably had about 2.5 to 3 kills worth of gold just through plates. So
and like
he's actually quite strong.
Yeah, and like you're saying, despite it being 1 to 5, they're kind of even in gold, right? Like, it's a 900 gold lead. It's kind of insignificant. And maybe the gold is on the good people you want it on, like the Jax, but it's really not that bad. If Woolite's in these fights, it's a bit even.
Yeah. It looks like they're actually potentially just quite happy to give up this Rift Herald, although they're rotating over a little bit too late to this. Wow, diving in. Gonna get himself a stun down. They look for the hook in as Woolite is immediately jumped onto. He's bursted. Nothing he can do. Fury lands a charm, but it's gonna be just an absolute whitewash of a fight for Verdant. I am surprised no one took that fight. To be honest, that's gonna be my breakdown. Why? Why?
And there's just no fight. There's just no damage, right? They go onto them, and WoW tries to perform an insect, but the problem is after he loses all his resistances by entering, he enters the all-out form, and then he just gets one shot because he's so squishy. And after that, there's just no DPS because their composition, like the way they function, is they pick off one target, then wait for their cooldowns, and pick off one target and wait for their cooldowns because they are a pick-based comp. The second they pick a champion, which they did, they tried to pick the Cassiopeia, they're out of damage, right? But the problem is they just kept going, and largely that was on WoW. He tried to find something more than he had.
I think the big thing there was Woolite had no ult. They walked into the fight where there's a lot of CC, and Woolite's just ultless going, yeah, I'll be fine.
Where did he pop it? Was it early on?
He popped it in the bot lane gank.
He does have a long cooldown. Like, Xayah does have a long cooldown on the R, so not surprising. But yeah, why did they take that fight? It looked like WoW just wanted to get something done. You know, he just ran at them with Ghost into 5 people and tried to insec as well as he could. Fortunately, he just gets one shot. And now we're back to a state where it's just 2-9, and now there is a substantial gold lead, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. That is a bit of a pain there for NORD. Now, they do have that ult backup and available, so now would be a better time to take a fight, but there is nothing to fight over, other than this dragon spawning up in a minute's time. So I think it's pretty much just get as much gold together as you can kind of scenario. WoW, again, behind versus Nilly. Nilly is absolutely dominating the top lane right now. And Divine Thunderer, 3-0-3 on the scoreboard. Nilly very, very strong. Akabane, though, doesn't give a damn. He's just walking straight up into the face as the fight for vision is going to break out between these teams.
Yeah. And Errol no TP, he's running down. Crucially, all of them have flashes. Some summoners not up, like WoW's Ghost for this dragon, which is actually really impactful. Ghost is a really good team. Looks like they're going to try and find an engage. If they manage to pop an engage and then like pop one person, they might be all right. But if they don't manage to find that, they have to give it up.
Yeah, it's a rough time for the Herald to come out as well. Just gets the charge. It should just be the tower to follow it up, but they're going to throw everything onto Kevo to lock him in place. In they jump. Featherstorm's used already. Low HP on Nilly, but he's able to survive, so nobody gets the shutdown. And this is a fight for the Cassiopeia likes. 2 kills picked up for Errol. And NORD just left scratching their heads after the fight is done.
And there's just no damage. Kasing tries to use the Nautilus ultimate to buy time by ulting the Ezreal to stop him auto-attacking like this, to zone him off. Unfortunately, they try to burst everyone down, and by this point, Nilly is just too tanky with his innate gold, all the lead he's developed on his own, and they just can't burst. And the second you cannot burst a target, that's the second your team comp falls apart.
Yeah, it does feel like NORD's starting to crumble a little bit here as Verdant were able to secure themselves their second dragon of this game. And you got 0-4 Vi, a 0-2 Cassante. You got an Ari, but I mean, this is Leandri's Ari. So, I mean, it's not even the Ludens for kind of the magic pen and the burst you get from that. Instead, going for more kind of like sustained DPS and, you know, more for the cooldowns as well on the ability haste you get off the back of it. But that is coming at a pretty heavy price.
Yeah. Really rough stuff. I mean, they've got to try and find a pick in the side lane, potentially. You can't kill Nilly at this point. He's way too strong. He's got 2 items now. Maybe if you find Errol in the side lane, because he is still kind of a squishy mage, he does have that Seraph Shield. If you do find him with your point and click and you bring 3 people, maybe then you can find a pick. It's just all about those shutdowns and getting them back.
Well, looks like pings are coming in as Taxa maybe looking for a play onto WoW.
Oh, this is the story of the series, isn't it? Just punishing and bullying WoW.
Did WoW see him? I don't know if he did.
I don't think he did.
No.
He didn't. Oh, not going to opt for it. Going to back off. Take these golems and say, you know what, we can't dive a full tank. Even if he does have full armor. They're just going to back off. Shadowing Errol.
Yeah, well, kind of being okay just off the bat foot. He is still pretty tanky at this point in the game, but I think for now, we're probably going to see NORD try and slow this game down because it is 2-11.
Yeah.
It's only a 4k gold lead off that lead. But Cassante, well, might be in trouble here. He's going to try and clear through this wave as quick as possible. Should be able to do so, but needs to be very careful as Kevo gets some damage off. Blast cones away to safely, and they're just going to jump the wall. There's no way they're under any threat.
Oh, the poke coming in from Kevo. Every single ultimate hits 3 people. I am telling you, this man on Ezreal. And it makes it so hard to engage it. Say that.
They're jumping in. They're going to throw everything down. Woolite has to use his
damage.
ultimate early. He's been caught. The damage is gone. Clyde's low HP, but he's able to hook away. And there it is. It's done. Great feather pullback will save the day. Now it's a matter of just disengaging. They flash out. They lose WoW, and they just can't kill a soul. That was a 0 item support they threw everything onto, and he didn't die.
You can see how this starts off. They managed to find the surprise engage, and it's all about surprise, right? But they couldn't chain. They couldn't manage to chain the charm onto it. I believe the hook hooked them out of the charm again. It's weird how that's happened twice. WoW tries to dive after. I think we're probably going to go into a Baron. Verdant secured Baron now off of that. Imagine, this game might not last too much longer.
Oh, this is so rough here for NORD. But their failure to adapt, their failure to kind of... stubbornly stuck to their guns, and unfortunately for them, it's biting them in the back. Well, Verdant, they came prepared to the series. They have honestly just looked so good all day.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've been very willing to adapt and change their plans and have, you know, various other things prepared. But it feels like NORD just stubbornly have wanted to play the one thing they want to do, and then it just hasn't worked.
And I think it's a fine meta read. I absolutely do. But I feel like you have to take away the picks that counter you and that one identity you seem to have, right? You're all in pick engage, like you dive in backline. You ban away the picks that stop that happening, like your Cassiopeia, just what you did in the last draft. But for some reason, you just decided not to this game. Another ulti coming in for Kevo, and there's just nothing you can do. They have no wave clear either. Their whole composition was about getting as early combos as possible, getting picks in the mid lane with the Nautilus art, layering that CC and bursting down one target. And now they're just suffocating. They're absolutely suffocating because they can't clear these waves. They have no range.
And Fury's taking a tier 2. Yes, that's a nice injection of cash for the team, but like this is going to come at the cost of maybe 2 inhibitor towers and maybe even an inhibitor. Woolite is heavily poked out already, so he needs to look to try and reset and heal. And this is definitely going to be this tower going down. Nilly going to work this wave in here, and maybe they're going to look to try and jump in onto him. But
no, he's too tanky.
They're not even going to go for it. The cannon should finish up this tower. And now Verdant is an open inhibitor for them to take. Woolite has healed back up, and I feel like it's now or never. If NORD want to fake this win, they're going to take the fight now. They hit onto Clyde, not the best target. He does get a knock-off in response to Kasing. There isn't really going to be too much follow-up. True Shot Barrage this time finally misses as well. Tries to get the knockback, but he's unable to do so. They're desperately trying to clear through this wave.
4 stopwatches out for Verdant, no flash for Kevo, crucially, but flash for Cassiopeia. If NORD want to find an engage, that has to be onto Ezreal.
Oh, they find the kill onto Clyde. Gold goes onto Kasing. Maybe a little bit unfortunate for them. And it looks like NORD are just going to disengage there, but you happy with that one kill? They got Dragon and Freeze in 2 seconds, and with the support dead, this is their only opportunity to really push the pressure here. Actually take this as Akabane charges the Q up. He's trying to get line of sight onto the right target. He's looking for the person to ult. Gets himself the blast, the vision. Jumps over the wall. NORD are actually just going to go for the Dragon.
He's still got ultimate. Big ult diff right here. Unfortunately, Kasing does not have his ultimate, so there's not much to chain. But Fury on this flank.
Coming in, looks for the charm, jumps straight in with the Spirit Rush, gets caught instantly and has to go down. Nilly's going to finish him up. Mid, like, wow, is dealing with Errol, but he can't actually do anything about it. What the hell was Fury doing? He just ulted into a counter-striking Jax.
I think what they were trying to do was trying to layer their CC and do what they had to do the entire game long, but unfortunately, the charm just goes wide and he engages onto a Jax, like you said, and it just wasn't the right target. They were trying to ult onto the Kevo. It doesn't work out, and now I think Verdant are going to take the game.
They got 15 seconds. It's going to be a hard ask for NORD to defend this. As Kasing's up, the tower's going down. Kasing's going to join up, but that is going to be it. There is no hope for them to ever win this one. Nexus will fall with a glory kill on the back of it. And NORD, they look lost. They look so lost. And honestly, it's on them now to adapt. Like, they need to stop banning Varus and they need to start looking at like, actually the problems here. The Ezreal, 2 games in a row, has been doing way too much damage on the poke. It's honestly, I think, like you said, they got a great read on the meta, but Verdant are just doing their own thing. They don't care. They're not playing their meta. They're not playing your meta. They're playing their meta. And yeah, that is game 5. I did not expect this to be a 5-game series.
I don't think anyone did, right? I feel like the casters who made predictions to say it was a 5-game series did it to have different predictions than anyone else, just in case they won, you know? So I'm pretty sure everyone would have expected that this was a NORD favored series, and you could see that sometimes these combos worked, but when you start to fall behind like this, it just becomes so difficult. And I really want to highlight the fact that Nilly was managing to stop these plays, these crucial plays that needed to be happen mid lane, because he also got attention. And you see the desperation coming out from WoW trying to find these plays, but then the problem hits. You have no DPS in your composition. So the second your engage doesn't work and you don't get out immediately afterwards, the second that doesn't start winning you the team fight automatically where you pick off one target, that's when you lose.
I think this, honestly, it's so weird that this series just doesn't look anything like what we expected. Like, the expectation of this series was, you know, NORD are a team who were, and I said it during the season at least, I think they were the best team because they were just so consistently good. And their team fighting was always really, really on point. They just looked like such an oppressive team to play versus. Verdant, on the other hand, they were a solid 5th, 4th place team the whole time. There was even points where they were like quite low in the standings.
Yeah.
But this does not look like a team who people touted as being one of the best teams in the league and in the regular season versus a team who are very inconsistent and weren't really that impressive during the whole season. There was points where like people placed Domino higher in power rankings at some points. Like, I know Domino didn't have a great season, but Verdant, honestly, this is just like a different team. It's just so much better.
The thing is, like, everyone said, like, last week, it's on Ruddy. Why were they playing so much worse? But now we're saying that about NORD too. So at what point does this stop? At what point is Verdant just playing well? It has to be now, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Verdant are playing so well.
It was after game 1. I'm not going to lie. After game 1, even though NORD won game 1, it was like, okay, Verdant actually, that wasn't a flash in the pan. This was a team who were actually just very ready and prepared going into this best of 5. Anyway, I don't want to keep you waiting any longer. I want to get onto this game number 5. So we're going to throw to a quick break. And when we're back with game number 5 of the series. So we'll see it in a moment. Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our fifth and final game of the day. I can't believe I'm saying that. I did not have the expectations that this was going to go this far. Aragon, I've got good news.
Okay, hit me.
NORD are on red side. They finally decided to adapt and change the pace. So maybe, I'm not going to promise you, but maybe we're going to see some adaptations here. Right, a few things need to go down. Even when they counter pick for WoW, he still loses. So don't use red side just to counter pick for WoW. What they should be doing right now is picking WoW like a Scion or a Gragas or something that can just absorb pressure top lane. You're done, WoW. It's over. Like, I'm not impressed. His GP was good. I'll give him that. But other than that, he has been getting absolutely slammed by Millie in top lane.
Yeah, so I think he could also early rotation either Darius or Olaf. Like, he's shown that he functions on these champions no matter how far behind he is, which is a funny thing to say because these champions, you should be able to put them behind, right? But he has shown, you know, it doesn't matter. So I think early rotation, because they've only typically been banning one of them. They banned Olaf first rotation, and they've just decided, you know what, we don't think you're that great when we ban out your pool, so don't let it go to second rotation for WoW. I know it might mess up the entire draft, but just secure him something where he won't feel like he's solo losing the game on it. Because clearly champion pool is an issue. I also think I agree with you where just pick Sion. Right, just do something like this.
Stop playing bruisers. You're literally losing every time you play a bruiser. Like GP was, I know GP's technically still kind of like a bruiser fighter champion, but like I'd say he's the furthest detached from that because he's at least kind of got range, like semi-ranged bruiser, I guess.
It's like an AD caster, right?
Yeah, he is an AD caster. He's like a mage. I always think of him as an AD mage. But like, you know, stop playing that chat. It's like play GP or like stop playing fighters because the fighters just aren't working. They tried to camp him top lane. They got absolutely ruined for it. And I will say, to be fair, that wasn't WoW's fault. That was just Taxa and Cly having a really, really good read on Akabane and like game plans going in. But I feel like they need to look at what they can do differently here going into this game. I feel like that Gragas is still bannable. I think it has to be banned because I actually feel that Verdant will first pick Gragas in this ban phase if it makes it through. I'm trying to think like what else they can do here. Like I'm curious what the plan's going to be because it's weird because we're so used to seeing these teams on blue side and red side
9 games.
Now they've swapped. It's like what the hell do they do? Like, what are their bans going to look like? Are they going to ban the Annie? Are they going to lose a ban to that? Because it feels like Annie is like a red side ban. You just don't want to be given that blind over.
Yeah, I mean, before this series, I would have said just save counterpick for WoW, but now it's probably going to end up being like an early support rotation, because that's what keeps happening, right? Like Rakan, Nautilus, stuff like this. WoW early pick as well, and then save the counterpick for Fury. I think Fury has been going under the radar as like a kind of carry for this team, patching up the sinking ship a lot of the time, like with the flanks, also with like saving the plays in the end. I definitely think that could be an angle. But yeah, no, it's really difficult to say after you've seen NORD on 9 games in a row on blue side. We'll have to see what they cook up.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man. I'm questioning my own sanity at this point. I think draft is going to reveal a lot. I'm going to say now, I think depending on what the picks look like, I think we can easily decide who's going to take this game. I feel like, maybe not easily decide, but I feel we can tell if NORD are going to lose this game. I think Verdant, honestly, they're such a, like, what's the word I'm looking for? They're such like an anomaly? Is that the word? No, is that where Finding Nemo lives?
An enemy.
And an enemy. You know, they're such a bizarre team because like I think we all wrote them off. I like other than Root Dude, but I don't know if Root Dude was just being edgy. It feels like
he always is in predictions. He always is edgy in predictions.
So I feel like we kind of write them off, and then they just come in with like insanely cracked and ready to play today, and it feels like they just have answers, while NORD just don't. So what I'm trying to say, because I feel like I'm just fumbling through this whole point, is if NORD play stubbornly and basically just pick what they've been picking all day, I am quite comfortable to say that I feel like this is a Verdant win. That's my bold claim here.
But it has been NORD, Verdant, and next in that pattern is NORD.
So you're just going off, you're just going off the pattern of it.
Yeah, it's a NORD win.
I just feel like NORD have actually looked worse throughout the day.
No, 100%. I think Verdant's been better this series.
Even in their wins, it looks like Verdant just played better. Like, it really does. Anyway, we're into picks and bans. The Caitlyn is going to be the first ban here from Verdant, so that is very much just a Verdant ban. There goes the Gnar. Are we just going to see the same draft, but like on the other side of the map?
So the thing is, the red side, the advantage is like you could trade 1 power pick for 2 power picks, right, and secure more. What are you going to get? Are you going to try and give over Gragas, take Rakan, Xayah, both of them, and like something like this? We'll have to see. The bans for Verdant are just going to be the standard ones. You know, they're not banning Sejuani, so Sejuani's still open. Maybe Taxa wants to pick it for himself as the power pick. Vi coming out, they typically were banning Vi when they were picking Draven because Woolite was having a hard time snowballing the game versus Vi's point and click. Right, he was like 4-0 at one point in one of the series and walked to a side lane and ended up 4-3. You know, so they started banning Vi after that and picking Draven. So I wouldn't be surprised to see. I have been waffling about Draven, and Draven's banned. Great, but no, Xayah being picked, definitely going to be answered out with the Rakan, and then probably handshook away with a Nautilus on his side. Jungle of choice would probably be a Lee Sin or a Sejuani. I think Rakan plus Lee or Sejuani is a really, really nice mid-game combination. I like Rakan Sejuani because a while back they made Rakan a melee champion so that he actually functions with the passive of Sejuani. I really like that combination. And it's actually been left open for the first time, so see what they choose there.
See, it looks like the Rakan is a pretty much an absolute surefire one here.
Really? It's canon. Goodbye. It's just Kennen, isn't it?
Like Nilly just go. Yeah, surely Nilly goes Kennen here. Like
It's okay. The whole strat. It's Jax flex. Okay, hear me out. It's gonna be Jax for Akabane.
Jungle.
No, it's no way.
They're not
There's
giving
no
Ken
way.
and Gragas over.
No.
I guess there's anti-synergy in Ken and Gragas, like, because you just knock them out of them slicing Maelstrom, but like,
Yeah.
they've given so much over. Kevo, like you highlighted, I think in game 3, but like Kevo was the person who cottoned on to Xayah being good,
Yeah.
like before anybody else. Oh god.
Okay.
This is
no,
such
honestly,
a good draft. This is such a good draft by Verdant. I
But-
really like this.
but
Go
it's
on.
not volatile top, right? So WoW can't lose that hard, right?
We said that before. We said
No,
that in the last
okay.
game. We said he stonewalls him until Divine Thunderer, and he
That's
was
a
down
fair
like
point.
80 CS.
No, that's a completely fair point. We'll have to see what they cook up with Rakan. Who knows? Maybe they go Kai'Sa with more dive. That's what they did before. Yeah, there it is. It's going to be Kai'Sa with more dive, 100%. I think you pair this off with dive champions in mid. Like, what else dives in mid? Stuff like Akali. You know, anything that pairs off with the single
gonna
target. Maybe
say it.
Lissandra again.
No, I'm gonna say it. Don't make me
go
say it. LeBlanc. Come
I
on,
think it's
give me the
Lissandra.
LeBlanc. It's got
With
to be
Victor
Lissandra.
Band, I think it's a Lissandra angle. Maybe they'll ban some other counters. But you know, I'm the main reason I'm reinforcing this Lissandra pick is because they are going back to their roots. They're fine blind picking Jax because they won on it. And I was just saying, guys, we won on it. It's fine. You know, despite me going down 50 CS, it's okay. And they won on Lissandra too. So I'd really hope they run it back to like the first draft kinda, where they run full hard engage plus Kai'Sa. I
Wait.
really like that.
They got to ban NORD, right? They don't just give NORD over to Clay again. He was so good on that.
Yeah, it's either you ban Nort or you ban a counter to the thing you want to blind pick.
I feel
agree.
NORD's a really valuable ban here.
I kind of agree. The only thing is Nort doesn't really work with the disengage of Xayah Gragas, although it does let you re-engage. So,
Yeah.
but Nort is also good into Rakan. So yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it's
Yeah,
good. There
there
it
it
is.
I feel
Predictions.
like it's not just like the kind of team fighting capabilities, but it's also just the roaming that we saw
Yeah,
out Clay
no,
on the NORD.
absolutely.
Like he can set up like a pick really easily with NORD. It's
Yeah.
not just about that team.
You just got
fighting, so-
Leona though, no? Like you just
Yeah.
swapped out Nort for Leona. I think it's less good though. I think there's no point in click ultimate. You know, it's not the same thing. But you probably just swap it out for Leona. They banned the Akali away. I really wonder what they're gonna blind pick here. The Jarvan again would work really well as an early game jungler into the Xayah. This is the counter pick we've been seeing. I tried to make a point of it before, but they never picked it. Jarvan's actually really good into Xayah because it's the only jungler with engage that can like engage on and get out again. Because you press
Yes.
R onto the Xayah and then you EQ out, right? Which is phenomenal, right? We'll see what they manage to pick into this. Anything that like offers counter engage. Taric is an example, but probably not going to be the answer because we never see Taric. But anything that offers counter engage, Lantern, Flay, and the good thing with Thresh here is that historically he has struggled when he had to be sole frontline or has to face check himself. He has Sion, right? Like he's completely fine. So I think this is a great Thresh pick.
Now, curious to see what the final pick is going to be here for Errol. Obviously, with his Cassiopeia and the Victor band. It looks like he's just going for the other kind of like, I don't really want to engage with you lane. I like just play at range and farm. So it's just going to be locking in that Azir. Wonder what the answer is going to be actually from Fury in response to this. Because, you know, Cassiopeia, Victor were kind of picks that you did see. I mean, not Victor, sorry, but like Cassiopeia was a champion you did see into Azir quite a lot. I guess you could go proper old school and take... Yeah, no, don't worry. They go for the Veigar. I was forgetting the other one, like either a Corki or an Orianna. But yeah, they just go for the Veigar. I think, to be honest, as much as I did tilt that Jack's blind, I actually do like what NORD put together.
Yeah.
Here. I think both teams have very, very solid teams with pretty clear identities. I think the main thing is, again, there's so much zone control that can be made here by NORD. Like, you have Cage and double Cage with the Cataclysm. You know, you've got split push pressure coming out from WoW, and he's finally in a lane where, like, he just will outscale. Like, he is just going to hard outscale Nilly here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exactly the same as all the other games, though. It's going to be engage and dive versus disengage every single time. It's always the way it is. You have Kai'Sa diving in with a lot of hard CC to proc the plasma and like dash off of, and you have Jackson, Jarvan, you know, and Veigar Cage to play off too. One thing I want to mention though here, which is very curious, is that Azir's kind of dead. Like, Azir got absolutely murdered with nerfs on 13.5, like really hard. He lost 7% win rate. Right, he is now a 43% win rate in solo queue, and his prio and pro also dropped. Right, I know pro like solo queue win rates don't mean everything in pro, and typically Azir like his win rate in solo queue isn't that great anyway. It's like usually 47%, but it's now 43%. It's really rough. So they picked it because it fills the niche of being a DPS with a front line. But the champ got gutted. So I want to see how that pans out. I want to see how Azir functions. I think that actually I like NORD's draft better. But
Okay.
we'll have to see. I think it's definitely another case of the 5th game of engage versus disengage.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of the same, but I do really like... I think the Veigar's such a powerful tool for, like, making space. I mean, if you get an Infernal map, then you know, RNG just rolled against you. But if you have any other map, especially like a mountain map, like, it's so hard to push up onto, like, objectives like the Baron or the Rift Herald or, you know, or the Drakes or anything, because basically one of your avenues into the area or into the river just gets completely shut down by the cage and the placement of it. So it's something you kind of keep your eye on as well. Like you said, more range on the queue. We did see some pretty good stuff from Fury on it. I just think last time they picked it, they didn't have a comp that really worked with it. I think mostly because Akabane was on that Vi and they were into an Ezreal. So it was like you jump in and then the cage could never follow up because they were just such a distance away. But this time, you know, it feels like it's a bit more cohesive. And I'm actually happy to finally see them not on the buy, because I actually haven't been overly sold. There's been moments where, like, it's definitely either, like, made or break a game. But I feel like now that they've changed it up onto this Jarvan, I feel like it naturally aligns with what they were already kind of hoping to do. But also at the same time, it feels a little bit more aligned with what the team is going to be able to do here.
Yeah, I will say I think NORD's team fight is a bit harder without the Vi, right? Of course, the Vi's engages point and click, but the way they have to play it is like layer their engages, right? They have to engage, pop Xayah R, and then back off, then re-engage again when Zaya's R is down. That's how you have to play this composition now. Whether or not they can pull it off, we have to see. It's very difficult. Like, it's extremely difficult to overload engage onto Xayah, because she also has the tools of the combination, right? In draft, if you secure Xayah plus Gragas, the amount of peel and disengage is just such a nutty duo, right? It's absolutely a nutty duo. So let's see if they can even make it onto the Xayah. But that's how I expect team fights to go.
Oh, here we go. We are on to the Rift for our 5th and final game of this series. Verdant have been playing absolutely amazing this entire series. NORD, their team fighting has been there, but it feels like a bunch of other areas have not. This has to be their moment to return to glory so they can get that rematch versus Riddle and try and reclaim their spot at the top. I do really want to see Kasing be more on the roaming. I want him to match Clyde, not be behind Clyde.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. He's been behind him in every single stage, like trying to match roams, but he's always, you could see the play happens and then he's on his way as the play ends. You know, it's always just a bit too slow. Standard 5-point opening, it's going to be a slow early game. I think this is the draft with the slowest early game potential. Maybe you have something that can happen, but there's really no setup outside maybe some lane gank setup with Thresh. That is what he's really good at. He's good at setting up lane ganks. But outside of that, I don't see anything happening because top is impossible to gank, right? Counter-Strike's impossible to gank. Maybe Jarvan could make a gank onto Sion, but then you're investing resources into putting a Sion behind, which is, you know, not the best use of your time, in my opinion. So if any action is going to happen, I'd expect it bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, into the laning phase we go. And probably as expected, this is going to be a little bit more slow. This is going to probably be a little bit more relaxed of an early game. So both of these teams just going to be looking for those kind of level 6 areas. Did WoW get those? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he got them all.
That was really nice. Super close.
But quite funny how this is the highest stakes game of the league so far. The winner of this goes to EU Masters in the playing stage, I think, or no, just possibly the main stage if they win the next series. So despite being slow, there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. But for now, it's just going to be NORD getting shoved in on the bottom side into this Thresh lane. Level 2 achieved for Kevo and Clay early, so they do have that pressure. But Clay immediately just moving out, placing some vision, and kind of just setting up the precedent that, you know, this is what he's going to do. Taxa. I saw that.
Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. That was a really unfortunate camera timing.
He's had a good enough series, but he's all is forgiven off the back of this.
That's true. But it looks like bot lane's going to get push. Mid lane's going to get push as well for Verdant. I think the only lane that gets priority is NORD's top lane. But even then, it does look like the base damage and the AoE Q is a bit too much. They are going to invest in resources to shut down Nilly.
Yeah, if they get the flag and drag on, they flash in. They're waiting to close the gap. They want him to flash. They're trying to bait it. He flashes in the wrong way. Tries to get the two-man knockup.
No!
First blood! Nilly's got two! What the hell was that, Nord?
That was insane, the amount of tower damage. And then Scion Q. Wait, this is a different dimension. But the amount of tower damage that Akabane took, I don't think he expected to get stunned and then hit by a 400 damage tower shot. That is the tower damage buffs on 13.3, I believe, just stacking up right there. They tried to die, but in the end it isn't worth. Although the wave is good, so topside is saved a little bit in that way.
We just got like a wartime flashback there. That fight was that like dive went so bad for Nord, it triggered like an old memory, a repressed memory in them.
Look at the items top lane. That is a bit scary now. All right.
He's got like look at the farm lead already.
He's a big lad. I'm going to tell you that much. Now, tries to come down and contest that scuttle grab's a bit too late, but you aren't going to be making more plays onto this. Yes, they find a kill onto WoW, but now Nilly's going to be super happy, just chilling. He knows he's under no threat now at all. This Barmy spike is going to be everything for stalling that split push threat and eventually becoming unkillable. All right. Whilst the kill does like accelerate WoW into this Divine Sunderer, it's just not enough. And now Akabane's not going to gank top anymore. You're suiciding if you gank top lane. You're suiciding the team. You need to counter gank bot lane, maybe do something with this Jarvan, or just wait until you're playing team fights where you could just force Zaya. That's your only play as Akabane now. There it is.
Yeah,
I think it's the bot lane play.
Well, it looks like they are going to bring everybody down. Kevo gets lanterned out. This has to be a hell of a flag and drag, but I think I didn't see if the flay was up, so I feel like if the flay was up, that was just not ever going to happen. It's too telegraphed.
It's too difficult because the setup isn't there, right? Like, this is the problem with Rakan. His early game isn't the best, right? When paired with Zaya, it's pretty decent. When they hit level 3, level 6, they have all their spells, they can do a lot of damage. But without Zaya, with no setup on the AD carry either, because Zaya has a lot of setup with the feathers, you kind of just don't have any setup. And this is why I said it's so hard for them to play through anything, right? They just have nothing to play through. And that's where the mismatch of identities happens with Jarvan, and you only pick Jarvan for the team fights.
Well, 5 minutes on the clock, and already with those 2 kills onto this top lane, WoW is no health and playing under tower.
Yeah.
That is
it's a bit
super rough for him. As Fury just desperately trying to contest this pink ward, but he's actually going to look to try and get some damage off of the Clyde. He just flashes away from the flag and drag. Has got the Hex flash, so it's not the worst thing in the world. And Verdant, in the meanwhile, just take Dragon. And I don't think Akabane is going to be able to close that gap now. But he's already used the flag and drag. So Verdant already a dragon up. It just feels like they know that the end is in sight. They know that they can potentially pull this back. So they are playing with everything.
And ultimately, they're going to go back bot lane. They're going to crash this wave. And they're not going to be able to find anything unless they find a dream lantern setup. But it doesn't look like Tax is going to want to do that either. He's just going to continue farming because they are really chilling. They've got exactly what they want. They want to sit back and scale, become this insane disengaged team that functions in the 5v5. And they're getting that. Look at that base damage from Scion. He is absolutely the base damage king at the moment ever since those buffs. And he's just poking out Jax because, like I said, Jax has no innate sustain. He might have this honey fruit for later, but realistically, he's just going to get poked out continuously, especially versus these tank items.
Well, I don't think he's even going to get that honey fruit because I think Fury wants mana. Although he's roaming in the area. Look at WoW's health bar! That's not okay. The only reason that trade is like relatively equal is because there was minions.
Yeah. I mean, he can't crush the wave, right? So he's constantly stuck in front of the tower, which opens him up to ganks. Taxa could look on this wave, this freeze in front of the top tower. It's not quite a permanent freeze. The minions are a little bit chunked, but WoW has to walk up all the entire time. And you can see Taxa's, there are pings going down on the waves, right? Taxa's looking as well, but he might just get stopped by vision on that bush.
Yeah, it has been seen, so he's just going to back off the back of that one. The pings are coming down. And look, Clyde's on the map. This time, Kasing is on the map,
7 minutes
he is
30.
here, but they want to be set up for this Rift Tower that's going to spawn up very shortly. And Clyde flashes in with the Hex Flash to Vision, so just revealing himself a little bit. But, I mean, what can WoW do? He can't really do much right now. He's just going to be playing back. But actually, NORD popping the Ghost. They're going to cast. They're going to throw everything down onto Cly. He gets caught out, and that's the Primordial Burst. That's the kill for Fury. Nilly, though, he's still tanky enough to hold fast. He's still okay. And finally, NORD were the ones who were proactive there. They throw the cask out onto WoW. WoW heavily chunked.
Trying to chunk them out to dissuade the Herald. This could go badly. There are some ultimates used now, like no Vigor.
They got the charge.
Ultimate. Errol's here.
Nilly, watch for the charge. There he comes. He's launching in. As soon as that's burned, that's all they need. There's going to be the kill. Nilly steals the Herald and everything. Now they got the damage onto WoW. He's low HP as in comes Cly, throwing out the Lantern. They want to get the chase off. Can they get the shift with Errol forwards? I don't know if he can. He didn't have Q. Nilly stole that Herald with his ultimate.
What a beautiful combination. Ramming everyone into the Azir wall with Nilly's ultimate as well. I hope we see a replay of that, because that was just gorgeous. He has Rift Herald. There it is. There's the replay. That is, once again, time traveling.
Which is wartime flashback. Oh, no. He's all right. Wait, minions. Minions! The cannon!
Oh. It's an absolute disaster. I think Hipbrain's having some technical difficulties with his mic, but they're absolute disaster. Yeah, you cut out. It's all good, mate. Disaster. The minions just finishing off WoW right there. Brutal.
Oh, so honestly, I don't know why they keep letting WoW play for fighters. Hey, here we go.
Watch them smush between. Oh, it's just an ultimate sandwich, isn't it? The Scion ultimate charge into the Azir wall.
Did Nilly's W pop?
It might have done.
Stole it? I think it was his W, but actually
it does a lot of
percentage
Herald. Damage, right? It does a lot of percentage health damage. So whilst it might be capped, it would still do a significant amount.
He's 3-1. He's got a full item and boots at the point where WoW hasn't even got boots, a shield, and a warhammer.
Oh, there's brutal.
2 levels. This is
so
a big
much flexibility as well. Yeah, flexibility, consistency. He's showing why he was voted as the best top lane in the league. He's really putting a number on WoW.
And it's weird, because while you were having your issues at the beginning, we were going through them, and I said, I didn't vote for Nilly. I felt it was WoW. I did. It was WoW. Yeah, now I regret voting for WoW, unfortunately.
No, he's just so consistent. He's so consistent. And whilst Verdant was struggling, Nilly would still perform, and that's always an amazing sign of a player. Like whenever you're a shining light, right? Even though your team is bottom of the barrel 6th, at a point they were 6th and 7th contesting, and he was still performing well as the best top laner. When you see that, it's probably for a reason. It's the same with Fjumpbun. I think Fjumpbun was heavily underrated, but regardless, coming back to this game, Dragon is up. Crucially, no flash for Vigor, no flash for Fury. Summoners, no flash for Taxus, so no EQ body slam R combinations, no bomber combinations. Rift Herald coming down to charge this, and NORD are going to have to answer this Rift Herald, so I think Verdant are going to get this Dragon.
Yeah, there's no way they can contest it, and, normally when all these plays happen, you go, well, at least Woolite's getting plates, he's getting farm, but, he's not that far ahead of his counterpart. He's not actually been able to pick any plates up for himself, so ultimately, hasn't really come at a cost here to Verdant this time around. I think that's the major difference this time. As Woolite needs to be careful. That could lock him. He has to cleanse immediately. They're jumping in to try and see if they can steal this one away. Kasing gets the charm off. There's the cast down. Woolite launches forwards and secures himself a kill. But in comes the Scion. In comes the Azir. And Verdant makes short work of NORD.
And you could see the entire time that Nilly was shadowing the entire play. The entire time they were on Dragon, Nilly was walking back and forth between bot lane and top lane, mid lane and top lane, mid lane and top lane, until he realized, guys, the fight's probably going to pop out, and we need to do this.
Wow!
Trying to trade off a play, but it doesn't work. He doesn't have enough damage. I think he gets his divine, but still.
I don't know, man. That was not it. That was not it.
You can see, watch Nilly, right? He was walking between mid and top lane, and he ults down now. Fury has to get out of the way. I think he would have had more impact if Fury actually blocked the ultimate, but still, maybe the fight was over by then, and they just secure the Dragon, and then the cross map is denied by the TP from Errol, who eats the wave on the tower and solo kills WoW too, because WoW is just so desperate for this cross map.
Yeah, WoW is unfortunately very much on the back foot, but I mean, he, like you said, he has got that Sunderer, so, in the side lane, there is just a point where, WoW can take over the game, but It's a long way away. What we need to see, though, is not what Verdant did last time. Last time they put WoW behind, they just kept putting resources into keeping him behind. He is now behind. Like, yes, he's got Sundering. Yes, he's not overly weak at this point, but, you know, he's not going to be taking over the game yet. So what they need to do is accelerate the game away from WoW in other areas. They need to be playing around, you know, the other lanes. Right now, Kevo finds himself a kill onto Woolite. Featherstorm and the Blade Cooler. Easy work of Woolite, and Flash Cleanseless. There wasn't much Woolite could do there.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, we're already seeing that accelerating the game. Fury with a nice flash. Accelerating the game away from Nilly is exactly the name of the game plan, right? Like, he's been shadowing bot lane, shadowing the mid wave, giving up a bit of his lead to make sure Dragon is secured. And I think that's exactly what he's going to keep doing. You could see panic roams coming in from WoW off of a wave crash, and Nilly, I think he's just going to get another plate. He's going to get his Jack show very soon, and it's going to be a 2-item Scion at 15 minutes. No one's going to be able to kill him. Absolutely no one's going to be able to kill him. We're not seeing the Leandri's Vigar that we saw earlier, who had a bit more damage. You have DPS from a Kai'Sa, who does a lot of damage, but there's no way Woolite can be accelerated enough to kill a 2-item Scion at this stage of the game.
No, I mean, that has to be like a phenomenal misplay by Nilly. Kevo gets the Lantern out. I believe Kasing ulted there as well. Yeah, he did. So a lot used. Kevo doesn't burn a single thing. That exhaust was from the previous fight. Actually, for the fight before at the Dragon. So really rough loss there as Taxa gets the cask back. Fury's low HP. They find the knockup. They find the Primordial Burst. Taxa's caught in place. And Akabane is able to secure the kill, but not before losing a lot of HP. Good cleanse.
Clyde?
Hook. Don't think they can fight anymore.
They're managing to find these picks with Fury. I'm telling you, every single time the game's not going so well, Fury manages to find something. Before they found it in River with Vigar, above the Herald, and now they're finding it here too. So I think they just got to keep playing through the Vigar cage setup, accelerate Fury, and then maybe he can spread his lead too, because he'll have a lot of setup with this Everfrost. It's a really tall task, though. I think the gold distribution is not that great. A lot of the gold is on Akabane. So they're gonna have to find a way to get it onto Woolite, because Woolite, I think, is your main carry this game. He definitely is gonna itemize only damage, and there is no other real source of consistent DPS for the team. So you're gonna want to maybe get Herald. You're gonna want to maybe spread your lead to him.
Well, Herald getting started up here by Verdant. Has been spotted out thanks to that Scryers, but I don't really think they're gonna.
No, there's no way.
Bother.
You can see Woolite pathing down to bot side. He half pathed the Rift Herald to maybe contest, and you could just tell in the comms they're like, "Nah, guys, no, just go back to your lanes. We're giving this up. We'll fight at a different item power spike." And now he's probably going to try and get bot lane turret because he's got vision covering him. You can see that Kasing just placed some wards by the Wraiths to maybe show Woolite how long he can hit for. Probably not going to be that long. He's definitely not going to get the tower.
I will say I preferred this build on Fury to the previous build.
Sure.
I actually don't really like the Leandris build he went last time.
I agree.
I think I don't really see why or what it does. As Errol, can he get the outplay? Gets a shove back onto WoW. WoW flashes forwards. Errol flashes away, and Errol solo kills. Wow! Holy moly! Twice now.
And he just keeps trying over and over again. You got to feel for WoW, because he keeps trying to make these miracle plays happen onto Errol, but every single time he's so close, and it's not quite there. Now you've got to imagine this Dragon's going to be done, because Errol can just walk back from base, and then they're just going to have to back off and give it up.
Absolutely. Oh, that is so rough. As a tower.
WoW does have TP.
WoW does, yeah. Is he going to use it, though? I mean, he's not got really much to use here. Going to throw the Herald down. The cage is actually used to catch on to Clyde. They do get the cast. They do get the hook as well to follow. The Primordial Burst doesn't do enough. They do just about finish it up at the end as the tower goes down. WoW comes in for a two-man stun, but Kevo and Errol are untouched for the moment. Another cage comes out. Somehow they walk into that one as well. Just about slivers out. We're low HP. Nilly still very tanky. The numbers advantage is there for NORD, but the health advantage, honestly, in Verdant's favor right now.
Yeah. Kevo still has his R, so really important. If they try to engage onto Kevo, they don't have the tools to immediately engage and disengage. I don't think this fight is winnable for NORD, despite having so much pick.
Oh, that's a good... That might be it. That might just be what they needed. He walks into the cage, and he's down.
What happened there?
He just walked into the cage.
I want to see a replay of that. Are you sure? I blinked and then Kevin was dead, but he has feathers up. Did he really just walk into the cage?
So I need to see again because there's a chance that he got bopped by Nilly's model into the cage.
I refuse to believe he just walked into a cage.
I mean, that is the worst case. The best case is he got bopped by Nilly. Worst case is he just walked into it.
But how do they keep getting away with this, right? Like, they're so far behind, and they still manage to find picks with their pick comp.
Let's see.
It must be just walking in. There's no reason for...
Yeah, just walks in.
That's really unfortunate.
I don't know if it's unfortunate. I think that was just a really silly play there by Kevo.
But okay, that's fair. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, we all make mistakes, right?
Yeah, I mean, so at the end of the day, like, that was in best case them actually somehow taking that fight and winning it. And like you said, there was a world where they can win it. But yeah, I think ultimately that was the worst case is they lose a player or two and then the dragon.
Yeah, I think they can win that fight because he does have that Featherstorm, right? And then no one can get on him without like him just killing the person who goes on him, because they had no tools like Jarvanol, right? But now, moving on from that, they are going to cross map on the top side. NORD are still not that comfortable, right? They still are really far behind top laner. They have a lot of gold onto Woolite, so it's the same story as always, right? It's Woolite with the gold, and he's going to have to use his lead to win the game. Nilly's going to be able to get a Demolish proc here, nice and juicy. Probably be able to take this turret on his own, whilst he's shadowed by a Thresh Lantern, so there's really no threat onto him. Wow, gonna bleed out some more, and unfortunately, I would not want to see his average, like, how much CS behind at 15 minutes he is. Of course, it's going to be inflated by the fact that he's been camped a lot, but still, even in isolated lanes, it's been rough.
I mean, he's also been camped by his own team. That's the worst thing. It's just like, it's not like it's just like he's constantly on his own. It's bad plays. This game literally started with a bad dive onto Nilly. Just like game number 1, just like game number 3 as well. Like, there's been a lot of times where, wow, they put resources into him and it hasn't paid off as they are looking for the knockups, the pop-ups, the CC, and WoW is down.
That is brutal. And it's just him extending, right, without any backup. You could see when Nilly extends, he has the backup of a Thresh Lantern, right? But here, they walk bot lane and they one-shot him. Even with these base stats, it doesn't matter. He's too far behind. It's not like they have a huge amount of damage. Yes, they have Night Harvester, but it is essentially a full tank. 2 items coming in for Sion now, and it's just going to be brutal. That tier 2 turret is being threatened by Nilly right now, and he's got no joke in terms of damage. He's no joke in terms of damage. He can one-shot this with a big Demolish proc and play off Demolish rotations. But this mid-lane posturing, I don't think they can find an engage here. They don't have the damage with WoW for the CC as well, and to be a meat bag, so you can imagine they're just going to play for push and then back off the top.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for them to do anything, really, with Kebo having ult and flash, Errol having that Emperor's Divide. So even if he does find himself in a pit with the Jarvan, he can just shove him out of the pit and shift out later. Yep. It's going to be feeling nice and comfortable as, shoving from Nilly towards that bottom side, but wasn't really going to stick around and take the tower. So he's just going to back off and chill for the moment. He's got that Jack Show, like you said, and going in for the base, looking to get his next item. We'll see what that's going to be. Probably something along the lines of a bit of magic resist. Although it's a lot of AD damage on this team. Obviously, you got the Veigar, but you only really need one item, I guess, to kind of tank out on that Veigar.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Kai'Sa also does a lot of mixed damage, right? But you're probably deciding between a Randuin's or a Frozen Heart versus a Force of Nature. And it does look like they're securing Baron Vision. A lot of these NORD games have been decided around random Barons as well, right?
Yes.
And random fights around Baron. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some, because they have a lot of single target damage, right? Woolite with this Kai'Sa has a Kraken Slayer and 2 items, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it just randomly started up at a point where Verdant don't expect it.
No, completely. Dragon, though, will be spawning up in 50 seconds, so I feel the attention is going to go towards there. Nilly's going to get this bot lane pushing in favor of his team, and he's actually stacking more armor. He's got the Warden's Mail.
Looks like a Frozen Heart or Randuin's.
I assume Frozen Heart, because Randuin's only has
it builds
the
out
Wardens.
Kindle and Wardens, if I remember. Yeah, no, you're completely right. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be Frozen Heart, a bit more utility for the team, slowing the attack speed of Jax, Jarvan, and Kai'Sa. No, pretty decent. I want to see how they manage to get into River here, right? Because it does look like Verdant have control of the River right now, and do have the vision down already, whereas NORD are a bit slower to the punch. Maybe they all just run through mid into the side lane afterwards and try to get priority. I think they just have to look for a pick first. That's inevitably going to be the way. Look at Clyde. Gets himself completely CC locked. He's gone.
spotted out by the vision, and that's probably just Dragon now for that.
What is going on? That's equalizing the dragons. They're going to try and turn onto the Baron. They have a lot of DPS with this Leandri's Azir.
And that was a classic Fly play. That's all that was.
Yeah, I mean, that was an attempt on the flank, right? Like, respectable, but unfortunately it had vision.
Oh no, they're looking to come in, but the Cage is so good at buying zone control. And it looks like the pings are down on Baron. They just want to try and burst it, but it's a little bit too slow, I think, for this one. Immediately
they can make it in time.
out. It's a quick
It will
one,
be
though.
fast.
It's a very quick one. WoW's going to TP back in. Can Akabane outsmite Taxa? The Cage is there. Nilly's buying a lot of time. The Featherstorm's fought out for a bit of space, and now in jumps Nilly. He's immediately exhausted as he's being locked down. He's buying so much time for his team. In comes Cly on the side as finally they finish him up, but Nilly in zombie form just running through the whole team. WoW comes in. Three-man stun! There's the knockup from Akabane! The Emperor's Divide backwards. The health bars are low on NORD, but they are going to try this Baron. This is hard with the Azir. He can re-heal and teleport back in if he needs to.
And just when you think the fight isn't going well, you see Kasing get an engage off and nothing happens. He buys time, though, for the Baron to reset, which ultimately we could see in this replay here. Look at Kasing. He buys time. He finds an epic engage, which also pops Kevo's R, which is huge, by the way, because now... WoW is ultimately unlocked to flash E everyone. What a beautiful engage. Despite being 1-5, 2-5, you can't put him behind. He will always be relevant.
I feel like WoW is like, he just like Giga ints lane and then always lands those counter strikes. Like, I mean, every time he plays Jax, it's always more than 3. It's 3 or more who get hit by the counter strikes, and like when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember back to the first week of casting WoW? He got that 4-man Counter-Strike bot lane. It's just beautiful. Like, this guy skirmishing and team fighting whilst he's being punished in lane. Honestly, he has champion pool issues too. He's popping off and he pulls his weight later on despite being behind.
No, absolutely. You know, I've been very critical of WoW, and I honestly kind of think rightly so. I think
absolutely.
His laning phase has been left a lot to desire, but his stubbornness in some way does do favors for his team. I feel, you know, in some of those games, if he just hadn't played a Bruiser and played like a Scion or an Ornn or, you know, something you can just play frontline, then maybe it could have been a very, very different day and we could have had a much faster day. But, you know, regardless, as much as I can be critical about his builds and everything, I will say he's made for a bloody entertaining day. Yeah,
and the Baron Siege coming up here. Cage after cage after cage. When you play with Vigar, you have to just put down a cage. If it doesn't land, you back off and wait for the cage to come up again. It's a very simple win condition, but you have to be incredibly disciplined and you do not fight without it, because that's Vigar's main usefulness. Does look like they're deciding, you know what, we took a tier 2 tower bot lane. We're gonna say this is enough for the Baron. Typically, when you get your first Baron, you don't crack open the base, right? It's too difficult. Often you get a few tier 2s, right? You get 2 tier 2s, maybe a tier 1 here and there, but best case scenario is you get like a tier 3 tower. You almost never crack open a base on the first Baron, but when it comes second Baron, you've unlocked the base, you can actually push for further. Regardless, that's equalized the gold lead, and it's a 4k gold lead now for NORD. I'd expect them to continue sieging, maybe with this 1-3-1, because WoW is now accelerated.
Yeah, WoW is very strong, very, very strong. Gone for the Black Cleaver over the Bork build, so actually playing a little bit more for the team, because the Bork is more, I want to split push, I want to 1v1 the Scion. I think he's at the point where he's like, okay, my counter strikes matter, and basically decide whether my team win or lose these fights.
Yeah.
So no, I can respect it, actually.
Does look like they're going to go for this tier 2 tower top lane. This makes a lot of sense. The tier 2 tower top lane is the easiest objective that has the most gold. Just risk versus reward, simple maths. It's super good to go for this. They're going to overload topside, probably push in mid with the slippery Jack so that he can't get engaged on, and then push in this side lane. Does look like it's going to be defended, though, and they've got to be careful not to get engaged on as NORD.
Yeah, have to be very careful. The cage is down, like you said. That's your opportunity. Oh, Taxa. So Woolite losing a lot of health to Taxa there, but wow, now been a bit of a nuisance in the side lane. Puts up the counter strike. Cask goes down. Cage goes down. Everybody walks away.
Nice try. Nice try from Taxa to just get him off of that stun, but wow, CDR with that Black Cleaver, like you mentioned, he can just leap and counter-strike non-stop off cooldown. Gonna build into that Force of Nature next, but it won't have it, I don't think, by the time he gets to this fight. Maybe he will and he'll TP in. Ooh, his recall got cancelled. This is actually pretty big because it means that Verdant can get vision down easily and maybe establish a flank. Although, no, that's not going to happen because they just have a standard front-to-back comp. They're going to establish vision, maybe death push, and just front-to-back team fight. You can imagine get mid lane prior first as well.
Oh, looks like they are just going to maybe death brush here. Nope, they're going to reveal themselves. I think it's quite hard to death rush when Veigar can just cage the bush.
Yeah, exactly. And it provides vision as well, so it's pretty rough. They're just going to go mid, though. This is their answer.
Wait,
you can take Soul Point.
NORD, yeah, literally, NORD don't care. There's no answer. They have to teleport out. Reset. Errol's going to solo the dragon while the rest of the team try and defend, but the inhibitor is going to pay the price.
You know, I don't know if I agree with this. I actually don't know if I agree with this because I think getting to Soul Point essentially means you're probably going to get the Soul unless they get a pick here, and then that's game.
Not going to land. There's the dragon. Soul over to the side of Verdant. Clyde's being caught already. The Featherstorm came out from Kevo. He was miles away. That's really bad, actually. Burning that.
I don't think anything can happen now, though. I think that's going to be the end of the siege. They have too much wave clear, and there's no way they can force further, right?
Counter-strike coming in from WoW, immediately getting himself chunked out. He's able to survive. Verdant. Taxa's not going to go for it.
Slow and steady. They're gonna walk back. Yeah, there's too much wave clear. You can't end versus 4 people. 4 people typically have too much wave clear, especially this Azir and this Azaya. I think, can you place Azir Tower on the Fountain Towers? I believe you can, right? So even if they took a tower, it would be it'd be a bit brutal.
Yes,
regardless,
complete brain fart though. Yes.
Yeah. No, I think it's best that you just go top side now. You play for top lane. Bot lane's pushing. You could see Verdant's ping is going down to the bot lane wave. They're pinging that they're going to go on my way to that wave, clear it, and then go up to Baron because you have to be around Baron now. Otherwise, either team can rush it.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Verdant now just kind of waiting out a bit, seeing, you know, probably Dragon is going to be their next big thing. Obviously, if they get Chemtech Soul, suddenly all this burst from NORD becomes so much harder because you get that damage reduction. They've already got lots of tenacity. They just ult off screen.
I didn't see anything. Wait, what happened? What did you say?
Woolite just ulted off screen with the Killer Instinct.
Ah, I think he must have tried and find him engage off of his plasma, right? Off of his W, maybe?
Yeah, he jumped onto Taxa.
But he doesn't have that as a tool now for a counter engage on this Baron. It is going down so fast.
It's so quick. They're too late. There's no way they get in time. Taxa's going to try and make it there, but while zoning, this is the power of the cage. There's so much zone control.
I think they're just going to go top now, right? And NORD are going to try and cross-map bot side with that wave, but they've realized, no, it's too fast. The siege is too quick. We can't cross-map. We have to defend this Baron. So NORD honestly out-macroing Verdant here.
And Errol thought about cancelling it and then decided not to cancel. He puts up a turret, I believe, before resetting, just so the mid lane is a little bit slower. Oh, no, he didn't even turret it. Don't worry. Oh, Verdant. Honestly, where was this NORD all series? This feels
exactly.
Way
this is a
better.
different team.
This feels like, you know, I don't feel Verdant are playing worse. I just think NORD is finally starting to play like how we expect NORD to play. This is why I put a 3-0, because this is the NORD I expected.
Outside of the WoW shenanigans early, where they fell behind a lot, I do agree with you. I think this is a lot higher gameplay. I do think that they got back in the game in a way that versus like a top EU Masters, EMEA Masters team, you couldn't do, because they mechanically out team fought them, right? Like they came back again in a team fight, out team fighting, despite being behind. I don't think that's the most reliable way to play the game. Lose hard really early and then come back like that, but they managed to pull off again against Verdant, so props to them. Gonna see how they pull off their siege now. They're putting WoW in the mid lane again because he's just so slippery, and they're gonna try and siege that bot lane inhib.
Well, it looks like for now, it's going to be a little bit of a slow one, but they got that cannon chipping away. WoW is being a problem in the mid lane, so somebody needs to go handle that. I say mid lane, in the base. Got a big old wave as they're looking to get the cage off at the moment. They get a hook onto Akabane, not the person they need. WoW gets a 2-man stun. Look at the knockup from Akabane. In they go. Featherstorm thrown down. They pull the feathers back. It's a 1-for-2 trade so far in favor of Verdant. Now Nilly's been a real nuisance, but he's losing so much HP. Another big knockup coming in. Here comes the 3-man from Nilly. The shield's on Errol, trying to get the feathers back, trying to get the Sand Soldiers in. Shuffle onto 2. Errol! What a beautiful ultimate. And somehow, Verdant hold fast.
And NORD dying with 3 stopwatches in their inventories. What happened? Maybe they just picked them up for that fight, but no, you could see there were 4 there, and they somehow all died. I think it was the feather pullback initially before this part of the fight, where I believe Kevo managed to pull back feathers through 4 people and just kill 2 people instantly. Then you can see it's just Fury's W's just not there, right? And then Errol comes up with a beautiful sweep. Dragon is spawning now. I think that's Soul for Verdant.
I think you might be right. I actually think that might be so. I mean, it's 30 seconds, so NORD do get on the map in time. But that was a big injection of cash into Verdant, who they needed that cash injection because they are significantly behind NORD right now in the gold lead. As Kevo desperately trying to get to that level 6 mark. I think the key thing to note is I don't believe Kevo will have ultimate in time. He's 46 seconds off his ultimate. So that is not going to be up for this objective. But they're teleporting in. They want to go for this. This is double teleports, I believe, as well, actually.
I think it's just going to get rushed.
Reset. They're going to try and rush it. WoW puts up the Counter-Strike stopwatches. That could be bad. Into the hook, into the cage. He's going to try and jump away immediately. The cast comes in. Kassin gets a big old knock-up and not onto the carriage. There, Kevo goes golden with the stopwatch. Has he got flash? Can he get out? No. But he's going to be able to disengage out away from all of that action. WoW is heavily chunked. He does have that teleport, though, so he can join back in. Nilly tanking. Dragon getting started. The knock-up comes onto Nilly. He's low HP. Taxa's going to go get the smite. It's going to be secured by Kevo. Verdant gets Soul, and it's a big one as well. Lantern to safety. They're teleporting in. Can they do this in time? I don't know. Kevo has to Featherstorm away. They're going to try and save their AD carry, but they can't do it in time. Can this game be stopped? Can WoW's split push be stopped? He gives up, and he actually looks to chase into Verdant here. Lantern over the wall. Counter-Strike coming in. Errol untouched. Going to get some damage off onto WoW as Akabane gets the knock up onto 1, but Errol remains untouched at the moment. He's doing so much damage to WoW. Absolutely mincing through that health bar, but 1 inhibitor is down. The second one's going to follow. Kevo not up for another 28 seconds. This might just be NORD's moment, but they don't have the waves, and Errol has the wave clear, so it looks like that might just be all she wrote.
What a phenomenal fight. Errol 6-0 in this game, managing to find that recall in the lower bush right there, not getting stopped, and crucially, this means that WoW could not siege in time. He also doesn't have the damage to burn through those towers and the inhib. I respect the attempt, but now that big soul going in for Verdant, damage reduction and damage below 50% HP means that it's going to be even harder to finish off this Scion. And he's going to get a lot of damage even in his undead form, and it's just going to benefit him a lot, right? Their front line is just going to be so tanky, and this is super important when you're playing a front-to-back composition. So I want to see something out of NORD, like a pick, right? Playing front-to-back like this is incredibly difficult. I want to see a Vigor cage pick. Maybe you do something around Vision at Baron, because you're going in for Vision now. I think you've got to expect a face check or something. Play with the cage.
Well, right now, it is a waiting game. Kevo, flashless, ultless. Very hard for him to contest this Baron. If you see him getting jumped onto. For now, though, Nilly is just shoving out this bot lane, making sure that it's not going to be anywhere near. And I feel the problem right now for NORD is without Baron, it's so hard for them to push waves into this base. There's so much wave clear. That's a 4 item Isaiah, no ultimate. They're going to look to throw it down now. They've got the Infinity Edge, but they can't even use it. Errol gets a bit of damage off, but 2 members down. That is probably game. The tower goes up. Errol just needs to try and buy time for his team. They do have Nilly now here at the front line. They do have him to help clear the waves, and the heals coming in from Taxi. He's reset back up as well. He's going to look for the Counter-Strike. Can't quite find it, unfortunately. Dodging away as the tower finally goes down. A lot of time has been bought from the back of that tower, and they've got no minions to really push with. Errol doesn't get stunned, and somehow Verdant don't close this game out. They're looking for Nilly. Nilly flashes away from the knock-up. NORD's health bars are just getting absolutely obliterated, though.
Yeah, 10 seconds on Kevo. Thresh is now up. I think they've bought enough time that they might be able to contest this Baron. NORD probably had to say they couldn't end. I got baited there. I thought the game was over too. But Azir's wave clear is just too good. They might actually be able to stop this Baron unless it just go... Okay, never mind. No, it's gone in 3 seconds.
There's no way they can contest it.
Wow.
They've got to sort out that bot lane as well. Kevo, interesting, he's got Infinity Edge over the Navari build.
Yeah, that is interesting. Navori's really good for the ultimate cooldown, and then also you have permanent uptime on your W attack speed steroid, as well as more pullback. So I'm really surprised. Maybe, you know, he's the long-time Zarya player, so he probably knows more than me. Maybe it has to do with the nerfs, but still, What a close game.
I guess he gives a lot of damage.
That's true.
Infinity's Edge is, you know, a very damage-heavy item, but yeah. We'll have to see. For now, though, with the Baron on the side of NORD, it does look like Verdant are just trying to push out this bot side, wait for the inhibitor to respawn, and then they can feel comfortable. I don't know how much longer they got left on this inhibitor. They've only probably got 2 waves max left of supers. That might actually be the final super wave en route now. I can't remember when it fell. I might be wrong there.
It was a while ago. It was definitely a while ago. They used the pressure to get that Baron. But now it does look like they're going to use that pressure. And they've got to be patient here, right? They cannot get engaged before WoW is near. They have to sync up these waves, sync up this engage. And they have to slow push these waves so that WoW can use the waves as pressure to siege into the base. How this Baron goes is crucial, because if NORD fail the siege here, that will be an Elder Dragon.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really scary for them. But if they make this siege work, they've got another lane, which is going to be pushing in. Someone has to go deal with WoW in any second, because he is about to get to the base with the supers. They're going to rotate over the Azir, make sure that Errol is in the area. But that tower also falls in the mid lane as well. It's just going to back off, and this is a very, very tense couple of moments now. That was, I believe, the final super wave, by the way.
Oh, okay. They've got to wait for mid lane turret as well, mid lane minions as well, and they've got to kind of sync up these waves, and that's what they've done. For once, they've actually done that. They're zoning with Cage to potentially buy autos for this turret, which is important.
A lot of damage. Oh, there we go. Woolite's down. They've lost the carry immediately. Stun comes in. Meanwhile, in the bot side, we're seeing the flash, the hook going down, but I believe Errol was able to just win a fight versus WoW off the back of that. Inhibitors
That could be
respawn. Elder up in 30 seconds. There's no supers now threatening the base. Verdant finally got a moment to breathe. There is a teleport on WoW, so he can jump into the base with a teleport and potentially win the game off a backdoor.
I think if you're NORD, you have to try and find a pick on them before they get like their bearings. You know, find a pick. Use the fact that, because if you find a normal fight, you just don't have any damage. Your AD carry's dead, so maybe find a pick with Fury. If not, you're gonna have to play the waiting game where you just give up Elder. You know, maybe you play for a steal, but I feel like they can zone off so well.
Teleport flank. They've got the cage onto Clyde. He is removed from the game, but now the threat is not there. Fury stopwatches Kevo, throws down the Featherstorm, repositions with the flash. Amazing blade caller coming down. They find all the shutdowns necessary. The knockback. Errol's jumped onto by WoW. He jumps out. Double kill. Going for WoW. There's the jump onto Akabane. He's chunked, but he's not dead. He's still holding on. WoW now will be finished up in response by Errol. They should just be able to get him with the final tick. He's able to heal, thanks to the blast cones. But oh no, this is so close. Akabane, can he steal this? It will be a miracle. It will be a game-saving opportunity. He's got the flag, he's got the drag, and in comes the backup. But now they're going to look to finish up Errol. Errol may just go down. Here comes the smite. Can they secure it? No, they can't. And the Elder is going to do absolute monstrous amounts of work here for the side of Verdant. Woolite is down. Taxer's on the run. He's trying to get away from WoW. WoW's going to be able to heal back up, and Verdant somehow hold on. This series is delivering. Aragon, we are being blessed with the best of 5 we've had.
These are the best games of the entire split. I absolutely love them, but crucially, Elder is not on the key targets, right? Azir died. You don't have Elder on Azir. You have Elder on Gragas and Nili on the Scion. So yes, you can maybe throw in ulti. Your AP Gragas, you can throw an ulti at the enemy carries and proc Elder like that. But you really wanted Elder on the carry. So now I feel like NORD have not exactly an easy job, but a less hard job of actually stalling out this Elder and maybe playing afterwards.
I've realized Nili did go Jack Show. You talked about it earlier, and I kind of just went, yeah, whatever. But like, why isn't that hot still? Nah,
okay. A Jack Show honestly is just the tankiest option, right? If you just want to be pure frontline, and in this game he kind of wants to be, you know?
Okay.
He wants to be absolutely super tanky for the front to back team fights. Jack Show is really crazy. But no, Heartsteel's a really good item in itself when it's good.
Yes. Okay. But interesting. It kind of did not occur to me. You mentioned it ages ago, and I went, oh yeah, Jack Show. I just didn't realize. Oh yeah, Heartsteel's like crazy amounts of damage for Scion. But I guess, like you said, his base damage is actually already quite high.
Exactly.
But they're just base racing. They put the turret down. They're feeling quite safe here. There's a lot of wave clear. The cast comes out. That's a bit of the Elder burn. They're going to get a bunch of damage off as the cage comes out. They forced WoW to reset there off the back of that. So they're feeling quite comfortable, and that actually might just be a tower down. Verdant, they've cracked the base. This might be their moment. They are just going to reset and refresh off the back of that one. They're waiting for the wave, actually. Nilly feeling very comfortable.
Yeah.
They
want to use this Elder.
I really do, but it's so hard for NORD to actually really do much about this. I guess the wave clear is there, though. So Verdant, they lose that tower at their back, and I think they feel comfortable. They don't feel comfortable to stay, especially when Baron's up in 8 seconds. And this is the first time where they've got the ability to run into that Baron pit first and just absolutely melt it. This is almost a full build Xayah and a full build Azir. Hook comes in onto Akabane. Look at that Baron damage. It's gone. It's secured already. NORD need to win the fight here and now, but it's going to be so hard. The cage is already wasted. The cast comes out. WoW jumps in, gets the lockdown just onto Nilly. Kevo's getting a whole bunch of damage off at the moment, and Errol is untouched. WoW jumps out. The cage is used, and they only get the stun onto Cly. Verdant can just use their Baron reset, but actually it feels that they want to step up. They want to fight. They're feeling comfortable. They're in their zone. They're getting the knock-up. WoW goes for the counter-strike. It only lands onto Nilly, though. Again, not able to make the opportunity work for them. And Verdant, with this Baron, going in for their final reset, and I think they might go for a game-winning push here.
And it's such a game of inches. You cannot run into them. It's too hard to run into through the Azir soldiers. You can't run past the Gragas casks, and you can't run into Scion Qs and the feathers. There's too much disengage, and you could just see how well this composition is working as a unit. You just cannot find the Vigor cages. You're just outranged, right? So I really want to see NORD try something, but essentially that Elder Drake secured that Baron.
Holy moly. That is super, super clutch.
Yeah.
But it just feels like this is still anybody's game. The soul is amazing onto Verdant. Like, Chemtech soul is such a powerful soul. Firstly, the tenacity is amazing for these guys because you're working with the cages and the knockouts and all that. It's always going to help on that front.
That's true,
it's also just that big damage reduction, especially on Nilly. He's already tanky. You get into 30% HP. That's still probably more health than Woolite has. And he gets damage reduction on top of that. As Akabane, his GA is popped. They put the box down. They miss the hook. He flashes away, but he's taken out by Taxa. Nothing they can do about that one.
I thought he might get out there because he managed to flash and Cly mistimed the hook, but I want to see if this kill turns into a game. I'm not sure if it will. You have a lot of wave clear, right? Vigor, Fury on this Vigor. I wonder what the cooldown on his W is because they're just raining down, clearing waves off cooldown. Let's see. So that's a 2-second cooldown. It's absolutely minimal, and they're managing to find the siege here. That's a lot of damage as well.
Well, the team are in the base. They just walk it in through the mid, and that allows Errol to step up and take this tower with the rest of the team here. Down it goes. Inhibitor number 2 should be quick to follow. They do have to be a little careful about that cage. But Verdant, they're not overextending, they're not overreaching. I say that, and then Nilly launches into the middle of the team. Look at the damage onto Kasing. He's popped. In comes Taxa. There's the Sheriff Shield already. The shuffle back doesn't land. Errol stopwatches the Primordial Burst, putting it on cooldown, securing himself a double kill. He's alive. He's able to hold. WoW will finish him up. WoW will go down, though, in response, and this might just be the moment for Verdant. Akabane gets the cage down, but he's going to pay the ultimate price. Woolite is exhausted. And Verdant have done it! They go to EMEA and they knock NORD out of the NLC! Holy moly, what an end! What a series, Aragon! What a series!
Every single game, man. Every single game is exhausting. I love it. Where were these games in the regular season? I swear we had 5 nail biters back to back.
Unbelievable.
Every single one.
Unbelievable series we were just delivered there. I actually cannot believe that we just saw Verdant take out NORD. And do you know the worst thing is? Rude Dude perfectly predicted this series.
No!
It literally, every single metric, he said NORD would win the first game. Oh, God, that hurts. How did he get it so right? I assume so. He just absolutely smurfed it.
Amazing.
Wow. I don't know, man. That is rough. That is real rough.
I just want to celebrate how good Verdant have become. Like, what is this? What happened? Verdant have improved so much. Commiserations to NORD, of course. Sorry, they fought their heart out. That was an intense series, but Verdant, you can't deny that they have improved. They have played really well to overthrow NORD, who everyone pitched as potentially the best team in the league.
Yeah,
really good.
Absolutely, I believe that NORD were the best team. Like the whole time, like at least during the group stages, I just had the faith that like NORD were just this very consistent team. This team that didn't have any issues, didn't make any mistakes. But I mean, apparently they do. Apparently gods can bleed, and it's Verdant to make them bleed. Verdant are going to be unbelievably proud of themselves. First, a 3-0 over Ruddy.
They should.
And that in its own right was a phenomenal achievement. But then to take on NORD, I think there are obvious issues that I think NORD was struggling with. And the whole series, I was going, even if they win this, I am not confident that NORD are going to do well at EMEA off the back of this. I think there's stuff to work on both sides. I would be crazy to think otherwise. But, you know, just an unbelievable series coming in from Verdant. I'm not going to be critical. That was me fighting the urge to kind of flame maybe some stubbornness there, but I just think Verdant, the reason they won this was because they were so prepared and they were so willing to adapt and just kind of give up on like what they wanted to do and play what they thought was best.
No, absolutely, and you could see in every single skirmish it was such a nail biter. I think going forward, you know, you can give some constructive criticism. I think they should look at the team fights, especially because they were losing team fights, maybe the preparation of the team fights, where they would like up a lot of gold, and that was the only way it felt like NORD was actually coming back, was just outplaying them in team fights, the way they skirmish, you know, playing off of the cooldowns, getting picked like this, Clyde getting picked by Vigor Cage and a random knockup, and you could see they were down 3k, which isn't that much, but like, I'll be honest, in the moment it feels like a lot more, you know. It feels like a lot more. So I definitely feel like if they're playing versus these pick comps again, they should definitely review it and see how they can play against it better.
Yeah, absolutely. Just I want 5 more of these. I actually want 5 more of these. I actually think because Verdant got through, we get a better finals.
Yes. I
think honestly, Riddle 3-0 NORD in their current state. I think NORD honestly just get 3-0 because we had a banger upper bracket final between these two teams, between NORD and Riddle. But I feel like honestly, NORD in this series look like an entirely different team. So I am very excited to see what comes next. I think Verdant versus Riddle is going to be such an amazing finals. Yeah. I'm voting Verdant, by the way. I said it. If Verdant win this series, I'm voting for them in finals. I'm voting for them. So you hear it first.
Who do you vote for MVP? We've got to.
Oh, we got to choose 3. So Cly, obviously. Nilly, obviously.
Oh, Nilly gapped too many times. I think it has to be Nilly, no?
Well, no, but we have to choose 3 and then Twitter decide.
Oh, 3. Okay, it's so, Clyde,
Nilly, and then it's very hard because I feel like everyone played very well. I mean, I don't want to flame Kevo too much. Actually, no. I was going to say...
He only had one mistake.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, it didn't feel like he did like a lot. He kind of just played well, but actually game 3 and 4, where he was on Ezreal, he basically won them every objective.
Yes.
Because of his poke.
No, I think it's Kevo as well.
Oh, Taxa with that steal though in like game 2, but like won them their game because he stole the Baron that kind of brought them back into this series. Errol had an amazing series. Like he was just consistently good.
Stop making this difficult.
It's so hard. Like I feel like Nilly and Clyde are just the obvious first 2, but the third is really, really hard. Who is the third?
Oh, gosh.
That is so hard.
I think it's Kevo. I think he solo won so many objectives with his poke, especially his Ezreal performances.
I actually think it's Taxa. I think Taxa did so much for the team.
Okay.
All right, actually, you know, I'm going to give you a reason for why I argue Taxa here.
Okay, go ahead.
So, I think obviously, Cly and Nilly, it's very obvious why they were MVPs, right? I think it was super obvious that Cly and Nilly just played this game really well. But Taxa read Akabane like a book, especially in the early game. He was always there whenever Akabane looked for a play top lane. Okay. Always turned it around. He was all over the map. So I'm going to go Taxa, Nilly, Cly.
Sure.
So they are our MVPs. And we actually have Cly standing by for an interview. Hello, mate. How are you doing after an absolute nail-biter of a series?
Hello. I'm really good. I don't want to swear on live on television or screen, so yeah. But I'm doing
I almost
really
want to
well.
say you've
Thank
earned
you.
the right. I almost want to say you've earned the right, mate. That was such an amazing series. And honestly, something we were saying consistently throughout all 5 games was it just looked like you guys were really prepared for this series and for this best of 5. What did that preparation look like? Because it looked like you guys had just really hit the books and done your homework.
To be honest, I feel like recently when we go on stage, we have a different calm and we play a completely different game. Yesterday in scrims, we went 0-4. We just hard hinted it and canceled game 5 because it went so bad. But yeah, once we show up on stage, I feel like we play so much better and there is a different calm in the team.
Yeah.
Last game, sadly, I hard hinted, but we managed to win anyways. My team is just too good. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, your team is great. Your team is bloody good, mate.
You had a nice hook onto a Stasis, onto a Zhonya's. I thought that was good. You remember, yeah. I just wanted to say, though, bringing it back, all the way back in the split, you remember when you guys were like 7th, 6th? What happened? Like, what actually happened? Was there a, did you guys sit down? Tell me, what was the process? How did you suddenly become 2nd place, maybe 1st?
I mean, first of all, I feel like my team has been dragging me through the mud all split. I recently started playing again, so I was kind of choking it. We kind of just find our groove, what works for us. We sat down, had talks on what we want to do in the game and how we want to play, and we just got together as a team. I feel like the cohesion just got there and it just kind of clicked, and yeah, we kind of peaked at the right time, I guess.
I mean, obviously, next up, you're playing versus Riddle, a team who was 1st in the overall season. How are you guys feeling about that? I mean, I feel crazy asking you, how do you feel about going into finals? Because I did not have any idea that this would be the case, but you look like probably right now, you are the best prepared team to take them on. How do you feel that series is going to go? I mean, obviously, I know you're confident that you're going to win, but, how do you actually feel that the series is going to go? Do you think it's going to be a long one? Do you think, they're going to have things that catch you out? How is that looking?
I mean, I think NORD is a good team and I'm happy we won. I feel like Riddle might be a slight better. I feel like Riddle jungler is really smurf. But then again, I feel like we beat NORD. We have really solid team, and yeah, we're just happy that to reach this point, and we'll just give you a great show again.
Yeah, that'd be great. Just another one. Going forward, what immediate takeaways? I know you're riding the high, so I don't want to be critical or anything. But what do you think was immediately? What do you notice are big issues coming from that series? Because we noticed, despite being ahead a lot of the time, you would randomly lose team fights for whatever reason. What do you think it is? What do you think you need to work on going into the Riddle series or even EMEA?
I feel like we're pretty bad at holding our ground and playing where we want to play. I feel like I get caught a lot as well, which doesn't help. So I feel like I'm trying to overreach and not trying to overcomplicate things because I want to be fancy, but I shouldn't be fancy. I should just trust my team. But yeah, we're just not that great at holding our ground right now, and we're just giving too much space, which makes it hard to take fights.
Hey man, I can respect someone who wants to go for the highlight reels. You do you. Live your best life, mate. So congratulations on qualifying for EMEA. I'm sure you're very happy. Minimum, you're going to be doing play-ins. Have you looked at any of the teams? Is there any players, teams, maybe ex-teammates and stuff that you're really excited to see play there? Or, are you kind of just taking it one day at a time at the moment?
I mean, right now we'll be just focusing on the series, the playoff series, one game at a time. But I do have lots of ex-teammates that I'm looking forward to face. I know Heretics has been smurfing it a bit, and Bluestar plays there, for example. So, yeah, that's going to be fun facing him again if we get that far. But for now, it's just focus on next game. Try to shut down Johan a bit, because he's really good. But
Johan?
My taxer is even more smurf, so shouldn't be an issue.
No.
Awesome. Well, Cly, thank you very much for joining us in the interview. Congratulations on, honestly, one of the best of fives we've had in the NLC for a very, very long time. Absolutely killer one. Good luck for your finals. I am very excited to see you guys play then. So we'll see you later, right?
Go rest.
Thank you
deserve
so
it, mate.
much.
Go rest.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good evening, lads.
You too.
You too, mate.
Bye.
He's definitely going to have a good evening. He's going to be having a great evening after that. Oh man, my voice is cooked. That was an insane best of 5. We had a pentakill. We had I think we had 2 quadra kills as well. Like massive, just like big team fighting moments. Like unbelievable. I guess what we should do is let's just have a look at the bracket and just see how we got here, how we got all the way through to our grand finals. It's crazy to see that NORD and Riddle were the teams that had the longer games, and Verdant had an easy 3-0 over Ruddy, but they are going to be our final team making it to the grand final. So we will have Riddle, not Ruddy. We'll have Riddle versus Verdant, who apparently are using the NLC status as their logo right now. But both of these teams have made it through to the EMEA Masters. Obviously, the runner-up from our grand final will go to the play-ins, and the winner will go straight through to that main stage. So a lot on the line, really. You know, play-ins is I've done EU Masters as it's formerly known since it started, and we used to cover play-ins back in the day. It's sad that we don't anymore, but we used to. And play-ins is always one of those areas where there's a few free teams and then there's a few really stacked teams in there. It's actually a really scary part of the tournament because there's a lot of teams you get like the Greek teams and stuff you maybe underestimate. I mean, I think that's like Panathinaikos and stuff like those guys back in like season 2 of EU Masters. There's teams that can just catch you off guard. So it's not a guaranteed group main stage, and if you don't make it to the main stage, you're not going to get on like anybody's radar. That's where you're playing to get on the radar. It's very much a showcase of talent EMEA, more than it is just like a major tournament. It is just for these players to show what they're made of. Think about the amount of players who've come from NLC, played through it, and now either play in the LEC or even the LFL, which is crazy to think of, but the LFL is a massive league in its own right. So there's lots of players who can kind of establish themselves on that front. Anyway, what we should do is also bring up our MVP of the day. So we came up with these 3 a moment ago. It was a hard-fought conversation, but it is between Nilly, Taxa, and Cly. If you head over to our Twitter poll on NLC LOL, you can vote for your MVP of the day. I know I'm voting for Cly. That is easily my vote.
I think top lane biased, I might vote for Nilly because he just gapped top lane 5 games in a row. And that's really hard to do, right? That's unbelievably hard to do.
Versus WoW as well. Yeah,
versus WoW. Like the rookie of the split, one of the best top laners in our league. I do think, I think I'm giving it to Nilly.
Yeah, I honestly, if Cly hadn't had so much impact on the map and was just like everywhere at all points, I would totally agree with you because top lane was a canyon this series.
It was.
But Cly, his impact was there. I mean, it's also like Taxa. It's hard for me because Taxa did the same thing, but I just feel like Cly had some amazing moments. I did in a little bit in that final game, but I think he had the right to that. But there we go. Congratulations over to the boys on Verdant. They did qualify to the EMEA Masters and also did make their way to that grand final versus Riddle. That is going to be an absolutely killer one. What day is that coming up on? That is 28th, right? No.
Yeah,
it's next Tuesday.
That's in a week, right?
Yeah, next Tuesday. So a week today. Yes. It's the graphic on my other screen was so small I couldn't read the date. But yeah, next Tuesday we got our grand finals between Riddle and Verdant. But that is it. Aragon, it has been an amazing season with you. I've had a brilliant time, and what a way for us to go out. We had an amazing semi-finals there. But make sure you join us on Tuesday for that grand finals. It is going to be a killer one. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next Tuesday for the grand finals of the NLC.